January 2nd, 2010. It's a warm night in Mexico's Sonora state when 36-year-old Hugo Hernandez is taking an evening walk. He has no idea that in the next few days his name will be in newspapers all over the world for the most horrifying reason imaginable. As he walks, he barely registers the van approaching from behind until it pulls up next to him and the side panel slides open. Several men in ski masks pile out and make a run for Hernandez. They beat him down, zip-tie his wrists, and pull a black sack over his head. In a matter of seconds, the human cargo is bundled up into the back of the van, which speeds away from the curb with a screech of tires. He's just been kidnapped by sicarios from the Sinaloa drug cartel, one of the most feared and powerful drug cartels in all of Mexico. But Hugo's ordeal isn't over, not by a long shot. He's about to find out exactly why the Sinaloas command so much terror. When Hugo Hernandez wakes up, he's in Sinaloa territory. The sicarios beat him viciously, while one among their numbers readies a chainsaw. This is where everything gets messy, both in the room where Hernandez is being held and in our knowledge of the story. We don't know for sure whether Hernandez was alive when they expertly peeled off his face. We don't know if he was alive when they cut off every one of his limbs before tearing his head from his torso. We can only hope for Hugo's sake that they were feeling merciful that day. What we do know is what happened afterward. On January 8th, after the sicarios are finished with Hugo, his torso and all of the limbs that used to be attached to it turn up in 2 large plastic containers on the streets of Los Mochis. Hugo's face, meticulously stitched onto a soccer ball, is found in a plastic bag near City Hall, with a note that reads, "Happy New Year, because this will be your last." Because when it comes to the dark art of violence and torture, the drug cartels of Mexico are nothing if not disgustingly creative. You've heard the stories: shootings, stabbings, decapitations. It's all true. And what's more, it's generally underselling just how brutal agents and even leaders of Mexico's biggest drug cartels can be. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and one of the most competitive in the world. It's why some of Mexico's leading drug cartels, like the Sinaloas and the Zetas, need to go so above and beyond in establishing that they're not to be messed with. And leading the charge is Joaquin Guzman, the now incarcerated leader of the Sinaloa drug cartel. And you might know him better by his nickname, El Chapo, Shorty in English. And if the career of Joe Pesci has taught us anything, it's that the little guys with a homicidal streak are some of the scariest gangsters of all. Let's take a look at some of the ways that El Chapo has redefined brutality even as drug cartels go, with some of his uniquely strange and sadistic torture methods, starting with how he saw fit to punish rival drug peddler Israel Rincon, aka El Huacho. According to unsealed court documents, El Chapo's men got a hold of Rincon and dragged him into a garden outhouse on one of his properties. There, the torture began. While cartel agents filmed the interrogation, Rincon's teeth were ripped out, and he was electrocuted in the ear. He was beaten and humiliated as they extracted information from him. But eventually the pain got to be too much for Rincon to bear, and he fell unconscious. At this point, the Sinaloa torturers called in a doctor to treat and revive El Huacho so they could continue torturing him. Once the torturers got bored, they murdered Rincon and disposed of his body in Culiacan, before posting the footage of the brutal torture to the internet. And what happened to Rincon was only the tip of the iceberg. El Chapo is a hands-on torture enthusiast. While he often delegates his acts of brutality to some of his countless underlings, he's also more than happy to roll up his sleeves and get to torturing himself. According to one eyewitness, he beat 2 people with a branch until their bodies were, quote, like rag dolls from so many broken bones, before having them thrown into a bonfire. Another incident had him non-fatally shoot a rival cartel boss before ordering that the man be buried alive to slowly suffocate. A witness at El Chapo's trial, Isaías Valdez Rios, described the latter's torture as follows. He had burns made with an iron on his back. His shirt was stuck to his skin. He had burns made with a car lighter all over his body. His feet were burned. It was only after days of being left for dead in an old wooden structure that El Chapo saw fit to bury the man. But torture and abuse weren't just business for El Chapo. According to his former associate, Alex Cifuentes, it was also pleasure. Cifuentes claimed that he and El Chapo abused young girls while they lived together, with Chapo claiming that doing so kept him young, describing the girls as his vitamins. That last one might have you thinking, wow, El Chapo's friends sound just as sadistic and torture-happy as he is. And yes, you'd be correct. One of the drug lord's most trusted associates, Antonio Jaguar Marufo, had a special room in his mansion built specifically for torture and the murder of their rivals in the drug trade. The room had a fitted drain in the ground to let the blood drain away more easily, as well as non-stick tiles and soundproofing technology to stop anyone on the outside from hearing the horrific screams from within. El Chapo's apples didn't fall far from the tree either. His sons, Ivan and Alfredo Guzman Salazar, and Joaquin and Ovidio Guzman Lopez, formed their own Sinaloa splinter cartel known as Los Chapitos or Little Chapos, along with close El Chapo associate, hitman Nestor Isidro Perez Salas, aka El Nini. As you probably predicted by now, they share their old man's love of horrific torture and keep a ranch in Navolato where the worst of it takes place. People close to the matter have reported that they twist corkscrews into the flesh of their victims before yanking them out and then rubbing hot chili peppers into the open wounds. Some are fed, either dead or alive, depending on how lucky they are, to the tigers some of El Chapo's sons keep as pets. They're also known for making drug mules out of the local civilians, in many cases killing them and their families if they refuse the offer. But Mexico's cartel community isn't going to let the Sinaloa syndicate have all the fun. There are plenty of horrific instances of violence and torture from El Chapo's many competitors. And now we're going to take you on a traumatic crash course through some of the worst ones. Seriously, we're begging you, put down that sandwich. It's going to get really, really gross. Probably one of the most infamous cases of cartel torture was the one committed against DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena in 1985, when his undercover investigation was blown open by members of the ruthless Guadalajara cartel. Kiki's death was anything but quick, as his captors saw fit to torture him to death over the course of 30 grueling and humiliating hours. On February 7, 1985, he was ambushed by a group of armed men in Guadalajara on the way to the U.S. consulate. He went without a struggle, knowing that he was outmatched, and he was taken to a secondary location where the torture commenced. He was bound to a chair while the cartel torturers recorded the interrogation, beating him so viciously that his skull, jaw, nose, cheekbones, and windpipe were crushed. We can only imagine the horror that Kiki felt when his captors produced a power drill, which they used to drill into his skull while he was still alive. How do we know he was still alive? The toxicology report showed the presence of amphetamines in Kiki's system, despite the fact that he never used the drugs himself. This implied to DEA investigators that Kiki was given the drugs so that he would remain awake and conscious during the torture. In more recent years, members of the Jalisco Nueva Generación Cartel, or CJNG, captured a member of a rival cartel, the aforementioned Los Chapitos, and decided to record his torture and murder. By the time the video started, the man's face was already beaten and bloody, and his arms were being tied behind his back on a chair. One of his torturers produced a chainsaw while another questioned him and began sawing into the man's legs. Eventually, when the torturers had done all they wanted to, they sawed off the man's legs entirely and poured water onto him. Then there are the horrific crimes of the Los Zetas, one of the best-known drug cartels outside of the Sinaloa cartel. The Zetas don't have the Sinaloa's numbers or name recognition, but they make up for it with their truly extraordinary acts of brutality. In one video, a woman in a pink shirt is forced onto her knees by a Los Zetas agent, who holds up a straight razor before saying, "Well, gentlemen, this is what happens to all those in the Gulf Cartel," on behalf of Los Zetas. The woman does not resist, seemingly drugged as the man holds the razor to her throat and slices off her head over the course of a brutal 40 seconds as her perforated throat wheezes air. When the slicing is complete and her body falls to the floor, the Zetas assassin holds up her severed head like a trophy. This particular video understandably garnered massive controversy when it was leaked on Facebook. Much like Los Chapitos, the Zetas even have their own murder, torture, and body disposal ranch, La Gallera Ranch in northern Veracruz. After taking it over in 2011, the Zetas have used it as a hub of mass cremation, incinerating their victims to avoid evidence of their crimes ever coming to light. These cremations were performed in the ranch's 12 kitchens, in a scene described by witnesses as something far worse than any horror movie could ever conjure up. Some victims were dissolved in bathtubs full of acid. Others were chopped up and fed to crocodiles. In more pedestrian but no less horrifying cases, the bodies of the kidnapped, tortured, and murdered were buried in mass graves around the property. Perhaps the most upsetting part is that the locals knew this was happening for years, and even reported it, but the corrupt local police were in the pocket of the Zetas, and nothing was done. Whenever Los Zetas and the kitchen mixes, something horrible is sure to happen, and this fact is true all the way to the top. Miguel Ángel Treviño Morales, one of the alleged leaders of the cartel group, had a particular form of torture and execution he enjoyed that's referred to as el guiso, or the stew. The victims would be forced into a 55-gallon metal drum alive, and a fire would then be set underneath them, slowly boiling them alive. The incident that truly put Los Zetas on the map was the infamous 2011 San Fernando massacre, where the Zetas kidnapped and murdered 193 people on La Jolla Ranch. After hijacking a number of buses, the victims were dragged onto the ranch, where the women were brutalized and killed, and the men were given weapons and forced to fight each other to the death. People who were willing to kill to save their own lives were then recruited as more ruthless hitmen for Los Zetas in what is perhaps the most horrific job application process in modern history. The most horrifying part is that this isn't even an isolated incident. Multiple cartels have used forcing people to kill others as a source of psychological torment. A video that leaked online in 2023 appeared to show the horrifying fate of 5 students lured onto a cartel compound, who were forced to kill each other on camera when they refused an offer to join the cartel. The video depicted one student decapitating another with a machete, as another had their head beaten in with a piece of rock. The cocky and in-your-face style of Los Zetas made them plenty of enemies. They hanged 2 members of the Gulf Cartel, and in one video filmed themselves disposing of the headless bodies of 49 migrant workers whom they murdered. The former was seen as particularly insulting by members of the Gulf Cartel because the Zetas had originally served as their security force before splintering off and forming their own group. In 2012, the Gulf Cartel struck back with some horrific violence of their own. They released a video of several captured members of the Zetas tied up and pleading for mercy as they're interrogated about their leaders. When the Gulf Cartel operatives tire of asking questions, they descend on the Zetas with machetes, brutally hacking off each of their heads without so much as a flicker of remorse. Cartel members live by the machete, or die by the machete. Filming their crimes, as you may have noticed, is pretty standard for cartels. In one particularly vile video filmed by a group of unknown cartel members, you can see them goofing off with a severed human face while surrounded by dead bodies. One of them puts the face on like a Halloween mask, while his cartel friends laugh and joke about it. You may be feeling a little queasy hearing about all this murder and mayhem, though it kind of makes us wonder why you clicked on a video called Mexican Cartel's Most Brutal Torture Methods, but at the very least we've got a consolation. The cartel isn't running unopposed. Mexico's finest are on the case, the top cops who want to put cartels like the Sinaloas and the Zetas on notice. Like Luis Cardenas Palomino, a law enforcement official once voted Mexico's best police officer, and he won't rest until… Wait, he was working for the cartel too? And he was involved in torturing people? That's right. While we personally think that Palomino's Best Police Officer award should be revoked, he's in the runnings for its most criminal and corrupt. He was arrested for abusing suspects under his care, facilitating torture, and essentially being a glorified errand boy for El Chapo. His former boss, Genaro Garcia Luna, was also imprisoned for corruption and drug trafficking, so he's been doing a fine job holding up institutional traditions. Palomino has a shady past, having been implicated in a murder in his adolescence, before proving himself to be a reliable asset for cartel bigwigs who wanted a friend on the inside of Mexican law enforcement. Because of crooked cops like Palomino, Mexican law enforcement and special forces have been accused of a bevy of horrific crimes, from taking bribes to committing straight-up massacres on the cartel's behalf. And of course, there's plenty of torture too. One of the favorite methods of people like Palomino is known locally as chicharra, which involves using a cattle prod to repeatedly shock the genitals of a prisoner in order to induce confessions, even if they know the person they're tormenting is innocent. They've also been known to repeatedly suffocate victims with plastic bags, employ Guantanamo-style waterboarding techniques, and beat victims within an inch of their life, sometimes accidentally killing them in the process. Dr. Robert Bunker, a research director at the security consulting firm CO Futures LLC, said of the torturous cartel cops, "Basic torture techniques can include the use of bladed instruments, pliers, and clippers, but fire, water, and electrical-based approaches can also be readily applied. But we can't lay the responsibility of all this torture at the feet of Palomino. It's far more systemic in nature than that." An anonymous Mexican police commander told the Daily Beast, "Torture is committed on a grand scale, and it will never disappear because our institutions lack the resources and capacity to prosecute someone for what is done through torture." This same anonymous commander, to his cartel-corrupted co-workers, employed psychological tortures as well as physical, like arresting the families of victims and threatening to kill or torture them in order to induce confessions. Former DEA Chief of International Operations Mike Vigil actually claimed that brutal torture methods have been a part of the Mexican law enforcement credo even outside of cartelian influence. He said all of Mexico's security forces have used torture since their very inception, and it has become normal for them. They look at it as an easy way to solve cases and don't understand that it's a violation of human rights or that anyone will confess when tortured. Of course, Mexican drug cartels don't have an absolute monopoly on disturbing cartel violence. After all, one of the most feared and infamous drug kingpins of all time, Pablo Escobar, was Colombian. However, one of the most popular factoids about how Escobar's Medellin cartel liked to torture people is actually an urban legend, the dreaded Colombian necktie. Now, we don't mean that it was a total myth like the Iron Maiden. It was very much practiced on people for a number of years. The torture involved slitting the victim's throat and yanking the tongue out of the wound so it rests against the upper chest like a bloody necktie. However, while it's commonly misattributed to Pablo and his gang, it was actually a feature of a brutal period of the Colombian Civil War, known as La Violencia, which went on for a decade between 1948 and 1958, predating the 1976 rise of the Medellin cartel by decades. For all our torture and mutilation fans out there, La Violencia was a goldmine of atrocities, from the Colombian necktie to the flower vase cut, where victims' limbs were cut off and stuffed into their body, to a torture where, much like the Mexican cartels, victims' genitals were cut off and shoved into their mouth, and perhaps most upsetting of all, cases where pregnant women had the fetuses cut out of their wombs and replaced with a rooster. The cruel irony of all the coverage of Mexican cartel brutality, including this video, is exactly what the cartel wants. The theatrical brutality of the cartel is a brutal but sophisticated PR move, advancing their image as feared and unstoppable gangsters who rule their respective territories. Very similar to the tactics employed by terrorist groups, like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, with their own traumatic videos of horrific violence. But the acts of torture and murder are often so audacious, how could they not provoke some kind of reaction? But if this video has taught you anything, it's hopefully this. If you find yourself taking a vacation to Mexico anytime soon, and you happen to run into someone involved in a drug cartel, remember to be polite. If we make another one of these videos, we'd hate for any of our subscribers to appear in the sequel. American soldiers have been captured in Asia, and they're being marched toward the prison camps run by the Axis powers. They know the routine. They've been briefed on what to do when they become prisoners of war in basic training. They know to give the enemy as little information as possible and hold out for the end of the war. They also know that the Geneva Convention offers them certain protections, but they're about to find out in the harshest way possible that those protections no longer apply, because their Japanese captors will become known as among the worst war criminals in human history, and Allied prisoners are shown no mercy. These are some of the worst torture methods used by the Japanese during World War II. The Japanese gained a reputation as the worst country to be held captive by during the Second World War. Unlike in past wars where both sides generally respected their enemies' captives out of self-interest, so their own captives would get the same treatment, the Axis showed no such mercy. And while German POW camps were notoriously brutal, the Nazis reserved their worst treatment not for the POWs, but for their own citizens and conquered subjects that they deemed less than human. Imperial Japan, however, ran a massive network of camps that committed many of the worst atrocities of the war theater, and it so often began before the prisoners even arrived at the camps. For prisoners of war of Japan, the capture was part of the torture. During the early days of the war, the majority of prisoners were captured in the Southeast Asian theater, particularly in the incredible, brutal series of battles in the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. From there, they'd be transported to the large prison camps built on the islands. To get there, they'd have to experience extended large-scale forced marches that would push captured soldiers to their breaking point, with many suffering from starvation, dehydration, and exhaustion. And this was the first preview of how little the Japanese valued the lives of their prisoners. In what would become known as the Bataan Death March in April 1942, the surrendered American and Filipino troops, numbering over 75,000, were stripped of their possessions. Any who were found to have contraband were immediately shot, a flagrant violation of the laws of war. From there, the troops, many sick, weakened, or injured, were organized into a march to camps as much as 65 miles away. Along the way, the Japanese troops would periodically show kindness, but there would be outbursts of violence, such as officers being randomly executed. And as the march went on, it was clear the prisoners were receiving little food or water. Exposure to the brutal elements were quickly wearing them down, and the slightest mistake or defiance meant death. Asking for water could get a prisoner killed on the spot. Prisoners were stripped or taunted with water. Anyone who hit the ground or slowed down was shot or bayoneted. Beatings were common, and by the time the surviving prisoners arrived at their destination, many were deathly ill. It's believed that as many as 18,000 Filipinos died during the march, and as many as 650 American troops. The final stage of the journey was transport in boiling metal boxcars to Camp O'Donnell, and those who didn't make it were buried in mass graves. Almost a third of the massive march's captives didn't make it to their final destination. This was the most famous death march, but it was far from the only one. These marches were a common feature of the Japanese war machine, with the Sandakan death marches on Borneo taking place during 1942 and 1943. These would become known as the worst atrocities suffered by Australian servicemen during the war, with only 6 surviving among a group of thousands, all of whom were transferred repeatedly from camp to camp. Most died due to malnutrition and abuse from the prison guards. Those who didn't met their end in eventual mass executions. But for those who survived the initial transfers, even worse atrocities awaited them, because the prisoners of war weren't treated as captives, they were treated as slaves. Japan was a relatively new empire growing exponentially during the years leading up to the war. That meant they continued to build up their infrastructure during the war, and now they had a ready and unwilling supply of laborers for most dangerous jobs. The Geneva Convention strictly prohibits prisoners of war being used for slave labor, but that had been thrown out of the window long ago. So the American and other Allied troops were forced to participate in a twisted, ironic ritual, building the very infrastructure that was used against their fellow soldiers. And these workplaces were definitely not up to code. There were 3 primary areas where prisoners of war were put to work. The first was wartime infrastructure, heavy-duty projects such as building runways. This would be accomplished with the barest of possible equipment, such as manual tools to clear rocks and till the fields that could then be turned into runways. This was back-breaking work, with multiple men needed to lift very heavy loads. The primary risks were exhaustion, dehydration, and the constant threat of violence from their captors if they fell behind on quotas. And it may have been the least nightmarish position. Factory work was another common use for prisoners of war under World War II Japan, and anyone who's worked factory-type jobs know there are serious risks even under the best of conditions. This type of work usually required precise and steady hands, as well as a good amount of training. Japanese forced labor practices meant the soldiers, who were often working on munitions and other military supplies, were working with heavy and molten metal along with explosive materials, all while facing the omnipresent threat of being executed if they failed to meet their quota. And the final labor position was one that is terrifying even for those volunteering. Mining is a dangerous job, and everyone has heard the horror stories of miners trapped deep underground. The job is risky when done with safety equipment, and the unfortunate POWs tasked with keeping Japan well stocked with ore found themselves faced with a much worse scenario. Mining operations were often little more than being lowered into the mine in an iron bucket, and shafts were unventilated, and the ore was almost unbearably hot. It was the one forced labor detail most likely to wear down a laborer, and that meant instant death as soon as they were no longer useful. But it wasn't the work detail the prisoners had to fear the most. Often it was the guards. It's a common thing in prisoners, not all guards are created equal. One might just be looking to punch in their time on the clock and get home, and won't cause you any trouble if you don't cause him trouble. Another might actually be a nice guy, and you can get a few extra privileges if you play nice. And another might be looking to take out that frustration about never making the police force on the skells. Prisoners quickly learn their way around the guards, but all of them are required to abide by certain laws regarding the rights of prisoners, even if they don't always live up to that. But in Japanese POW camps, there were no such regulations. In fact, brutality was often encouraged by the brass, and that encouraged monsters like the one known as the Bird. Okay, that's not exactly a terrifying name, but anyone who snickered at the name of Mutsuhiro Watanabe would soon live to regret it. Watanabe, who served at multiple military internment camps in Japan, was notorious for his sadistic treatment of prisoners, including Olympic runner Louis Zamperini, who was responsible for exposing much of Watanabe's crimes after the war. Watanabe was a student of nihilist philosophy and believed that creating fear was the most effective way to control a camp. He was known for his extreme punishments for minor offenses or no offenses at all. At one point, an elderly prisoner was tied to a tree for days as a warning, and in the dead of winter, an American officer was kept outdoors wearing only a single undergarment as he came close to freezing to death. And at times, the punishments resembled a twisted game more than anything else. Zamperini received a special kind of torment from the Bird, who was delighted at the idea of being able to torture an American hero. At one point, the star runner was forced to compete in a race against a Japanese officer. Coming off a harrowing lost-at-sea ordeal, Zamperini couldn't compete and was promptly beaten. In a later incident that became the most famous scene in the film adaptation of Zamperini's ordeal, the soldier was punished for a slight lapse during work duty by being forced to lift a heavy wooden beam for an extended period. If he dropped it, he would be shot. The ordeal only ended when Zamperini's refusal to fail enraged Watanabe enough to begin beating him again. These actions were clearly all far outside the bounds of acceptable wartime behavior, but the authorities in charge didn't care. This was all standard issue behavior for Imperial Japan, but they had far worse in store for all those who challenged them. Interrogations were a common part of any prisoner of war situation, as the captors hoped to get whatever information they could out of enemy soldiers. This was usually a pretty routine affair. The interrogator demands information, the soldier repeatedly says only the limited information they've been told to give out, and the captors hope that fear and exhaustion will win out and cause the captor to slip up. Most interrogators are hesitant to resort to any extreme measures because that would violate the Geneva Convention. But that wasn't an issue here. Japanese interrogators were infamous for brutalizing the soldiers they interrogate, hoping to break them more through pain and fear than through frustration and confusion. This included pulling out fingernails or using a twisted form of waterboarding that posed a much larger risk to the victim. The soldiers would place a tube down the prisoner's throat and turn on the water until the water flowed back out through the victim's nostrils. Not only did this simulate drowning, but it put the prisoner at risk of death from water intoxication. The goal of these interrogations was to leave the soldier tormented but alive and ready to divulge important information. That wasn't always the case. The Japanese army was infamous for mass executions, with huge percentages of their prisoners of war not surviving to the end of the conflict. The quickest way to die was simply to not be useful to the captors anymore. Slowing down on a march or collapsing during work duty usually meant a quick bullet to the head or a bayonet to the stomach. But that wasn't the case for those who defied the Japanese soldiers or were caught planning an escape. They wanted them to die, but they also wanted them to suffer. And they wanted everyone to watch. The executions of POWs and other prisoners were notoriously horrific under the Japanese rule, with many reports stating that they even engaged in crucifixion, one of the latest uses of this infamous execution method. Reportedly, the victims were simply nailed to anything that was convenient, including trees, wooden boards, or electrical posts, and left to die either from blood loss, infection, or exposure. This wasn't the only case where Japanese soldiers left the victims on display, but other cases displayed an innovative level of sadism. Hanging is one of the most common execution methods, but it's usually used to provide a quick death via the neck snapping. That wasn't how the Japanese used this execution method, instead preferring to let people hang and slowly asphyxiate. Often the target would be hung by something unconventional, the thumbs or even the tongue, and would be left to hang until the body part simply detached in horrifying fashion. A similar tactic took advantage of nature. One of the most disturbing Japanese torture methods was the bamboo cage, often used in rural prison camps and during marches. Bamboo is one of the fastest growing plants in nature, sprouting several inches per day, and can be filed into a sharp tip. The Japanese would place their captives over a bed of sharpened bamboo sticks and watch as they grew day by day, at first causing painful wounds as they grew, and eventually impaling the captive and slowly killing them. It was one of a number of brutal but slow murder methods used by the Japanese soldiers. However, it wasn't the soldiers who delivered the worst types of torture, it was the scientists. One of the most infamous names of the war was the Nazi mad scientist, Dr. Joseph Mengele, the sadistic torturer who took Jewish captives and other prisoners of the Nazis and conducted twisted experiments on them. He killed many people and left countless others scarred and forever changed. He became a household name, especially after he disappeared without ever facing justice. But he may not have been the worst mad scientist of the war. A collective of twisted Japanese experimenters might have eclipsed him. This is the terrifying story of Unit 731. Officially named Manchu Detachment 731 and known as the Kamo Detachment, Unit 731 was officially a research division specializing in biological and chemical warfare, both of which were outlawed under the Geneva Convention. But this wasn't a deterrent to Imperial Japan, and they were no doubt hoping to unleash new and contagious weapons on the Americans if they were forced to invade the Japanese mainland. But when dealing with volatile and contagious compounds, research is key to ensure the unit didn't create a chain reaction they couldn't control, and they had plenty of unwilling subjects. The unit actually preceded the war, with Japan seeing the ban on chemical and biological weapons and deciding that obviously meant that they were so effective they needed to double their research into it. So in the early 1930s, Imperial Japan, which was already gearing up for war, authorized the military unit and set it up in Jungma Fortress, a prison camp used during the Second Sino-Japanese War. This camp was always filled with common criminals and political prisoners. and they were subjected to starvation and experimentation that often proved fatal. It was just a small preview of the sadistic treatment that awaited the prisoners of war who found themselves in the hands of Unit 731. The unit continued its experiments, repeatedly shocking even Hideki Tojo, who found looking at details of it unpleasant. This was not sufficient to make him stop it, though, and a side division codenamed Maruta, specialized in human experiments, was still created, and there seemed to be no limit to the depravity of the scientists in the unit, performing experiments without regard for the survival of their subject or even of any scientific benefit. While many of the experiments were focused on developing new weapons, others just seemed to exist to fulfill the sadists' curiosity, and many of the experiments were as simple as an injection. As anyone who's ever gotten their vaccines knows, a shot is never pleasant. But it's what's in that syringe that makes all the difference, and often the injections from the Japanese brought only death. This was during the days when blood transfusions were still relatively new, and the Japanese scientists were running short on blood for battlefield transfusions. They wanted to see if substitutes would suffice, so they gave prisoners injections of horse blood. Naturally, the two don't mix, and the patients died. Another experiment sought to replace plasma with seawater, and the result was once again a quick death. But it was far from the worst thing that a treatment could bring. The Japanese were interested in biological warfare, and the best way they could think to test how dangerous specific diseases were was to inject people deliberately. Prisoners were repeatedly infected with syphilis and gonorrhea, two infamous sexually transmitted diseases, through various disturbing means. While both diseases can be treated or mitigated today, the Japanese weren't interested, instead watching them rip through the population and cause horrible discomfort and sometimes death. But it was far from the worst use of biological warfare by the Japanese army. Sexually transmitted diseases could be tested in limited numbers within the camp, but when it came to fast-spreading diseases like cholera and anthrax, they wanted a larger test group. So they bred fleas that were infected with the diseases and dropped them on civilian villages in occupied China. Sometimes these plagues would decimate the towns, which were already suffering from malnutrition during the war and occupation, resulting in as many as 30,000 deaths. But disease could only do so much. The Japanese wanted to test the limits of human endurance too. Much of Unit 731 was seeing just how much the human body could endure. With plenty of human test subjects, this was the perfect time to see how far the human body could go. Some of these involved new technology. They were curious about how much pressure the human body could handle, so they put prisoners in high-pressure chambers and turned the pressure up until the prisoners suffered fatal injuries. A similar experiment was done with centrifuges, spinning the prisoners until their bodies gave out in a twisted experiment akin to a carnival ride from hell. And the same went for weapons testing, brutality until death. The Japanese military was testing a large array of weapons for close-quarters combat they were preparing for, and the favored testing method was to simply take an unfortunate prisoner and use the weapon on them. This included grenades, flamethrowers, and bombs of all kinds, including chemical weapons, shrapnel bombs, and even bayonets and knives. While this did give data on whether the weapon would be effective in combat, the main conclusion seemed to be, yep, they're dead, which makes it feel more like an exercise in senseless sadism. But other experiments seem to be driven by a twisted form of curiosity. For these prisoners taken into a private lab rather than a field test, their death was likely to be slower and more painful. Among the experiments these prisoners experienced were repeated exposure to high levels of radiation through X-rays, waiting to see how long it would take to fatally poison them. Just about every type of poison imaginable was tested on the captives, including pufferfish venom, mustard gas, ricin, and heroin. One particularly twisted experiment involved draining mass amounts of blood from victims to see how it affected them and how long it took for them to expire. The same was done with dehydration, where the subjects were deprived of water and subjected to brutally hot conditions. Other experiments were designed to see how much it took to break the human body, literally. During the brutally cold periods of the war, Japanese scientists took part in a cruel frostbite test, where they would take the captives outside in the winter, dip their appendages into water, and allow it to freeze solid. They would then take a stick and attempt to break the limb clean off, seeing whether it was frozen solid. This was overseen by Army engineer Hisato Yoshimura, known for being one of the cruelest experimenters in the unit. After this part, the limbs would often be thawed by exposure to fire. Most of the experiments were designed to end in death, but some dragged out the deaths longer than others. One of the most feared fates in Unit 731 was vivisection, the process of dissecting a living subject. This is a highly controversial practice when done with animals, never mind humans. While racist doctors around the world often performed medical procedures on slaves without proper anesthetic, a horrifying prospect, the Axis powers were fond of seeing how long the human body could hold out while being slowly taken apart, and these experiments pushed the bounds of human survival. While some of the most famous victims of Unit 731 were captured soldiers, the vast majority of prisoners at the facility were Chinese prisoners of war, which included large numbers of women and children. None of them were safe from this horrific treatment, which included whole organs or limbs being removed while the subjects were still alive and conscious. This included having samples of the liver or even the brain removed, or to remove the stomach and link the esophagus with the small intestine. None of these procedures were likely to result in surviving patients naturally, but there was always another prisoner to experiment on, and sometimes an experiment had more than one victim. Unit 731 had a particular interest in pregnant women and understanding the process of fetal development, which included infecting pregnant women with syphilis to determine if the disease could be passed from mother to child. Much like Dr. Mengelé's twisted lab, children were not spared from sadistic treatment, and that included the unborn. Details of these experiments only came out after the war, but the atrocities of Unit 731 were considered among the absolute worst of World War II. And even as the war was coming to a close, these atrocities continued. As the Japanese became more and more desperate, they became more and more willing to resort to incredibly cruel behavior on the battlefield. One of the best reports of this apparently happened in the Pacific Theater, where supplies were running low. As food dwindled, Japanese officers reportedly would select prisoners of war and designate them as food. The prisoner would typically be slaughtered and their meat served to the soldiers, but in some cases meat was sliced off a living prisoner. While this was initially an act of desperation, some officers began to like the climate of fear it created among the prisoners. And toward the end of the war, the Japanese seemed to be ready to just cause as many casualties as possible. The Japanese would load as many POWs as possible on ships, nicknamed Hell ships, where as many as 1,600 men would be shoved into a space meant for 500. These packed ships would then be sent to other camps, but they would be frequently hit by friendly fire, sinking the entire ship to a watery grave. Reports indicate that the men trapped in cages on board would be screaming for air and water, and the Japanese would often respond by covering up the cage, hastening the suffocation of the victims. And the true horrors of the war wouldn't come to light until well after the fact. While the Japanese were forced into unconditional surrender and the camps were liberated, only then did it become clear the terrible shape most of the captives were in. Years of malnutrition, hard labor, abuse, torture, and experimentation left their marks on the victims, horrifying the liberators in a similar way to the shock that awaited the GIs when they liberated the Nazi camps in Europe. The total of the dead at these camps will never be fully known, as documentation of the countless Chinese POWs is spotty, but it's believed that 27,465 U.S. military personnel were captured by Japan, and over 11,000 of them died. This is compared to 93,941 U.S. military members captured by Germany, with a death rate of just over 1,100. Needless to say, there would be payback. In the aftermath of the war crimes trials started to be formed to make the architects of the Axis powers' war crimes pay. While the Nuremberg trials, which targeted the worst Nazi war criminals, got the most publicity, the U.S. also prosecuted many of the Japanese forces' top criminals, and the results were similar. The International Military Tribunal for the Far East had a broader scope than the Nuremberg trials, dating back to Japan's 1931 invasion of Manchuria. And while in Germany, Hitler and many of his top lieutenants were dead, here current and former prime ministers were put on trial, and many of them met the ultimate fate. The trials lasted until 1948, far longer than Nuremberg, and in the end over 900 accused war criminals were executed. Most famously, this included Prime Minister and infamous General Hideki Tojo. However, it did not include the masterminds behind Unit 731, as the United States intervened and kept most of those details from the tribunal, rendering it one of the darkest secrets of World War II. The true horrors of the unit and many tortures of those who found themselves in the captivity of Imperial Japan would not come out for many years. Flayed flesh, psychological torment, foreign objects entering the body that you absolutely don't want in there. What is the most painful torture in history? We're going to count down the top 25 historical methods of mutilation to find out. And believe us, the last one is really gonna mess you up. Number 25. Waterboarding. Kicking off the list of most painful tortures is a modern American classic. This monstrous method involves strapping the victim down, placing a wet cloth over their face, and periodically pouring more water over it to keep it soaking wet, a process which simulates the feeling of drowning. The pain caused by waterboarding is mostly psychological, but prolonged sessions can lead to oxygen deprivation, lung damage, and in some cases, broken bones as the victim struggles against the restraints. Variations of this torture method go all the way back to the Spanish Inquisition, but its most famous use was definitely as a form of so-called enhanced interrogation by the CIA during the early 2000s. Speaking of enhanced interrogation, number 24, sleep deprivation. This is another form of torture that was commonly used at Guantanamo Bay and was euphemistically called the frequent flyer program because it involved waking prisoners up multiple times a night and moving them from cell to cell. Other methods of keeping detainees from sleeping involved shackling them in uncomfortable positions, dousing them with cold water, or playing loud music at all hours of the night. Number 23. Bastinado, aka foot whipping. This torture has been recorded everywhere from the Bible to the Soviet Union and was even used in American prisons as recently as 1969. Sometimes the old ones are the best. As its name implies, it involves caning the soles of the feet with a rod or a knotted cord. Unlike regular run-of-the-mill flogging, which we'll get to later, this torture doesn't cause lasting injury, but that doesn't make it any less painful. It was also a favorite punishment of the Nazis. How about some mouth torture? Number 22. The Scold's Bridle. This instrument of torture and humiliation was used in Britain and America in the 16th century. It was pretty much exclusively used on women and was designed as a punishment for gossiping, swearing, or excessive nagging. The Scold's Bridle was a metal mask with a spiked bridle bit that was inserted into the mouth. This would prevent the wearer from being able to speak, since even the slightest movement of the tongue would cause it to get shredded. For added humiliation, the masks would often have animal features, like pig noses or donkey ears, and sometimes it included a bell around the neck. Now, who says torture can't be fashionable? This next one is sure to really make your toes curl. Number 21. Denailing. Unfortunately, it's basically exactly what it sounds like, a form of torture where the nails on your fingers and toes are yanked out. Think of it as an extreme mani-pedi. This torture is still used today in places like Venezuela and Nicaragua, and if you've ever broken a nail or had to rip a broken part off, you can imagine why we put this on the list. During the Armenian genocide in the 1910s, there are records of prisoners not having just their nails ripped off, but also sharp wire and needles being inserted under the nail. Ouch! Now from pulling nails to pulling hair. Number 20. Pitch capping. This form of torture goes back to ancient Greece, but was extremely common during the Irish Rebellion of 1798. Pitch capping was a bit like a body wax on steroids. A conical paper cap full of hot tar called pitch would be forced onto the victim's head, then ripped back off when the pitch had cooled, taking all the person's hair and a lot of their scalp with it. Talk about a bad hair day. But unlike our next example, at least your limbs will still work. Number 19. The rack. To paraphrase Charlie XCX, when you come to the list of torture methods, you want to hear the torture classics, and it doesn't get much more classic than the rack. The rack was a wooden frame designed to stretch via a ratcheting mechanism. The victim's wrists and ankles would be strapped to the corners, which meant that their joints would be dislocated over time as the crank was turned. It's most associated with medieval Britain today, but the rack actually dates back much further, with an early recorded use being in the interrogation of a suspected arsonist called Herostratus in Greece all the way back in 356 BC. Speaking of joint dislocation, number 18. Strappado. This was a popular form of public punishment in the 16th and 17th century Italy, where the victim would be lifted up off the ground by the wrists, which were tied together behind their back. This would lead to the shoulder joints dislocating, as well as long-term nerve and muscle damage. This one was reportedly performed on Niccolo Machiavelli, the human origin of the term Machiavellian, during his prison sentence in 1513, and it was also used by the North Vietnamese during the Vietnam War. It was extremely painful, but not nearly as humiliating as our next entry. Number 17. Tarring and feathering. This was a common act of vigilante justice in colonial America, where a suspected criminal would be stripped naked, coated in wood tar, and then rolled in feathers. We've ranked it low here since there are no recorded fatalities from this practice, but sometimes the tar was hot enough to burn, and tarring and feathering usually came with the added bonus of being beaten senseless by an angry mob afterwards. If you were really unlucky, they'd also set you on fire. In one case, a man named John Malcolm was not only tarred and feathered, but also beaten, whipped, tied to a tree, and then force-fed hot tea until he threw up. Brutal. But at least it won't drive you utterly insane like our next entry, number 16, white torture. This is a form of sensory deprivation mostly used in Iran, where a prisoner is kept in a soundproof white room, made to wear white clothes, and only allowed to eat white food from white plates. The lighting of the room is even designed to minimize shadows, and the floors are soft, so the prisoner can't even hear their own footsteps. That might not sound especially heinous at first, but it's actually very effective. Going weeks without any new sensory input leads to depersonalization, hallucinations, and full-on psychotic breaks. But enough about psychological pain. Let's get back to some good old-fashioned blood and guts. Number 15. Dismemberment. This is a form of torture and execution that shows up across cultures, but one particularly gruesome dismemberment method was described by 17th century travel writer William Lithgow. According to Lithgow, a punishment for murder in Turkey involved the prisoner being stripped naked, then wrapped around the waist with increasingly tighter and tighter ropes until, well, have you ever seen what happens when you put 100 rubber bands around a watermelon? After one strike with the executioner's blade, that's basically what would happen to the prisoner. But that's not the only nasty thing you can do with rope. Number 14. Hanging, drawing, and quartering. This was the sentence for men convicted of high treason in Britain during the 1300s. This punishment involved being stripped naked, tied to the back of a horse, and dragged through the street, then hanged almost to the point of death. The key word here is almost. Why? Because they wanted him to still be alive for this next part where they emasculated him and disemboweled him, obviously. Then, as the icing on the cake, he was beheaded, and the rest of his torso was cut into quarters. We specifically say he here because the punishment was only ever used on men. Women suspected of treason were burned at the stake. The sight of a naked woman being dragged behind a horse in public would have been far too scandalous. But that's nowhere near the nastiest torture-tastic public execution. Number 13. The Catherine wheel, or breaking wheel. One form of torture that was famously used on women in the Middle Ages was the Catherine wheel, so named for Saint Catherine, who, according to legend, caused one to miraculously break just by touching it before she was set to be tortured. The Catherine wheel was a big, heavy, iron-rimmed wheel that would roll over a person's limbs until their bones broke. A Catherine wheel torture session usually started from the feet up, usually ending when the torturer got to the chest and the victim died from having their heart flattened. But that didn't always happen, and plenty of people survived up to a week after getting their bones pulverized by the wheel. One German murderer in 1581 reportedly survived for 9 days, having been deliberately kept alive by strong drink. We can think of a more painful torture for women, though. Number 12. The breast ripper. Also known as the iron spider, this was an iron clamp that sorta looked like a staple remover, but scarier. It was often heated before use. And as for its use, well, it's pretty much exactly what it says on the label. Like other famous torture devices, such as the Pair of Anguish and the Iron Maiden, there is debate among historians on whether the breast ripper was real or not, or if it was just a piece of Victorian-era clickbait. But we gave it a spot on the list since there seems to be at least some historical precedent for the breast ripper's use. Saint Barbara and Agatha of Sicily were both reportedly tortured with this instrument before being martyred in the 3rd century. So, in the name of equality, let's do another one for the boys. Number 11. Castration. Removal of the testicles has been a form of punishment since the dawn of civilization, with prominent records of it being used to torture prisoners of war during the Italo-Ethiopian War of 1935. More recently, in 2022, video surfaced online of Russian soldiers castrating a Ukrainian prisoner with a box cutter. Castration isn't just for war criminals, though. In the Czech Republic, Pakistani Kashmir, and in the American state of Louisiana, castration is used as a punishment for repeat sex offenders, particularly those who have abused children. In the past, it was also used as a, quote, treatment for homosexuality, which is what happened to English mathematician and cryptographer Alan Turing in 1952. Now back to another classic. Number 10. The Brazen Bull. Also called the Phalaris Bull, after Phalaris of Acragas, the tyrant who commissioned it. This was a hollowed-out bronze statue of a bull with a hatch in the side. The person being tortured would be shoved into the statue, locked in, and then the statue would be heated up until the person inside burned to death. If that's not gruesome enough, the bull was designed in a way that the smoke coming from the sizzling prisoner inside would come out through the bull's nostrils, and the echoes of their screams would sound like a bull's bellows. Ingenious torture method, right? The person who engineered that must have gotten some kind of bonus for his hard work, right? Well, true to form for a guy who would order someone to make this thing, Phalaris decided the first victim to go into the bull was going to be Paralaus, the person who made it. Let's keep the temperature up with this next torture. Number 9. Boiling alive. This is another one that appears across cultures and time periods, because dunking people in hot liquid is apparently a total no-brainer. The Japanese bandit Ishikawa Goemon was boiled alive along with his son in the 1590s. In 1420 in Scotland, the Laird of Glenbervie was boiled alive by rival nobles who allegedly each had a spoonful of their macabre broth afterwards. Torture is hungry work. During Henry VIII's reign in England, boiling was reserved for those convicted of assassination by poisoning. One contemporary source of a public boiling at Smithfield in 1532 said that while some pregnant women threw up and fainted at the sight, most of the village men found it pretty boring, and they would have preferred to watch a decapitation instead. Tough crowd. Even in the modern day, ISIS would sometimes boil their enemies alive in hot engine oil. Speaking of torture in the Middle East, number 8. Crucifixion. This is a method of execution where the victims are nailed to the cross by their hands and feet and left to die out in the elements. While we in the modern day mostly associate this punishment with the Romans, the practice was actually believed to have started in ancient Persia. In ancient Rome, crucifixion was a punishment given to pirates, enemies of the state, and slaves that had killed their owners. Even today, crucifixion is still technically on the books as a rarely used form of punishment in Saudi Arabia and Iran. In both countries, the law states that if you're still alive after 3 days on the cross, you're free to go. Seems pretty reasonable to us. It's still a nicer experience than our next torture. Number 7. The Spanish donkey. This next torture method really gives new meaning to the expression pain in the ass. The Spanish donkey, also called the wooden horse or chevalet, was a triangular bench that pointed upward. A victim would have their hands tied behind their back and would be forced to spread their legs and straddle the pointed edge for an extended period of time. In some cases, their legs would be weighted, both to hold them in place and to increase the strain on their groin. This form of torture wasn't fatal, but it did cause tearing, severe pain, and in many cases affected the victim's ability to walk. This torture was used as a punishment in Europe in the 1600s, but it was also used as a form of extreme discipline by the Union Army during the American Civil War. Now, let's get down and dirty. Number 7. Live burial. This is a truly gruesome way to die. If you don't simply die of fright, you'll eventually succumb to a lack of oxygen. Premature burial was a punishment for a variety of crimes in medieval Europe, most commonly things like adultery and bestiality. In ancient China, the Emperor Qin Shi Huang is said to have buried alive 460 Confucian scholars in 212 BC, and during the Holocaust, some people were thrown into mass graves while still alive, and later had to dig their way out. As recently as the Gulf War, there are some who estimate the American 1st Infantry Division might have buried as many as 250 Iraqi soldiers alive. But at least you get to go to the grave in one piece. Number 5. Sawing in half. There's variation place to place on whether the sawing was done sagittally or transversely. Either way, you're getting cut in half. During the time of Emperor Caligula, they would saw you in half transversely, that is, across the middle. But in the case of Simon the Zealot, one of Jesus' apostles, they opted to go the long way, hanging him upside down and then cutting from the crotch to the head. Sawing in half was also done in Imperial China, where to minimize the body moving around as the halves split further apart, the victim was seated and held in place with 2 big wooden boards. Speaking of China, this next method is one of China's most famous and grisly torture methods. Number 4. Death of 1,000 cuts, or Ling Chi. This involves tying the prisoner to a wooden frame and slowly slicing small pieces from their body over a long period. The torture was reserved for some of the worst crimes: treason, mass murder, and patricide. But sometimes it was used for minor offenses just to make an example of someone. This torture was considered particularly heinous because in Confucian philosophy, removing pieces from a person's body stops them from being able to find peace in the afterlife. But at least it doesn't get animals involved. Number 3. Rat torture. During the 80 Years' War of the 1600s, a Dutch noble named Diederik Sonoy once tortured a prisoner by putting live rats in a bowl, then placing that bowl face down on the prisoner's exposed torso. When Diederik heated up the bowl with hot coals, the rats became so distressed that they started burrowing through the prisoner's body to try to get out of the heat. Almost makes you want to peel your skin off. Hey, that reminds us. Number 2. Flaying. This is the practice of removing a person's skin while they're still alive. Some of the most detailed accounts of flaying as a form of torture come from the Neo-Assyrians, who lived in the Middle East around the 9th to 7th centuries BC. The Neo-Assyrians seemingly couldn't get enough of flaying, as the act is depicted in detail on multiple stone carvings, kinda like a torture selfie. In one quote, King Ashur-nasir-pal II once triumphantly proclaimed, "I have flayed all the rebel leaders. I have clad the pillar in their flayed skins." Yikes. But even that is nothing compared to the most painful torture ever. Number 1. Scaphism. This, in our own humble opinion, definitely deserves the top spot. Also known as the boat, this was a method used by the ancient Persians. The victim would be trapped in a boat, force-fed to the point of sickness, then doused in a mixture of milk and honey before the top of the boat is sealed off, leaving only the prisoner's head, hands, and feet visible. The process of force-feeding and covering with milk and honey is repeated every day in order to attract swarms of wasps, flies, worms, and other vermin. By this agonizing process, the prisoner rots in their own vomit and excrement and is eventually devoured alive by insects. Truly a horrific way to go. A man screams wildly as he's dragged up the Acropolis steps by 2 soldiers and thrown at the feet of King Phalaris. The tyrant looks down at the weeping man and shakes his head. The prisoner has done nothing wrong except speak out against the mad king of Akragas. "You've been sentenced to death for your actions. My rule shall not be questioned," Phalaris says with disgust. He points to a large metallic creature resting on a platform. "Throw him in the bull," Phalaris signals to the guards. "I want to watch the beast come alive with the screams of this traitor." This is the story of one of the most barbaric and painful torture devices ever created, the Brazen Bull. There are accounts from ancient Greece and Rome describing the brazen bull being used to execute prisoners in one of the cruelest ways possible. A victim would be thrown into the statue, the door secured behind them. Then a fire would be lit under the bronze bull, increasing the temperature inside to unbearable levels. The person within its belly would literally be cooked alive. The victims of the brazen bull were not only put through unbearable amounts of pain for long periods of time, but their death was sometimes turned into a spectacle for the amusement of others. Before we get into the brutal history of the brazen bull and where it came from, let's examine the terrible nature of the device. How did it work? What would it be like to be inside the belly of this bronze statue when a fire was lit underneath? In a word, excruciating. You would be literally roasted to death, while your screams escaped through tubes of the metal beast, making your pleas for help sound like the bellowings of a bull. But if you really want to know what it's like to be tortured to death in the belly of a brass beast, then let's follow one unlucky man along his hypothetical journey into a brazen bull. Alexander lives in ancient Akragas, a city in what would one day become Sicily. He's a young philosopher who's just finished his studies with one of the greatest academics in the Greek Empire. Alexander celebrates with a group of scholars. They drink wine and sing songs about ancient heroes and odysseys. He leaves the party ready to begin his journey to educate the masses. But first, he meets up with the love of his life for a romantic evening. He met Lyra while watching a play at the local amphitheater. She was beautiful, intelligent, and witty. The moment Alexander spoke to Lyra, he fell in love. From then on, they spent every free moment together, and in a few days, Alexander planned on asking Lyra to marry him. Unfortunately, destiny had other plans for this Greek philosopher. The next day, Alexander walks through the city streets talking to anyone who will listen. His teachings have centered around equality and representation for every class of citizen in the governing of Akragas. Unfortunately, the rule of Phalaris, the tyrant controlling the city, has been a brutal one. People's rights have been stripped away, free speech has been all but eliminated by the evil ruler. Alexander knows that if he can gather enough support from the citizens of the city, there could be change. Alexander stands atop a marble bench, looking out at the people gathering in front of him. He sees starving farmers and poor merchants, both of which have lost practically everything to the greed of Phalaris. Alexander shouts that equality is key, and that all men should be able to think freely and pursue their dreams without being hindered by a tyrant. As he speaks, a group of soldiers pushes through the crowd. The citizens of Akragas flee as Alexander is pulled from the bench and thrown to the ground. The guards begin to kick the philosopher repeatedly as they shout for the crowd to disperse. Alexander gasps for oxygen, but with every blow, the air is pushed out of his lungs. He feels like he's gonna suffocate to death, but then the beating stops. The guards pull Alexander to his feet and drag him toward the palace. Alexander's blood seeps into the ground, leaving a red trail in the dirt as he's dragged down the path to the palace steps. The guards carry him up to the top of the Acropolis where Phalaris awaits. "I have heard your teachings, young Alexander, and I must admit I am displeased with your lies that you've been spreading," Phalaris says with a wicked smile. Alexander tries to speak, but one of the soldiers punches him in the stomach before any words can come out. He doubles over in pain and falls to his knees. "There's only one thing to be done with traitors who try to overthrow my rule," Phalaris continues. "Throw him in the brazen bull." Alexander's eyes open wide. He opens his mouth to scream as one of the soldiers punches him in the face. There will be no mercy. Alexander's vision blurs as he feels himself being lifted off the ground and dragged toward the bronze bull waiting on the edge of the Acropolis. It looks over the city like an evil sentry guarding a stolen treasure. Alexander desperately tries to claw his way away from the soldiers, but their grips are as strong as crocodile jaws. They approach the brazen bull. The sun gleams off its polished metal casing. The bull was only recently invented for the mad tyrant Phalaris, and very few people have been unlucky enough to be locked inside it. Alexander sees his reflection in the polished metal, but can't help notice the look of terror on his face. The soldiers pull him closer and closer to the bronze beast. They're only inches away when one of the guards reaches down and opens a hatch on the side of the metal bull. The door swings open. Alexander's about to be thrown inside when Phalaris gives the command to halt. For a moment, Alexander thinks he'll be spared. The cruel ruler walks up to Alexander and pulls a knife from his belt. "Hold his mouth open," the king hisses. The soldiers tilt Alexander's head back and force his jaws apart. Phalaris reaches into his victim's mouth and pulls out his tongue. He uses his knife to cut it off. Alexander chokes on the blood pouring from his mouth. He tries to yell for help, but he feels like he's underwater. He spits at Phalaris, covering him in blood. It's Alexander's last act of defiance before being tortured by the malicious king. Phalaris only smiles as Alexander's blood drips down his face. "Carry on," he says. The soldiers shove Alexander into the opening of the brazen bull and slam the door shut. The first thing he notices is the smell of burnt flesh. Although the brazen bull has only claimed a few victims, the stench of cooked skin is unbearable. Alexander is now trapped within the rancid underbelly of the bull. The door closes behind him, silencing his screams. As he inhales to let out another shout, the putrid smell of burnt flesh fills his nostrils. He throws up all over the inside of the torture chamber. It's pitch black, besides the little bit of light coming through the cracks where the door had swung shut. Alexander prays to every god he can think of, begging for mercy. All he was trying to do was make the city a better place. Now, the evil tyrant that's caused so much pain for its citizens has condemned him to the worst death imaginable. From the outside of the metal bull, Alexander can hear the muffled voices of the soldiers talking to Phalaris. The ruler of Akragas taps on the side of the metal bull and puts his face against its warm exterior. "You will not die fast, and you will not die well, young philosopher. Take the time while you are being cooked alive to think about all the mistakes you've made by speaking out against me." Phalaris steps away from the brazen bull. "Burn him," he says to his soldiers. They begin piling dried sticks and logs underneath the bronze bull. The sounds of Alexander pounding on the inside are little more than dull thuds. Then he hears a sound that signals the beginning of the end of his life. The crackling of the wood as it catches fire echoes through the chamber. He weeps as thoughts of his beloved Lyra race through his head. He left her that very morning with the intention of asking her to be his wife later that day under their favorite fig tree. Now she'll be left wondering what happened to him as his body burns to dust. The heat inside the bull begins to rise. At first, it's just the bottom of the chamber that heats up. Alexander lifts his hands and knees off the metal, alternating between each side of his body. Every time his skin touches the metal, it sizzles. The temperature inside the brazen bull rises higher and higher. Phalaris has gathered his closest advisors and friends to watch the spectacle that will occur as Alexander is roasted alive inside the bull. Paralaus of Athens only just invented this new torture device, so most have yet to see it in action. It was a gift from the now deceased sculptor to the Mad King. Phalaris himself has witnessed what the brazen bull can do and heard the sounds that a screaming victim from within will make, but he wants to show it off to others in his circle, just to be sure that they don't get any ideas of double-crossing him. Alexander can barely tolerate the heat anymore. The fire rages underneath the brazen bull. He can no longer touch any of the sides of the bronze statue without being burnt. He begins to rock back and forth as he howls in agony. The entire bronze statue shifts as Alexander throws his weight against the sides of the bull. His shrieks escape through the series of tubes contained within the statue. His voice is distorted to sound like the snorting and grunting of a real bull. Phalaris claps his hands in glee as smoke begins pouring out of the nostrils of the brazen bull. Before the smoke is released from the statue, it passes through chambers filled with incense to counteract the stench of burning flesh. Alexander wails as he is cooked alive. It could be hours until the heat inside of the statue kills him. As time passes, he can no longer move. The nerve endings in his skin have all been destroyed. His flesh bubbles with third-degree burns. All Alexander can think about is his beloved Lyra. Would she still love him if she saw him like this? Skin and muscle begins to fall off his bones as it's now completely cooked. Alexander lays in the belly of the brazen bull, praying for death when the gods finally answer his pleadings. After much too long, he succumbs to the burns and leaves the mortal realm to join his ancestors in whatever existence comes after this one. After several more hours, the door to the brazen bull is pulled open. The soldiers sweep out the charred remains of the young philosopher and separate the bones from whatever else remains. Phalaris sorts through Alexander's bones, looking for just the right ones. He pulls them out, careful not to burn his fingers. and fastens them together with a piece of string. He ties the bones to his wrist and smiles at his new piece of jewelry. This horrifying story is what victims of the Brazen Bull would have to go through before the torture device killed them. Anyone who was thrown into this torture device did not have a happy ending to their life. This was even true for the man who was once said to have created the Brazen Bull. What we know about the Brazen Bull of ancient times comes mostly from the writings of Greek historians. Diodorus Siculus mentioned it in his Bibliotheca Historica, which tells us about Paralaus of Athens, who invented the Brazen Bull for Phalaris as a way to execute criminals. The Bibliotheca Historica was completed sometime around 36 BCE, which was several hundred years after Phalaris and Paralaus lived. As the story goes, Phalaris the tyrant was amazed and loved the concept of the Brazen Bull, but he had doubts if it would actually work. Being the awful guy that he was, he asked Paralaus to climb inside and shout into the tubes so he could hear what the contraption would sound like when a victim was inside. When Paralaus climbed into the bull, Phalaris slammed the door shut behind him. He did not just want a mock demonstration, he wanted the real thing. He ordered his men to build a fire underneath the Brazen Bull while its inventor was inside. The flames rose, and with them, the temperature inside the bronze bull did as well. Paralaus began to scream at the top of his lungs. He was being cooked alive in the very bronze bull that he had created. Here he was, a great sculptor that had made a magnificent contraption for his king, and now he was going to die. The sculptor slammed his body against the sides of the torture device. The bull rocked back and forth, giving it the illusion of being alive. When Paralaus screamed, the tubes within the bull turned his human shrieks into the sounds of a bull. Phalaris was impressed. He loved his new execution device. Before Paralaus died of being cooked alive, Phalaris opened the hatch to the Brazen Bull and pulled him out. He praised Paralaus on what a good job he had done as the inventor lay on the ground in agony, smoke rising from the melting skin on his body. It's not entirely clear what happened next. Some accounts state that rather than letting the Brazen Bull kill Paralaus, Phalaris brought him to the top of a nearby hill and threw him off it. It seems like an odd choice, as if Phalaris wanted to kill the sculptor, all he had to do was leave him in the bull. But as you can probably tell, Phalaris was a monster and might have had no rational reason for his actions. Regardless of how the Brazen Bull actually came about, or if Phalaris really did kill its inventor, the fact remains that the torture device creates one of the most painful experiences anyone could go through. Being slowly cooked alive comes with all kinds of nasty consequences, even without the fact that you are stuck all alone in a dark chamber while people outside laugh with glee as your screams are turned into the sounds of a bull. This device would be a terrible way to go. The anticipation of what was to come would instantly send the body into a panic. It would become hard to breathe, not because there wasn't enough oxygen in the bull, but because the victim would become hysterical. Once the fire was lit, it would only take a few moments for the bottom of the bull to become too hot to touch. But since there would be nowhere for the victim to go, they would immediately begin burning whatever part of their body was in contact with the metal statue. The inside of the brass bull likely reached somewhere around 600 degrees Fahrenheit, which wouldn't be hot enough to cause someone to burst into flames, but would certainly be hot enough to cook them alive. Like any type of meat that is cooked in an oven, the muscles and cells began to denature, and the body released liquid. If cooked for long enough at a lower temperature, someone's muscles could literally slide off their bones. This is why the Brazen Bull was such a terrible torture method. The victim could remain alive for hours if the fire was controlled. They would be in agony the entire time until their body finally couldn't take it anymore, and they died from extreme dehydration or organ failure. It would be the severe burns and the blistering of the skin and muscles that would cause the most painful part of the Brazen Bull experience. Over time, the Brazen Bull came to be known by other names such as the Bronze Bull, Sicilian Bull, or the Bull of Phalaris. After it fell out of favor with the Greeks, the Brazen Bull was said to be used by the Romans. This was during the turn of the century when Christianity was spreading throughout Europe and the Middle East. The Romans threw Christian dissidents into the Brazen Bull and cooked them alive to make an example of them and show what happened to Christians in a Roman Empire. Both Saint Antipas, who would be invoked to help ease the pain of toothaches, and Saint Eustace, who was a pagan Roman general that converted to Christianity, were executed via the Brazen Bull. Saint Eustace had a family he was forced to separate from for several years as he hid from the Roman authorities, who were after him. He eventually returned home only to be captured and then cooked alive inside the Brazen Bull. The worst part was that the Romans also put Eustace's family into the belly of the bull with him, and they were all roasted together. Ironically, when we go back and look at the writings of ancient Greek historians, there are some stories that state Phalaris himself was roasted alive inside of one of his own Brazen Bulls. Perhaps the people of the city of Akragas had become so fed up with their tyrant ruler that they revolted, removed him from power, and threw him into one of those torture devices. This would have been a fitting end for an evil tyrant who had been so eager to use the Brazen Bull on others. It's time to crack open the torture chamber once again and look at 10 more of the worst punishments ever designed to be worse than death. And we'll start with one that wasn't designed to kill at all, at least not for a while. Number 10. Branding. There are few greater tools in criminal justice than shame. A clever judge or two might have sentenced a drunk driver to stand on a street corner with a sign professing his crime, and who could forget Cersei Lannister being marched around in her infamous shame parade? But what if someone wanted the shame to go on forever? What if a particularly sadistic judge or ruler wanted to make sure that wherever the convicted went, people would know they were a traitor, a thief, or a heretic, and treat them accordingly? That's where a common farm tool comes in handy. Branding has a simple use in most farms to ensure everyone knows who cattle belongs to if it gets loose. A few seconds with a hot iron, some loud mooing, and the farmer's property is secure. But it wasn't limited to that. During the time of slavery, sadistic owners would do the same thing for the same reason, to make sure everyone knew their slave was their property. And in the past, criminals would be given a brand to make sure everyone knew their guilt, and often the specifics of the crime. In the 16th century, those deemed heretics against the Catholic Church were branded with a cross. And in the New World, the torture got more specific. Branding was commonly used in early North American colonies to mark those deemed trouble, and you would literally get a scarlet letter. People convicted of adultery got the letter A, burglars and blasphemers got B, which might lead to some explanation, and those guilty of public drunkenness got the letter D, which seemed rather harsh for a night of partying. With no way to hide the scar, for the rest of your life you'd be marked as a criminal and treated accordingly, which could mean being excluded from polite society, or in some cases it might mean being sought out for a wild night. It's not the only torture you were supposed to survive, and in Europe, they got creative. Number 9. The Spanish Boot. During the Middle Ages, torture was disturbingly common as a way to extract information, but many of the tortures stood the risk of ending the interrogation way too early and sending the truth to the grave with the victim. So how do you keep a victim alive long enough to break them down for information? You torture an area of the body the person can live without, but would really like to keep. A popular choice? The legs, which can take a lot of punishment for a long time, and so some particularly sadistic Spanish torture designers came up with a shoe that's never in fashion. Even the most daring fashionista will want to avoid wearing the Spanish boot. But the Spanish didn't come up with the first prototype. That honor went to the Scots, who designed it out of rawhide. You soak the garment, wrap it around the victim's foot, and then heat it over a fire, causing the rawhide to drastically contract and crush the victim's foot, causing dislocated bones. This was good for inducing pain, but not causing serious damage. The British improved the model with wooden boards, but the Spanish designed a version out of iron, with the ability not just to hurt the victim, but to crush their feet beyond repair. And it turned out that it was a very effective way to get information. First, the victim's lower leg and foot was strapped into the iron boot, then wedges were placed in between the casing and the flesh, and hammered in brutally. With each wedge between the hard iron and the soft flesh, more damage was done to the victim's leg, and they'd become very willing to tell the interrogators whatever they wanted to know. Of course, the torture wasn't necessarily over then either. Torturers would like to force the victims to walk in the boots or pour hot liquid into the casing to increase the pain. The torture was survivable, but in the days it was most commonly used, those who suffered it for an extended period would often die of infection or be permanently disabled from the crushed bones. This next one was probably one of the rarest execution methods of all time. Fortunately. Number 8. The Brazen Bull. The time was ancient Greece, and the city of Acragas in what's now Sicily was ruled by a man named Phalaris, a tyrant known for his love of creative execution methods and showing off his power. He wanted a new star attraction. One of his subjects, Perlaus, took up the task and produced a truly sadistic final act for the unfortunate victim, in the form of a giant metal bull. But this was no ordinary statue. The bronze figurine would serve as a cage, with a door in one side, and the condemned would be locked inside. Then a fire would be lit, and they would be burned alive for the whole court to watch. But this wasn't just a standard burning. Legend says that the bull had an acoustic device inside that would make the scream sound like a bull's cry. It lived up to the demands of the tyrant, but be careful what you wish for. The tyrant Phalaris was impressed, so impressed in fact that he wanted to see it demonstrated right away. But rather than find a petty criminal to execute like he normally did, Phalaris ordered Perlaus placed inside himself and lit the fire. Sure enough, Perlaus began screaming, and Phalaris was satisfied that the system worked, and he had his new favorite designer taken out, still alive, and given a great reward. Wait, no, that would make sense. Instead, he had the guy who just built him his new favorite device thrown off the top of a hill to his death. Not the best retirement plan. and the bull got quite a workout over his reign. Phalaris was big on showmanship, and the device delivered. According to reports of the time, it spewed out impressive plumes of smoke as the condemned burned, and the bones that were left were reportedly made into jewelry by the Mad King, like a normal person would do. It became his favorite form of entertainment until he was overthrown and became the bull's final resident. No prototype of the bull has ever been found, leading some historians to believe it to be a propaganda tale made up by his enemies, but the accounts are so descriptive and graphic that others say it's entirely believable for a Mad King to create such a torture. It was fast and brutal, but to the east, some torturers preferred it slow. Number 7. Ling Chi. A knife is one of the most common methods to execute someone, and it can be as simple as a fast cut to the throat. Brutal and efficient, but efficient was not what the executioners in China around 1,000 years ago had in mind. For those guilty of especially heinous crimes, such as treason, a punishment known as the death of 1,000 cuts awaited them, and it wasn't an exaggeration. For those punished in this way, the goal was to keep them alive indefinitely in agonizing pain as the torturer removed parts of them with a knife. And this punishment had another horrible element to it, because it wasn't just a punishment for the body, it was a punishment for the soul. According to Confucian principles, cutting the body or altering it was a sin against the principles of respect for one's parents. After all, they gave you that body, so by altering the body in this manner, the executioners would keep the condemned from being whole in the afterlife. And this was usually a public affair. The condemned would be tied to a wooden frame in public, and the executioner would go to work. They would cut away the flesh from the body, usually from non-critical areas like the legs first, and the victim would be left to linger, often with onlookers jeering and throwing things at them, and often the victim would be left begging for death. So what brought an end to this torture? How long it went on depended on how bad the crime was and how sadistic the executioner was. Some would rather quickly take pity on the convict and cut their throat after only a day of torture, while others could keep their victims alive for weeks. And as usual, hello, Madame Guillotine, an execution weapon invented for the worst of the worst soon spiraled out of control. It was intended for treason, but soon emperors started using it against anyone they wanted to make an example of. Soon, even the family members of their political enemies could be subjugated to the torture. People started getting horrified, and eventually the practice was outlawed, but not before it became one of the most iconic and disturbing visuals out of Imperial China. It wasn't the only horrible punishment that took it slow. Number 6. Death by boiling. Ah, soup. Is there anything that smells better than a meat broth bubbling away on the stove? What's cooking? Oh my god. That's right, back in the Middle Ages, they were making human soup regularly. Not for consumption, but for punishment. It all started back in England, which introduced the penalty of death by boiling as punishment for murder by poisoning. Why such a cruel punishment for one specific method of murder? Because that was the preferred method of assassinating kings at the time. And King Henry VIII wanted to make sure no one got any ideas. And naturally, once someone got the bright idea for a new torture method, it started spreading. And that meant horrible things for anyone convicted. It was one of the simplest execution methods around. All you needed was a large cauldron and a bunch of rope to keep the condemned from getting free. Oh, and a liquid. Water was the most common, but oil, tar, or tallow burned hotter and faster and created a more dramatic show. The restrained convict would be placed into the cauldron, the liquid would be poured in, and the flame underneath it would be lit as the water slowly started boiling. And this could take a while, and the convict would not die immediately. Remember what they say about frogs in boiling pots? If the bath was water, it would just start like a sauna. If it was a stickier substance, it would get a lot more unpleasant a lot faster. But one way or another, eventually the liquid would get so hot that it would start burning the skin of the condemned, putting them in agonizing pain. Breathing in the boiling steam would start to scald their lungs, and the body would dehydrate quickly. What would eventually kill them? Probably the shock from the damage done to their body, which would make them pass out and drown in the horrible stew. One way or another, it was a gruesome show that likely put spectators off a soup for a while, we hope. This one horrible punishment lasted the test of time, but wound up with a nightmarish legacy. Number 5. The gas chamber. How to execute people has always been a tricky question. Beheading? So messy. Hanging? There's always a chance of failure. Firing squad? You need to get people with good aim. And as technology marched on, some people thought, couldn't we find a cleaner and foolproof way to do this nasty deed? It started in 1803 when an infamous French military commander executed large groups of Haitian prisoners of war by filling the cargo holds when they were being held with sulfur dioxide, poisoning and suffocating them within minutes. The use of poison gas as an execution method had been invented, and it would only grow from there. But is it truly an easier execution method? Not for the condemned. While it's cleaner and has the highest rate of success of any execution method, for the person in the chamber it's horrible. In single-person executions, the condemned is strapped down to a chair in the room as poison gas, usually hydrogen cyanide, is pumped into the room. The condemned can see the gas as it's piped in and is usually told to breathe in as quickly as possible because they'll fall unconscious faster. If they don't, they're likely to have seizures and lose bodily function as the gas wreaks havoc on their body, and it can take several minutes before they finally die. The convulsions can be severe, with one murderer beating his head so hard against a metal bar that it broke the chair. So, why isn't this system used more? The gas chamber has mostly fallen out of favor as an execution method due to how expensive it is, as well as the risk of toxic gas leaking and poisoning the people around the chamber. It's been replaced by another poison method, the lethal injection, which is usually faster and less painful. But the main reason few people want to see the gas chamber make a comeback is because of its association with Nazi Germany, where the tyrants used it to create a mass execution chamber targeting Jews, Roma, and others deemed inferior or enemies of the Nazi regime. Much like the guillotine, once an execution method is used in mass murder, most people overseeing executions would rather stay away from it. Now let's head to the high seas, because who's better at coming up with evil punishments than pirates? Number 4. Marooning. Sometimes the worst thing you can do to someone is leave them to their own devices. Say a pirate's been breaking the rules at sea. Maybe he was caught skimming the top off the treasure, or he had a little too much grog and punched the captain. Arr, he's in for a bad time. After locking him in the brig, the captain eventually takes him out as the ship hits land, leads him off the ship to a desert island, and leaves him there to fend for himself. He's just been marooned, and this punishment often amounted to an extended and painful death sentence depending on where he's been stranded. And more thought was often put into this than expected. The island was little more than a slip of land bobbing in the water with nowhere to get shade, nowhere to get food, and no fresh water in sight. The sun beat down endlessly. The water would just make you more thirsty, and there's little hope of rescue. The captain would often give the mutinous pirate some items, a water jug, some food, and a loaded pistol. What that pistol would be used for was entirely up to the pirate. The situation wasn't entirely hopeless. Another ship could come by, but in most cases the marooned pirate would only last days at most. Of course, this was not always the case. Sometimes the pirates would drop the exiled sailor onto a larger island, one with shelter, inland springs, and coconuts and animals. This often came down to the luck of the draw, whichever island the ship came upon first. In this case, a determined marooned pirate could carve out a hard but sustainable life for themselves, hunting, foraging, and building themselves a shelter. Some could last years there until another ship came upon the island, maybe searching for treasure or goods, or maybe dropping off their own mutineer. And if any other ship picked up that survivor, they would likely have a very determined new recruit with a specific pirate captain he would love to declare war on, which is why many pirate captains did not take that chance. Number 3. Walking the plank. It's probably the most iconic image in media of pirates. Someone crossed the captain, maybe a mutineer or a pirate who failed his mission. Maybe the pirates captured a notorious enemy of theirs. One way or another, it's time to walk the plank. As execution methods go, this one's simple as it comes. The condemned is bound and forced to walk on a wooden plank outside the ship. Why would anyone actually take this walk? Because on the other side, the captain's usually brandishing a sword. There's nowhere to go except take that long walk off a short plank and into the water below. So, should all pirates just learn to swim? Well, it's not that simple, and walking the plank was usually a much more direct form of execution than marooning. For one thing, the captive's arms are bound to keep them from fighting back, and also to keep them from swimming. If they do manage to get their arms loose and not drown immediately, they're still in turbulent ocean water, quite possibly surrounded by sharks and other predatory animals, and there's still the risk of the ship getting moving and running right over them. If all this goes right and the plank walker survives, they're still stranded in the middle of the ocean, bobbing on the waves with no food or fresh water around. So, how often did this actually happen? If you look at the media, you probably think pirates made people walk the plank on a daily basis. It did happen in real life, but it seems to be reserved for extreme situations. The first event was actually a group of mutineers forcing their officers to walk the plank in the 1760s, and slave ships often did it to their captives. It seemed to be the habit of particularly sadistic pirates, but the visual caught on. In reality, pirates would definitely be hesitant to do it for minor offenses. After all, when running a large ship on a long-range course, every crew member matters, and even captives can be put to work. There's always the threat of the plank to keep them in line. But it may not be the most sadistic seafaring punishment. Number 2. Keelhauling. It was maybe the cruelest fate dealt out by sea captains, and surprisingly, it wasn't the pirates who were doing it. Dating back to the time of ancient Greece, it was dealt out by the reputable sea captains. Mutineers, thieves, and pirates were subject to this punishment, which began by tying a line to the sailor's waist. The line was looped below the vessel, and the sailor was then taken and thrown overboard. The sailor would then be dragged below the ship's keel with the massive vessel bearing down on them and pushing them under the water. But this was so much more than just the world's worst case of waterboarding. While not technically a death sentence, there were many ways it could go badly for the sailor. For one thing, if the ship was moving too slowly, it would drown them before they arrived at the other side and were picked out of the water. Moving their head the wrong way at the wrong time could result in the ship's hull crushing their head and killing them instantly. But the worst part was what lurked under the ship's hull. Barnacles, the small sea creatures attached to the bottom of the ship over the years, giving it a jagged texture. This would often cut the back of the unfortunate sailor to shreds, not only causing agonizing pain, but exposing them to a potentially fatal infection. And while it isn't the most famous punishment of the seas, it might be the harshest. The most famous example of this punishment probably came in Mutiny on the Bounty, where the infamous Captain Blight keel-hauls a sailor and causes him to die, which later leads to him being overthrown. However, this was a fictional creation. The only crew members to die on Blight's ship died of natural causes. However, there is ample evidence to suggest that this was a common punishment in the Dutch Navy. Most reports are that it wasn't intended to be a fatal punishment and was considered equivalent to flogging, which indicates that the captains may have overestimated just how hardy the average sailor was. But nothing topped this evil punishment, and it's back to medieval England. Number 1. Hanged, drawn, and quartered. No surprise, there's no greater crime in most societies than high treason, probably because it threatens the safety of those in power, and they have the power to pass laws giving those who consider it something to fear. And in the year 1352, the current monarch passed a law creating a new punishment for those betraying him. One that wasn't just an execution, it was a spectacle designed to destroy the culprit in full view of the entire community, with each part of their execution being worse than the last. Those sentenced to being hung, drawn, and quartered might just beg for death. First, the convicted traitor is tied to a wooden board, which is then tied to the back of a horse. The horse is then ridden through town, dragging the condemned to their final execution place, often as jeering onlookers throw things at them along the route. They're then taken to the gallows and hung, but not in such a way that'll break their neck. They're nearly strangled to the point of death, and then cut down. And that's when the torment truly begins. First, they're castrated, then they're disemboweled, beheaded, and their body is cut into 4 parts. At some point along the way, they die. But don't let that stop the execution party. This used to be reserved for the worst of the worst, but that wasn't always the case. Another variant for this sadistic punishment was simply quartering, and all you needed was a rope and 4 horses. The condemned would have their limbs tied to the 4 horses, with each one attached to a different horse. The horses would then be spooked, often by firing a gun or a firework into the air, and the horses would bolt. As they did, the horses would suddenly and brutally pull the limbs off the condemned, often ripping them clean off. Rather than a formal execution for treason, this was often an informal punishment for horse thieves, not approved of by the legal authorities, if there were any, but they certainly weren't going to interfere. It kind of puts picking up trash for community service duty into perspective. It's a warm, sunny day in August 1944. Hans Eppinger is sitting in his office jotting down some notes in a well-worn book. He pushes his spectacles further up the bridge of his nose, exhales, and puts down his pen. Just a few feet away are a group of emaciated Romani people. They are subjects, his human guinea pigs. Some of them are already close to death, so dehydrated that they're on all fours licking water that was just used to mop the floor. Suddenly, the door to their hut opens. In walks Eppinger. Pointing with his finger, he says, "You, and you. Come with me. They won't be seen again." That was the seawater torture experiment we just talked about, and as you'll see today, it was just one of many infinitely appalling experiments that happened in those camps. Number 5. Thirst. Let's finish that story we just started. Eppinger was an Austrian physicist whose name, among many others, is written in the annals of human depravity. He was employed by the Nazis during the Second World War to conduct odious experiments on human beings at the Dachau concentration camp. Eppinger used mainly Romani people, a nomadic group sometimes referred to as gypsies, a term they don't like. Back in the war, about 90 of them were chosen for the water experiments. These weren't exactly technical. The Nazis wanted to know what would happen if you deprived someone of food and drinking water and they had to survive on seawater. How long would it take to die? What would happen during the passage of death? In the war, this could happen to one of their pilots. We know the answer thanks to a survivor of those camps named Joseph Schoeffing. He watched the experiments with his own eyes, saying later the victims were so desperate they licked the floor and sucked on damp rags. The outcome was the people usually died. Prudence demanded that Schoeffing kept his mouth shut about this. this, with him not even showing sympathy to the victims when any German soldiers were around. He also pretended not to see anything. He later noted that he'd seen another worker in the camp take too much interest in an experiment, and for that, he was sent straight to the gas chamber. The experiment was related to how humans deal with extreme low pressure. Number 4. The Doctor of Death. The low-pressure experiments were conducted by a man often called a monster. This was Sigmund Rascher, an SS Doctor of Death, whose depravity seemed to know no limits. He'd been a pilot in the Luftwaffe, and that made him think about the effect of high altitude on pilots. The problem was, as he wrote in a letter to Nazi SS boss Heinrich Himmler, it wasn't exactly easy to get people to sign up for experiments. He wrote that he'd already tried using monkeys, but that didn't go down too well. He needed humans, he told Himmler, stating that the experiments would likely end their life. No problem, replied Himmler. Humans he got, and during the spring and summer of 1942, he rounded up a bunch of prisoners at Dachau camp. One by one, he told them to enter a pressure chamber. Once they were in, Rascher played around with the pressure, making it so low that it corresponded with being at a very high altitude. He would then quickly change the pressure in an attempt to see what it might be like for a German pilot parachuting from a plane without any oxygen. According to reports, the people used in these experiments were mostly Poles and Russians. Some of them died and some of them survived. When Rascher told Himmler about this, the boss said if they survived, then spare them the gas chamber, just to give them life in prison. Rascher then quickly wrote back reminding Himmler who these people were. Some of those letters survived the war. Here's part of one Rascher wrote to Himmler in April 1942. Only continuous experiments at altitudes higher than 10.5 kilometers resulted in death. These experiments showed that breathing stopped after about 30 minutes, while in 2 cases the electrocardiographically charted action of the heart continued for another 20 minutes. He said after 4 minutes the people started to wiggle and move their head around. A minute later they would cramp up in various parts of their body. Then their breathing would become rapid, and at around 10 minutes they lost consciousness. At around the 30-minute mark, the subjects would only be taking about 3 slow breaths per minute. Death came soon after. He wrote this in May of the same year. After relative recuperation from such a parachute descending test that had taken place, however, before regaining consciousness, some experimental subjects were kept underwater until they died. You can see just how little concern these people had for human life. But it gets even worse. Rascher, likely following the orders of Luftwaffe Chief Surgeon Erich Hipke, experimented on people just to see how cold you could make them. These were called the freezing experiments. They wanted to know what would happen if a German pilot survived his fall from the sky and landed in the freezing cold ocean. How best to warm someone up who had hypothermia. In a world not eclipsed by evil, you couldn't conduct such an experiment on humans. Rascher used people from the Dachau camp, this time putting prisoners in a tank of freezing cold water for up to 3 hours. Others he made stay outside in the cold weather while they were naked. Throughout their ordeal, they were monitored to see the effects of cold on the human body. One experiment was called warming up after freezing to the danger point. In a letter shown at the Nuremberg trials, Himmler gives his approval of the warming up experiments, signing off "Kind greetings, Heil Hitler." The victims were almost frozen to death and then they were warmed up. But we're not talking about being given a blanket and a steaming cup of tea. They were immersed in hot water, sometimes boiling water. This was of course a massive shock to the system, and some people subsequently died. Warming up by water was not a good way to treat people suffering from hypothermia, was the conclusion. So Himmler told Rascher to go and ask fishermen who worked in the cold North Sea what they would do. Himmler reportedly said that a fisherwoman could take her half-frozen husband into bed and revive him in that manner. After that, Romani people were frozen half to death and then placed in between 2 warm Romani women. They had to be naked, of course. The victims were monitored throughout, and if they died, autopsies were performed. You can see the actual reports. They state if a person is immersed in water at 5 degrees Celsius, it can usually be tolerated for an hour. When they raised the temperature to 15, the victim could tolerate the water for 4 to 5 hours. The reports also state that even after the people were taken out of the water, their temperature would continue to drop. They often died soon after, even when revival attempts were made. We now know about such things as rewarming shock and the after-drop effect, and we know you should not warm a hypothermic person up using warm water, but back then the science wasn't up to speed. The reports state that people whose body temperatures were reduced to 25 degrees Celsius and then warmed up to 28 degrees Celsius died. No number was written down as to how many died. One report just said they all died. They usually died anywhere between 53 and 106 minutes of cooling, but then those were the water experiments only. During the trials, 2 people who said they witnessed these experiments said 80 to 90% died. They said they saw only 2 people actually get through the experiment, but noted that they became mental cases as a result. Finally, the same doctor conducted what was called the blood coagulation experiments. Basically, the Nazis wanted to know if you took a pill made from beet and apopectin, would the blood clot after being shot, therefore possibly saving the life of a soldier. Again, in a normal world, you could never conduct this experiment on humans, but the Nazis simply used victims of the camps. They shot them and gave them the drug. What's even worse is sometimes they amputated people's limbs. This was an attempt to try and duplicate a person losing a limb on the battlefield due to a bomb. They made it as real as possible, removing limbs sometimes without giving the victim any kind of anesthetic. After that, they got the blood clotting drug. In his notes, Rascher wrote, "The tests of this medicine showed no failures under most varied circumstances." This got back to Hitler himself, who was impressed with the experiment. As for what happened to the dead, it was later revealed that Rascher had a thing for human skin, using it to make handbags, gloves, slippers, saddles, pants, and other items. He sometimes sold these things to his colleagues, according to the book Medicine, Ethics, and the Third Reich. Since those reports were released to the world, scientists have said that Rascher lied in them, and there were many contradictions and inaccuracies. The Nazis also realized he lied at times. Rascher was arrested in 1944 on the order of Himmler after it was revealed he'd kidnapped 3 children. He was accused of scientific fraud and even murdering his assistant. He ended up being a prisoner himself at Dachau, and then in 1945 he was executed by firing squad. Okay, now for something very short but extremely terrifying. Number 3. Head injury. This account of one single experiment was told by a Holocaust survivor named Martin Small, who wrote that one day he and another prisoner were working at the house of a Nazi doctor named Dr. Wichmann. He said the doctor took off somewhere, so he did some looking around and at one point found himself looking into a locked room by a window outside the house. In his own words, he said, "I placed my hands on the ledge and put my face to the window. I was not prepared for what was inside, and at first sight, I could not find words to interpret what I was looking at. I put my hand to my mouth as if trying to muffle my own outburst. I nearly vomited. 60 years later, I still cannot erase the vivid, terrible image." Okay, so what was he looking at? He described seeing a young boy strapped to a chair. Above him was a mechanized hammer that struck the boy over the head every few seconds. It wasn't hard enough to break the skull, but you can only imagine what it must have felt like after, say, an hour, a day, 2 days, more. The guy said the boy was already driven mad. Not dead, but not there either. He said this same doctor had actually saved him from being killed by another Nazi, so he was surprised he was torturing a little boy in the worst kind of way. "I dropped to my knees in sickness and disgust, and I trembled," he wrote. It's hard to imagine a human doing that to another human, but of course you're about to hear something even worse. Sorry, that's just the way it's gonna be with this show. Number 2. Surgery. Surgery. It's an important thing during a time when many men are being shot to pieces on the battlefield. The best surgeons practice, of course, but who do you practice on besides victims on your own side? The answer for the Nazis was prisoners at the Ravensbrück concentration camp. Without any anesthesia at all, people had their bones removed, their nerves pulled out, their muscles plundered, all in the name of medical experimentation. The Nazis had 2 reasons for this. Firstly, they wanted to know if you remove something, how does it regenerate, if at all? Secondly, they were interested in seeing how transplants worked. They didn't seem to give a damn about making people disabled and putting them through what must have been the worst kind of pain. Just imagine being tied down and having parts of you removed. That happened to a woman 2 times, and she survived to tell the story. Her name was Jadwiga Kaminska, and she said she was a young girl and she was sent into surgery, and they did something to her that led to crippling pain. She didn't exactly know what they did, but said after she was grievously injured and suffered from infections. It's hard to say how many people were mutilated like this, but research shows there was a lot of victims trying to claim compensation after the war. There were photos too, such as the one of a Polish woman named Bogawila Babinska-Drobowska. She had a bit of her leg removed. The National Institutes of Health wrote that in all there were 27,759 known victims, made up of many nationalities, with about twice as many male victims as female victims. The people suffered all manner of injuries and many died. Reports state that some of the victims were called rabbits by the Nazis given the nature of the experiments. Some were cut deeply so it could be seen how quickly infections ensued. Sometimes the Nazis would rub dirt, cloth fibers, wood shavings, and even broken glass into the open wound. This was to accelerate the speed of infection. The victims were then given experimental drugs to see if the infection could be dealt with. The NIH wrote they operated on Barbara Petersik 5 times in 1942 alone, causing left lower limb paralysis. At 16 years of age, she was the youngest of the rabbits. In another account, Nazi Professor Gebhardt used 24 Polish women for an experiment. He wanted to see what would happen if you cut the blood flow off in a limb, and so he just tied something really tight around a part of their limb. The result, of course, was the area became necrotic. Experimental drugs were subsequently administered to the women. Nazi reports that were unearthed said in one experiment 13 people died from gangrene, while 6 others were taken out and shot so they could never tell anyone about what had happened to them. There's data to back all this up, so as unbelievable as it sounds, it happened. There are names and photographs of survivors. Another NIH report stated the surviving victims were permanently disabled both physically and psychologically. 4 of the surviving Polish women, Maria Broel-Plater, Jadwiga Dzido, Władysława Karolewska, and Maria Kuszmerczuk, testified during the doctor's trial and exhibited the scars on their legs. Then there was Dr. Ludwig Stumpfegger. He was partly responsible for bone graft experiments using the tibias of victims. In some cases, the tibia would be harvested and then transplanted to another victim who also had their tibia removed. During those same experiments, they did something called myomectomy. That's removing the skeletal muscle, and as you know, nerves were also taken out. Again, there are names and survivors and photographs. One such person was named Władysława Karolewska. She went through 6 separate surgeries, each involving the removal of bone, muscles, and nerves. nerves. She testified later, describing how people were slaughtered and how she was experimented on. This is what she said happened to her after she passed out from pain. I regained my consciousness in the morning, and then I noticed that my leg was in a cast from the ankle up to the knee, and I felt a very strong pain in this leg and the high temperature. I noticed also that my leg was swollen from the toes up to the groin. The pain was increasing and the temperature too, and the next day I noticed some liquid was flowing from my leg. One day, she and other rabbits stood in line to be executed. A German officer asked her, "Why do you stand so in line as if you were to be executed?" She replied, "The operations are worse for us than executions, and we would prefer to be executed rather than to be operated on again." She explained in her testimony what had happened after the final operation. "I stayed in the hospital 6 months. I was in bed. I could not stretch my legs. I could not move them. I could not walk either." A doctor named Fisher later admitted to taking off entire limbs, saying he was just following orders. He wrote of one limb removal, "I was ordered to go to Ravensbrück and perform the operation of removal on that evening. I asked doctors Gebhardt and Schultz to describe exactly the technique which they wished me to follow." In a sworn affidavit, a Czech doctor named Dr. Zdenka Nedvědová Niedla wrote, "High amputations were performed. For example, even whole arms with shoulder blades or legs were amputated. These operations were performed mostly on insane women who were immediately killed after the operation by a quick injection of Evipan. That's a kind of barbiturate that can kill in high doses." She said 11 people died or were killed during these operations, and she also stated that pain relievers weren't administered to the victims. "We know this because," she wrote, "after operations no one except SS nurses were admitted to the persons operated on. Whole nights they lay without any assistance, and it was not permitted to administer sedatives even against the most intensive post-operational pains." Okay, so this is a really depressing show. But you all know the expression that history is doomed to repeat itself if we don't study it. We need to know the facts. You need to know that the Nazis purposely gave people malaria. They tested mustard gas on prisoners. They gave tetanus to others, and they conducted many awful experiments to see how people could be sterilized. They even poisoned people to the point of death or actual death, and they burned people to see how bomb blasts work out for victims. But even after hearing all that, there's one thing that sticks out. Number 1. Twins. These were called the twin experiments. The Nazis were obsessed with twins, and so they captured about 1,500 sets and imprisoned them at Auschwitz. About 200 of them survived, so that's how we know what happened. They separated them so they could monitor what happened to each twin without them knowing the same was happening to their sibling. Again, they did ad hoc surgeries on them, even trying to change their eye color using dyes. This was mostly the work of doctors Josef Mengele and Karen Magnuson. The latter made it clear how she thought, writing this in 1943. "This war is not just about the preservation of the German people, but it's about the question which races and peoples should live on in the future on European soil. The Jew who enjoys life as a host in our country is our enemy, even if he does not actively engage with weapons in this fight." But why change the eye color, which was very painful, by the way? The reason was just to see if they could. One survivor said Mengele looked at her mother and saw what he said were perfect Aryan features and blue eyes, but her eyes were brown, which didn't impress the doctor. His thoughts? Try and change them. Survivor Jonah Locks said she saw Mengele remove one twin's organs without giving him any anesthetic. Others said he sometimes just killed twins by giving them injections to the heart. Mengele was obsessed with what he might have called pure blood, and so he was obsessed with twins and genetic inheritance. After all, the Nazis wanted to create a super race, partly and wrongly based on Friedrich Nietzsche's concept of the Superman. He even forced people to have sex to see what the child might look like if indeed one was born as a result of the forced encounter. A survivor later said he did this with a male dwarf and a Romani woman. Listen to this from a Jewish doctor who was a prisoner himself but had to work with Mengele. His name was Miklos Niesli. He said he worked on many experiments. Sometimes they just kill twins at the same time just to see if the autopsy revealed they were similar on the inside. He wrote, "In Auschwitz camp, there are several hundred pairs of twins, and their deaths, in turn, present several hundred opportunities." One twin who survived was Eva Moses Kor. She wrote that Mengele tried to make boys into girls and vice versa. In her own words, she said, "He wanted to discover a way to change girls into boys and boys into girls." Many of these details I learned 40 years later, such as the twin teenage boys who had some of their private parts cut off in Mengele's quest to see if he could turn them into girls. She also said that when kids died in the camp, the doctor became very angry, but it wasn't because he was concerned for people's welfare. She wrote, "These deaths meant the loss of valuable guinea pigs for his medical experiments." But perhaps the worst thing, sometimes that sounds like a disgusting horror movie, was his experiment related to sewing people together. Yeah, you heard that right. Joseph Mengele tried to attach twins together in an attempt to make them conjoined. He used Romani children for this. It sounds so outrageous you could understand people thinking it's not true, but again, there's evidence. Although not much in this case. We have at least one piece of evidence, and again, it's from the twin Eva Moses Kor. We'll let her tell you in her own words what she saw. A set of gypsy twins was brought back from Mengele's lab after they were sewn back to back. Mengele had attempted to create a Siamese twin by connecting blood vessels and organs. The twins screamed day and night until gangrene set in, and after 3 days they died. You can only imagine what it would be like for a man sitting in a cold, damp medieval dungeon waiting for the interrogation that is sure to come. His brain races with images of limbs being stretched, of feet being dangled over flames. So when a harmless goat is walked into a cell, he's somewhat taken aback. His interrogators proceed to dip his feet in salty water, after which the grateful goat, not one to turn away from a generous helping of salt water, enthusiastically licks the man's feet. At first it feels quite pleasant, but after a lot of vigorous licking, the feeling becomes unbearable. After an hour, he's ready to tell the interrogators anything they want to know. Did this really work, you might wonder? Could it even lead to serious trauma? All will be answered today. It sounds pretty ridiculous, but tickle torture has been written about throughout the centuries. That goat scene we just described was penned by an Italian jurist and monk named Franciscus Brunus de San Severino. It was part of a list of tortures he mentioned in the 1502 classic Tractatus de Indiciis et Tortura. But did it really happen as he described? That depends if you think that monk had a reason to make things up, or someone was messing with him and told him lies. He also mentioned bloody kinds of tortures in that book, with the tickle torture one of those not supposed to cause the victim too much harm. Nonetheless, as you'll see later, maybe being incessantly tickled could do a fair bit of damage. In fact, some people have talked about the existence of what they called death-inducing tickling. First, let's go back to ancient history. We can find some secondhand accounts of Chinese tickle torture. It was said to be a thing during the Han Dynasty from 206 to 220 AD. It's written about in a book called The A to Z of Punishment and Torture, which explains that Chinese nobility back then used it as a method to interrogate people without leaving any marks. Still, there's not much evidence of it happening in China, so we should look elsewhere for proof. We know it almost certainly happened in Britain, although the tickling was just another part of torture. For centuries all over Britain, when a person committed a misdemeanor crime, the go-to punishment was the stocks. In fact, just about every town and village had some stocks for wrongdoers. You can find them all over the place today, although they don't get used. The stocks were usually in place where lots of people met, like the market or the town square. While in the stocks, if the person had sufficiently annoyed the public, people would approach them and do things, such as cover them in rotten fruit or animal poop, or maybe they'd even hit them with a stick. But what the youngsters back then found quite amusing was going up to the victim and tickling their feet. Since there was no way out, you can only imagine how it would feel if the kids kept on tickling for quite a while. There's actually an article that was written in 1887 called England in Old Times. It described the good old days. One part of it reads, "Gone too are the parish stocks in which offenders against public morality formerly sat prisoned, with their legs held fast beneath a heavy wooden yoke, while sundry small but fiendish boys improved the occasion by deliberately pulling off their shoes and tickling the soles of their defenseless feet." In fact, it seems tickling folks in the stocks was quite common. In 2016, a town councillor in England named David Bretherton made waves when he suggested using the town's stocks again, although not for what you might think. In an interview, he said sometimes what they used to do was take off their shoe and tickle them with a feather. Perhaps for charity, we could do something like that. Get people in the stocks and have others donate money for the time they last while having their feet tickled. So yeah, it was done in the UK, but not for the life of us can we find a reported case of death by tickling. Still, there is no doubt a darker side of tickling. It's reported that in ancient Japan, there was a practice called kuseguri zume. This translates as merciless tickling. Yet again though, there's not much evidence other than one book which describes the act. Still, there's plenty of evidence that suggests tickling could definitely be called merciless. We know this in part because of a guy named Heinz Heger. In 1940, he was sent to the Sachsenhausen concentration camp and was later transferred to Flossenburg concentration camp. In 1945, American troops liberated the camp. Mr. Heger had kept a journal throughout his ordeal, with the last entry titled Amerikaner gekommen. This means Americans came. Those journal notes of his later became a book called The Men with the Pink Triangle. Pink was a reference to his and others' homosexuality. In that book, he describes how Nazi soldiers would torture camp inmates by tickling them. We'll let him describe in his own words what it was like, just to prove to you that being tickled against your will is not very nice at all. This is what he wrote. The first game that the SS sergeant and his men played was to tickle their victim with goose feathers on the soles of his feet, between his legs, in the armpits, and on other parts of his naked body. At first, the prisoner forced himself to keep silent, while his eyes twitched in fear and torment from one SS man to the other. Then he could not restrain himself, and finally he broke out in a high-pitched laughter that very soon turned into a cry of pain, while the tears ran down his face and his body twisted against his chains. When the ordeal was over and the soldiers left the hut, Hager said the victim sobbed for a while. Then there was a book written by a professor in the US named Vernon Wyhe. He investigated many of the terrible things that go on behind closed doors in families. We've all been tickled by an older brother or cousin, and it's just been funny, but at times sometimes people have taken tickling too far. There's a point when tickling is far from friendly. During his research, he discovered that tickling had indeed been a kind of torture in many of his interviewees' lives. It was reported that sometimes when it went for too long, it led to the person losing control of their bladder. Others reported that they couldn't breathe, while he wrote that tickling could also lead to a loss of consciousness. In 2013, German scientists wanted to know why tickling could be very unpleasant. Using MRIs of a brain, they discovered that tickling stimulated the same part of the brain that goes off when a person thinks pain is on the way. When you tickle yourself, your brain knows exactly what's coming, which is the reason you can't tickle yourself like someone else can. Imagine a small insect crawling over you. It tickles and you brush it off. That's a positive thing because some small insects can do nasty things to your body. Your brain receives messages from your nerves, and it's a good thing in evolutionary terms. It's just not good when you have too much of this feeling. It becomes an overload of sensations. In fact, scientists have talked about two types of tickling. One is nysmesis and the other is gargalesis. The former is the light tickling that might make you laugh, and the other is the heavier kind of tickling which might make you hate your older sister for a few minutes. It's this constant heavy tickling that becomes a kind of torture. You only have to imagine what it would feel like if the tickler did it for a long time and you had no option but to take it. But we guess even the light kind of tickling would be terrible if someone had to endure long periods of it. There's a book by a Jesuit priest named Tomasz Wojciechowski. In it, he describes how the communist Polish security forces after World War II used tickling when they interrogated certain people. Part of the text translated from Polish reads, "On the second floor of barrack number 10 through the whole week, 1st through 7th of May 1951, almost constantly, day and night, a laughter of a tickle-tortured woman who begged to stop tormenting her. Apparently even the neighbors complained about the noise." Then there was the story of a hospital attendant named Frank A. Sanders. His story was reported by the New York Times on September 6, 1903. It was said that while this guy worked at the Hudson River State Hospital, he amused himself by tickling the feet of a restrained patient. Still, this is a far cry from death-induced tickling. Does such a thing actually exist? We found a parenting website that said there are documented cases in which unrelenting tickling has resulted in death, but no documented cases were provided by the writer to back it up. Of course, excessive tickling of someone who is already frail would be a very bad idea, but death by tickling alone in a perfectly healthy adult? We doubt it would happen. People have in the past been reported as dying from laughter, but the strain on your body and underlying symptoms no doubt played a part in the deaths. Still, as you guys have seen today, tickling is no laughing matter when it's against our will and goes on for too long. Some people, of course, pay to have that done to themselves, but that's another story. The thief would have screamed if he still could. The huge spike stuck through his entire body was stopping him. His grotesque torture was meant to be as painful as possible and a warning to others. Don't steal. Lesson learned in horrific fashion. That's just one of the twisted punishments we'll be looking at on today's episode of The Infographic Show, Most Brutal Torture Methods of Ancient Egypt. Number 9. Impaling. The Egyptians weren't shy about punishments. They took gruesome to a whole new level. Impaling wasn't just a threat, it was their go-to. And it's as horrifying as it sounds. The condemned got up close and personal with a sharpened stake, sometimes greased if they were lucky. There were two ways someone could be impaled: vertically, hoisted above the stake for a slow, gravity-powered descent, or horizontally, stretched out like they were part of some twisted medieval luau. This was primetime entertainment too. Victims turned into rotisserie chickens for the crowd, with their suffering immortalized in hieroglyphics. Nothing says forever like being a slow roast carved in stone. And if you think that's wild, the pharaohs had even more creative ways to dish out the pain. Number 8. Banishment. There were certain punishments in ancient Egypt that were in a whole different league. Thieves weren't just punished, they were exiled to a nightmarish existence known as rhinocolura. Life in this prison city was brutal. Drinking water was scarce, usually found at the bottom of wells, and contaminated with all sorts of nasty stuff. The condemned were left to their own devices, making a new life for themselves or going back to their old ways. Some survived by catching fish, others weren't interested in that kind of quiet living, so they would torment the other prisoners. But the Egyptians knew exactly what they were doing. Why punish criminals when you could let them destroy each other? Thieves that were sent to rhinocolura were denied ever returning to Egyptian society. But what was stopping them from just hopping the city's walls and making their way home? Well, the Egyptians had thought of that. Before being sent to rhinocolura, the prisoners got a little makeover. Ever heard the phrase, "cut off your nose to spite your face"? Ancient Egypt took that way too literally. Before being shipped off, criminals got their noses sliced clean off. So, if they ever escaped, their missing nose would instantly give them away as a criminal. It helped serve as a permanent reminder of their crimes. Removing someone's vital senses was used as a form of torture repeatedly in ancient Egypt. The removal of noses and ears was also carried out on those who committed adultery, as this wouldn't just inhibit them from hearing or smelling normally, but would also ensure that nobody would find them attractive after such a grotesque punishment. And these weren't the only body parts criminals were relieved of if they were found guilty. Number 7. Hand amputations. The iconic pyramids have become symbols of ancient Egypt, but these tombs were more than just monuments. They were sacred gateways to the afterlife. Inside, the Egyptians would leave food and personal items for the deceased to help them on their journey through the underworld. The richer and more powerful the person, the more lavish the treasures buried with them, making these tombs irresistible targets for robbers. And with such treasures buried deep within the pyramids, tomb raiders, no, not you, Laura, were lured by the promise of riches beyond imagination. Punishment for grave robbery was, well, grave, and it usually was decided by the reigning pharaoh himself. One such punishment was later implemented specifically for those caught grave robbing: hand amputations. It was thought that this would effectively deter anyone from stealing anything out of a tomb, knowing that they'd have to live the rest of their lives without the use of their thieving hands if they were ever caught. Some would-be tomb robbers would also lose the use of another important appendage that is pretty hard to live without. No, not that one. We're talking about their heads. Many of them were beheaded for their crimes. Geez, you guys, get your minds out of the gutter. We're in Egypt, not ancient Rome. Maybe it's time to cool off. Number 6. Drowning. Drowning wasn't just a nasty way to go in ancient Egypt, it was a punishment with a side of poetic justice. Sure, it lacked the craftsmanship of hacking off body parts, but for major criminals or repeat offenders, it was efficient, brutal, and hauntingly symbolic. Egyptian authorities were nothing if not thorough. They wanted those troublemakers gone and forgotten, quick and dirty. The condemned would be bound hand and foot, then shoved into a sealed basket like the world's worst gift package. From there, they were tossed into the Nile or some other watery grave, left to face the creeping, suffocating darkness as the water seeped in. With every panicked gasp, they drifted further from air, hope, and any shot at survival. But this form of execution wasn't just a quick fix. It carried symbolic weight. To Egyptians, water wasn't just life. It was a force of judgment. Drowning was a ticket not just out of society, but out of the afterlife altogether. For those lost souls, the Nile became a watery prison that swallowed them up, leaving no chance for redemption. It wasn't just execution. It was a one-way trip to nowhere. An altogether different form of punishment, but one that was no less torturous, was forced labor. Number 5. Slavery. Slavery was widespread in ancient Egypt. The guilty were sentenced to a life of hard labor and servitude. Some worked on construction projects, others were sent to gold mines in the eastern desert. And as we alluded to previously, imprisonment wasn't really the Egyptian style. Banishment to places like Rhina Kalura or as far as Nubia were a threat. But enslavement was far more commonplace, and of course it came with its own share of torture too. A large number of Egyptian slaves suffered multiple bone fractures, the result of harsh beatings. With the lack of medicine or treatment to reset the bone, the pain endured by slaves was its own form of excruciating torture. It wasn't the only instance of whipping used for punishment and torture during Pharaohic Egypt either. Number 4. Beating of 100 blows. Archaeologists digging up the dusty remains of a commoner cemetery at Amarna stumbled on 5 unlucky skeletons that told a brutal story. These guys weren't just whipped, they were shredded. They were covered in lashes, plus a few bonus stabs in the back for good measure. And for what? Stealing animal hides. That's right, they didn't even take gold or jewels, just some leather scraps. A wall carving nearby laid it all out, explaining that this was the official punishment for hide theft, a crime apparently punishable by ancient overkill. Why 100 blows? Because it's a satisfying number, and after that much thrashing, even torturers were ready for a break. The remorseful thief would be cornered by a gang of guards who would make it clear this wasn't a hug party. They would go in with whips, sticks, and probably a few elbows just for good measure. The thief would be left bruised, bleeding, and with enough holes to give a mummy a complex. By the end, our lucky offender would be rethinking their life choices and feeling like they'd just been through history's worst CrossFit class. Amarna was no tourist hotspot either. Back in its prime, it was Pharaoh Akhenaten's labor mill, a city fueled by grueling, back-breaking work to raise temples and palaces from the ground up. So it's believed these men were enslaved laborers building monuments by day and getting whipped senseless by night. Not exactly a job with perks, but ancient Egypt didn't do anything halfway. Now it's time to turn up the heat. Literally. Number 3. Burning. Another form of brutal punishment that ancient Egyptians liked to hand out: burning. This agonizing and horrific torture method was often used for anyone accused of adultery. It wasn't just punishment, it was a fiery declaration of moral outrage. After grave robbing, cheating on your spouse was seen as one of the worst things a person could commit. It was seen as a rejection of Egyptian moral codes and a slap in the face of society as a whole. So the cheater would be thrown into a pyre and then turned into a human candle. It wasn't just unfaithful lovers who ended up as an ancient Egyptian barbecue. Anyone who was brave enough to defy the pharaoh's rule, rebels, traitors, and dissenters, faced the same fate. The victims were rounded up and turned into human torches, their burning bodies a harsh warning to anyone else thinking of stepping out of line. Nothing says don't mess with the throne quite like a bonfire made of traitors. When Ramses III's reign came to a brutal end thanks to the harem conspiracy, some of the would-be conspirators were punished in a blazing spectacle of vengeance. The non-nobles involved were thrown onto the pyre, a final act of humiliation. In Egyptian belief, this fiery end was a one-way ticket to oblivion, denying them entry into the afterlife. Without a physical body, they couldn't enter the land of the gods. That was a fate that victims of our next punishment had plenty of time to think about. Number 2. Buried alive. We've already established that ancient Egypt's justice system didn't play games. But live burial took punishment to a whole new level. Archaeologists have uncovered tombs specifically designed for live burials. These were cozy little death chambers where criminals could spend the rest of their lives, cut off from the world, and more importantly from any hope of escape. It was a brutal and efficient method of punishment. All they needed was some stones, an empty tomb, and a guilty party. Time took care of the rest. Just imagine the air thinning while silence surrounds you. Every breath is a reminder that you are stuck, like a bad Tinder date you can't leave. Egyptians took eternal rest seriously, and the twist that you'd still be very much awake as the tomb was sealed shut, a horrifying reminder for all. Step out of line and the pharaoh will give you a room with no view. In what might be the most brutal and horrific punishment that we could find, the Egyptians had yet another special treat in store for anyone foolish enough to be caught on repeat offenses. Number 1. Crocodile. As we mentioned earlier, ancient Egyptians placed a lot of weight on the afterlife. Crimes weren't only judged in the mortal world, they would face Anubis's scales of justice after death. The Ib, or heart, was believed to hold every good and bad deed, and would be weighed against a single feather from Maat, the goddess of truth. A heavy heart meant only one thing: a meeting with the jaws of Amit, the terrifying soul-devouring demon with a crocodile's head. But Amit wasn't the only crocodile criminals had to fear. For those bold enough to rack up repeat offenses, Egypt's justice system had punishment so gruesome it made facing Amit seem like a walk by the Nile. Often those caught stealing valuables from other citizens were made to pay a fine and return their ill-gotten gains on their first offense. Then they would have to swear an oath to never steal again. And should they dare to break this oath, then they would be thrown to the crocodiles and literally eaten alive. As some of nature's most dangerous killing machines, the minute the croc's jaws clamped around a victim, the criminal wouldn't even have enough time to regret their actions. The croc would pull them into a death roll, spinning rapidly a full 360 degrees, causing massive bodily trauma and an untimely, painful death. Out of all the brutal methods on the list, which one hits the hardest? Is there even a darker way to go out? Drop your thoughts below, and let's see who can come up with the most intense addition. It's been 2 long, miserable weeks trapped in a coffin-sized box. He barely knows who he is anymore. The darkness is driving him crazy, his muscles are constantly contracting. Then somehow the torturers learn of his greatest fear. They pour cockroaches into his coffin, where for the next few days they crawl all over him. And this, dear viewers, is not a depiction of torture in England circa 1550. This was the CIA not long ago. We'll come back to this fate later, but first let's get a handle on this thing called the Blackout box. It's perhaps one of the most frightening things the Americans have ever come up with as a part of the CIA's enhanced interrogation methods, which just means torture that usually doesn't leave many serious injuries. It sometimes does, but if the victims' bodies aren't broken, their minds almost always are. That's the whole point with enhanced interrogation, to break a person down. Perhaps pulling out someone's teeth will hurt a fair bit, as will the old medieval technique of busting joints or burning feet, but if you can truly break a person's mind, then in some ways you own them. After all, this is enhanced torture. Things have moved on since Guy Fawkes was England's biggest terrorist threat. As we described, the boxes people were kept in acted like a coffin, but not all coffins were the same. Some were big enough so the person could just about kneel in there, but holding that position for any length of time in an enclosed dark space became extremely painful. The CIA called this cramped confinement. So let's just say numerous trips to the waterboarding bench didn't get any results, and no amount of being blindfolded and occasionally receiving a kick or a punch proved to be useless. Locking in someone in a confined space would seem like the right direction to go in. Some people can handle pain, but not many people can endure being forced into a cramped, dark space. Some of the victims of enhanced interrogation were completely innocent. One of them told the New York Times that since his release, he was having nightmares where he's suffocating at the bottom of a well. Another just said, "I'm living this kind of depression. I'm not normal anymore." In this respect, you have to say that such interrogation techniques work in terms of breaking someone. They break them possibly for the rest of their lives, though, and it doesn't really benefit anyone to break someone who has nothing of value to say. The coffin treatment was part of a technique developed by the psychologists who believed that the best way to interrogate someone was to make them helpless. This was part of a theory developed by an American psychologist in the 60s called learned helplessness. The theory went that once you broke a person's will and made them realize they were helpless, they would tell you anything. That is not always a good thing. Take, for instance, the story of Ahmed Erachidi, a restaurateur who was once accused by the US authorities of working for Al-Qaeda. He was later proved innocent of all charges, but first, this man who suffered from bipolar disorder was interrogated at a CIA black site. The interrogations worked. In some ways, they were an outstanding success. Following a complete psychotic breakdown after being left in a cramped confinement, he told the authorities he wasn't just a terrorist, but he was the superior officer to Osama bin Laden. He probably believed this because he also said the world was about to be destroyed by a giant snowball. He'd lost his mind. A snowball-based apocalypse story wasn't much good to his interrogators. To make a person feel helpless takes time. You can't just pull out a fingernail. You need to be relentless, then give the prisoner a break, and then be relentless again. This will gradually cripple the prisoner's psyche. A former resident at Guantanamo Bay said, "I've been suffering from absent-mindedness, amnesia, inability to memorize, depression, helplessness, apathy, loss of interest in the future, slow thinking, and anxiety." This alone should tell you that while such torture techniques are primarily modern, they still deserve a place on the worst tortures in history list. Prolonged exposure to torture may not be as physically painful, but mentally the scars are deep. Let's now come back to the man whose box was filled with cockroaches. His name is Abu Zubaydah, and he's still being held at Guantanamo Bay without charge. He was also the first ever person to be subjected to the CIA detention program after 9/11. At some point in that program, he lost an eye, although a medical issue could have been to blame. We're not exactly sure. This is what former President George W. Bush said after he was detained. "The other day, we hauled in a guy named Abu Zubaydah. He's one of the top operatives plotting and planning death and destruction on the United States. He's not plotting and planning anymore. He's where he belongs." It's since been proved that he had no idea about the 9/11 attacks, and he was never a member of Al-Qaeda, although he was a non-Al-Qaeda related jihadist. Today, we won't focus on his case, but we'll talk about how he was tortured. He wasn't just the first to face this new torture program, but he pretty much underwent the CIA's whole gamut of techniques, many times over. Since then, he's sketched the various methods of torture and, through his lawyers, talked about them. One of the many methods of tortures was called the large confinement box. He was shaved all over and naked and was put inside a box where he was chained on top of a bucket. The bucket served as his toilet. In his own words, he said, "I found myself in total darkness. The only spot I could sit was on top of the bucket, for the place was very tight." He was told before he was placed in the box, what he described as a casket, that this place was going to be his home for quite some time. Turned out the large box wasn't going to be the worst of his problems though, because soon he was going to experience what it was like to be in the small confinement box. He described it like this: "As soon as they locked me up inside the box, I tried my best to sit up, but in vain, for the box was too short. I tried to take a curled position, but to no avail, for it was too tight." He said he was forced to stay in the fetal position because there was no place to move. That made the entire experience very, very uncomfortable. He said, "The very strong pain made me scream unconsciously." It was at some point in this box that the CIA threw in some company, the aforementioned cockroaches. We'll come back to those soon. Regarding the dimensions of the box, the large one was said to be the size of a coffin. He stayed in that for 266 hours. The small box was 21 inches wide, 2.5 feet deep, and 2.5 feet high. He stayed in that for 29 hours. As for how this would feel, well, you could imagine it would be horrific. But the BBC went a step further than merely imagining. One of its reporters tried to experience it for herself after a box was made for her. She said in the video, "I wanted to see how long I could last." It should be mentioned here that she knew this was an experiment and her interrogators were fake. Not knowing if you could be killed would be a different experience entirely, especially after you've already suffered weeks or months of beatings and humiliation. "This is going to be mind over matter. It's just a box," she said in the video. After 2 minutes, she was uncomfortable. After 10 minutes with recorded sounds of a baby crying being played into the box, she was in physical pain and looked as though she'd been made to drink in a Wetherspoons pub with working-class folks, wild and unfamiliar to reporters at the BBC. She lasted about 12 minutes. She said panic set in. "I know what they mean now when they say everything has a breaking point." That was a paltry 12 minutes. Can you imagine how 1 hour would feel? The BBC reporter said that any longer than 12 minutes was unthinkable. U.S. cables have now been made public by the media talking about the Blackout boxes a little, but not so much as said. One of these cables said, "Comments re. Likely psychological impact of the confinement box on the redacted process with AZ." And further comments on the construction in particulars concerning an additional confinement box for use during upcoming interrogation of Abu Zubaydah. Talking about Zubaydah's torture, another cable said, "The interrogators pointed to the small box and said, 'You know what to do.' The subject sat on the floor and scooted himself into the small box at 1000 hours without protest or additional instructions." The document explained that he stayed in the large box and then was put inside the small box. When he was taken out, he was slammed up against a wall, something called walling. At some point, the document states the waterboard bench was pulled into the room. Zubaydah was told again, "You know what to do." After hours of this, he was asked yet again what he knew about the terrorist plot to harm America. The report stated, subject whimpered that he had nothing. From a black site in Thailand, a country very familiar with torture, a U.S. cable said such interrogation techniques could help them reach the stage where we have broken any will or ability of the subject to resist or deny providing us information. It was added that such techniques should be used as a template for future interrogation of high-value captives. It seems the boxes could have been a technique used mostly in those early interrogations because released prisoners have mentioned many of the other tortures but not the confinement boxes. It was written in another document that walling and sleep deprivation were the best enhanced interrogation techniques, with someone writing, "The others, while occasionally useful, were not critical, and some, like nudity, slaps, facial holds, dietary manipulation, and cramped confinement, were completely unnecessary." But there are other reports which include information about how U.S. interrogators used confinement boxes against a Libyan man, who the CIA later handed over to the enemy, the now deceased dictator Muammar Gaddafi. His name was Mohammed Ahmed Mohammed al-Sharoya, and when the CIA had hold of him, they would usually place him in a large coffin box. His hands were handcuffed to the top of the box, and for hours on end, they'd play loud music into it. Another prisoner said he sat there for 3 days on end, urinating and defecating inside. It seems the small box wasn't pulled out too often. The first guy said in the 2 years he was regularly tortured, only once was he subjected to the small box. He was only in there for an hour, but all the time the interrogators prodded him with objects through the holes in the sides. Needless to say, the CIA denied torturing those Libyan folks. Human Rights Watch responded that there were merely allegations, not solid proof. Still, according to one of those men, when he was in the tall box, he said there was just enough light to see what he said looked like bloodstains on the wall. He even drew a picture of the place and the box. As for how it feels to be on the other side of such torture, a former CIA agent come whistleblower filled in the word on that. His name is John Kiriakou. He was asked many years ago by a higher-up if he wanted to take part in enhanced interrogations. When he inquired what that involved, he was told it would mean getting rough with detainees. He said he had a moral and ethical problem with it, to which he was informed that he demonstrated a shocking lack of commitment. He was the only person out of 14 CIA officers who turned down the opportunity to turn up the heat on interrogations. He later said about his brothers in arms, "These officers were friends of mine, people I socialized with. My kids played with their kids, and then, like flipping a switch, these officers could become monsters. I didn't understand how they could turn it on and off like that." As we all now know, people can commit horrendous crimes when told to follow orders. Just following orders is what Nazi officers said when standing accused of forcing people into gas chambers. Still, Kiriakou said the CIA won't hire sociopaths. Such people can't be controlled. But when the officers are told this is somewhat legal, sketchy but legal, they will usually comply. It was Kiriakou that revealed the truth about the cockroaches in Zubaydah's coffin and how he had an irrational fear of the things. Kiriakou said in an interview they put him in a coffin and poured a box of cockroaches in the coffin with him and closed it. They left him in the coffin for 2 weeks and would open it long enough to give him some water and change his diaper, and then they'd close it back up again. After Kiriakou retired from the CIA, a journalist accused him of taking part in this torture. He strenuously denied it, saying he was the only officer who was kind to the detainee. He said it was then that he figured he had to blow the whistle and let the world know that President Bush signed off on torture, and it wasn't just some rogue officers doing it. For exposing torture and various misdeeds, he later went to prison. He said he'd do it again if somehow he had the chance. Not all officers follow orders. We'll finish this on a lighter note, although we don't want to undermine what these people suffered. Nonetheless, this is interesting. An Irish vlogger who says he tests boundaries of what humans can endure said he too would inflict this torture on himself, again in a quite harmless environment though. The man named Dara Ta said he'd shave his hair if he couldn't take an hour in the box. He did well, but he still had to shave his hair off, saying after 13 minutes he felt like he was losing his marbles. And again, we can't state enough how different the experience would be in a friendly environment. Around 100 or so people have actually died during the CIA's torture program, and many more came close to it. As for the ones that got away, many have never quite recovered the marbles they lost in those prisons. Enduring a pretend enhanced interrogation, while scary, could be compared to playing soldiers in the woods rather than fighting with real guns in a war zone. "Hello, darkness, my old friend," thinks the prisoner who hears the bolt on his cell door unlock. It's time to be tortured again, and it's gonna be beyond horrible. But this prisoner doesn't have any cuts or bruises on his body. In fact, after the torture, he's gonna look just fine. Still, what for the country that's detaining him is standard operating procedure is hell on earth for him. One thing's for sure, is he really hates the Rage Against the Machine song, Killing in the Name of. This song was one hit on the CIA Tortures playlist. Other songs on that playlist were Metallica's Enter Sandman and Barney the Purple Dinosaur's I Love You. They were all part of what's called no-touch torture, along with things such as sleep deprivation. Maybe now you're thinking, but I love those songs. You like nothing more than to do a very bad rendition of Killing in the Name of at your local karaoke spot. That might be true, but if you play that song at an extremely loud volume over and over again, it'll become torturous at some point. And that's exactly what the US did to suspected terrorists at some of its human rights violating detention centers in Iraq and Afghanistan. It was no big secret either. Sergeant Mike Hadsell of the US Psychological Operations Company was quite open about how he and others used loud music to torture prisoners. This was done to break the will of prisoners that wouldn't talk, if indeed they had anything to say. Many innocent people ended up hating Metallica. It was explained that the reason heavy metal was often chosen was not because it's generally damn noisy, but also because it might offend the prisoners' cultural and religious beliefs. Basically, they were exposed to sounds that made them think, what on earth is that awful racket? The CIA also used TV programs such as Sesame Street. You heard that right. Big Bird and the Count, after years of entertaining kids, evolved into weapons of torture deemed by activists to be violations of human rights. Hadsell explained some more about how it worked. He said these people haven't heard heavy metal. They can't take it. If you play for 24 hours, your brain and body functions start to slide. Your train of thought slows down and your will is broken. That's when we come in and talk to them. It still seems a bit weird, but apparently it works, even the kids' TV stuff. This is what one US operative told Newsweek. In training, they forced me to listen to Barney I Love You song for 45 minutes. I never want to go through that again. Compared to other kinds of torture, the US has said even though it drives people up the wall and breaks their will, it doesn't have any long-term devastating psychological effects. Still, that's probably best answered by the prisoners. One of those prisoners told Amnesty International that he was kept awake with loud songs for a period of 4 days, even though the very mention of Barney will always elicit a laugh. Can you imagine that short song being repeated at an extreme volume for 4 whole days? He was innocent too. Amnesty said, it's a very difficult line to draw between what constitutes discomfort and what constitutes torture. People have actually undertaken studies on music torture. It's sometimes called futility music because it's supposed to tell the victim that any kind of resistance to the music is totally futile. It's gonna play and play until you break. Just imagine it right now, you trapped in your bathroom with a speaker on the wall, blaring out some strange song you hate, not for an hour, but for days. Torture goes back long before the hellholes in Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib came about. Many years before the US sent alleged terrorists around the bend with Eminem's Real Slim Shady and the Meow Mix theme song, they dabbled in Van Halen. When the U.S. invaded Panama in 1989, its leader Manuel Noriega hid in an embassy. Operatives wanted to get him out without causing too much damage. Outside the embassy, they blasted Van Halen's song Panama, and for days on end also played the Howard Stern show, among other sounds most of us are familiar with. Noriega lasted a month and then handed himself in. You have to ask if it was the music that did it. According to The Guardian, it was. The newspaper wrote that Noriega couldn't handle the sanity-destroying power of mallrat music. The article explained that General Mad Max Thurman ordered the embassy to be surrounded by loudspeakers. There was nowhere to hide. Since it was December and we expect the U.S. troops were in a good mood, the first songs played were all Christmas tunes. Things took a darker turn when Deck the Halls was replaced by Billy Idol's Flesh for Fantasy and Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses. After Black Sabbath's War Pigs kicked in, Noriega was on his last legs, but it was the mall music that broke his will. It doesn't always work though. The people holed up at Waco during the tragic siege were assaulted by torture music from the FBI. They didn't get much classic rock though. Instead, they were pelted with bugle calls and Tibetan chants. They also got some soft rock from Barry Manilow, which admittedly could be deemed a breach of human rights. Cult leader David Koresh hit right back, plugging in some speakers and playing music back at the FBI. He also got his band together and played some tunes. According to one of the hostage rescue team workers, he had his little band in there and all of a sudden he starts playing, and we were 200 plus yards away and we had to yell at each other to hear. And it went on for several hours. It might not have worked in that time, but according to a document written by the FBI, it usually does. That document said it would take 4 days to break someone doing an interrogation, 16 hours with lights and music on, and 4 hours off. The off part is important too, because you want to give the person a sense of relief, only for the dreaded music to start up again. With this in mind, we think there was a missed opportunity in not using Simon and Garfunkel's Sound of Silence. Imagine when the victim or victims hears the words, "Hello darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again." We shouldn't make fun though, seeing as the music in Iraq often came with other nasty punishments. Amnesty said former prisoners told them that methods including prolonged sleep deprivation, beatings, prolonged restraint in painful positions, sometimes combined with exposure to loud music, prolonged hooding, and exposure to bright lights. You can only imagine what it's now like for those former victims when they hear one of the songs that were played in a loop. The question is, can this trigger a kind of panic attack related to post-traumatic stress disorder? If you've read the book A Clockwork Orange, you'll know that the bad boy at the center of the book, named Alex, is tortured with sounds and images. His ordeal makes him later unable to listen to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony without going a bit crazy. Later on, he gets locked in a room with that song playing. Talk about ultra-violence. Back in the 1960s and 70s, the Greek military junta used music torture against activists. Years later, some of those activists told the European Court of Human Rights it was played continuously in high volume or employed in the form of forced singing. Music served as another way through which subjectivity was targeted and traumatized. Just how common it is, we can't say, but it's likely still used around the world today. In fact, bands such as Britain's Massive Attack have teamed up with Rage Against the Machine in trying to stop the military using songs as torture. Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails and Metallica's James Hetfield have also criticized music torture. The latter said this in an interview: "It's the relentlessness of the music. It's completely relentless. If I listened to death metal bands for 12 hours in a row, I'd go insane too. I'd tell you anything you wanted to know." We don't think he was kidding. As for that guy that created the Barney and Friends tunes, Bob Singleton, he said he was surprised that the music he'd made for children ended up breaking the wills of men kept in cages. His exact words were, "A song that was designed to make little children feel safe and loved was somehow going to threaten the mental state of adults and drive them to the emotional breaking point." Okay, but just how bad is it? If you want to know that, you really have to ask someone who's been tortured with children's songs and heavy metal. Thankfully, one former detainee at Guantanamo named Ruhal Ahmed spoke out. What he said might surprise you. He said he could handle being beaten up because with the physical stuff he knew what was coming and how long it would last. It hurt, but it didn't break him. He said you can prepare yourself for that, but you can't when it comes to stuff like music torture. Here are some of his own words. Later on, from the end of 2003, they introduced the music and it became even worse. Before that, you could try and focus on something else. It makes you feel like you're going mad. It's very scary. After a while, you don't hear the lyrics, you only hear heavy banging. Another guy named Binyam Muhammad, who was also detained in Pakistan, said he got both the physical stuff and the mental stuff. They hung him up for hours by his arms, which was very painful. He stayed like this in the dark for a long time when they played songs by Dr. Dre and Eminem. You can only imagine what this would be like if it was mixed with the torture of total silence. It usually comes under the term white torture. In this will-breaking program, victims will usually be locked in a room that is soundproof, so much so that the silence starts to drive them mad. It's made worse by the fact that the cell is all bright white, every bit of it. In some cases, all the prisoner might get to eat is white rice. Their whole world is white, and the guards are careful not to make a noise by wearing padded shoes. Even all the surfaces are really smooth. By doing all this, a prisoner has his senses taken away besides what he can sense from his own body. Human rights activists have said that some people are kept like this for so long that they start to hallucinate and even suffer bouts of psychosis. One former prisoner explained exactly what it was like to Amnesty International. His name is Amir Fakhravar, and this is what Amnesty said he told them. His cells had no windows, and the walls and his clothes were white. His meals consisted of white rice on white plates. To use the toilet, he had to put a white piece of paper under the door. He was forbidden to speak, and the guards reportedly wore shoes that muffled sound. Another prisoner said that you're never able to fully leave the white room after you're released. He said since he got out, he hasn't been able to sleep without medication. He said the sound of a closing door makes him panic. The US stands accused of doing something similar. Basically, in the days of enhanced interrogation at Guantanamo, a prisoner might have his hearing disabled by earmuffs. They're then blindfolded so it's pitch black, and they also put large gloves over his hands and feet so he couldn't feel anything. The prisoners were held in cages where they would eventually lose all sense of time. These people had no idea what was coming next. Maybe a kick in the groin, or perhaps even getting dragged out of that cage and taken to a cell where for days on end they'd have to listen to Count Von Count doing what he does best. It would be funny if it wasn't. Still, according to the US military, what some former prisoners have called the disco is actually torture light. One of those prisoners didn't think so, once saying that given two choices of either losing your sight or losing your mind, you would always choose sight. For him, being in the dark was much better than being made mad with music. But we'll finish this on a lighter note. For the most part, the British public was against the invasion of Iraq, and many people protested about the so-called torture light. Guess what happened when President Bush visited the UK and he got near the crowds? You guessed it, the Barney the Purple Dinosaur theme was blasted out. It should also be said, the British military is no stranger to torture. You said some things that made somebody else mad. No big deal. That's pretty much just an average afternoon on Twitter. But you don't live in the age of Twitter, you live in the 1200s, and the people you made mad are really upset by what you said. So upset that the authorities believe you should never say anything again. Now a man in a leather apron and a black hood approaches you as you sit strapped to a chair, unable to move. He yanks your mouth open and brings a set of red-hot pliers to your mouth. If you've watched the news or read the opinion section of any newspaper, you're probably aware that people are very protective of their free speech. But while in modern America the right to free speech is protected by the First Amendment, other societies throughout history haven't been so lucky. While these days making off-color comments might run you the risk of getting cancelled on Twitter, in less enlightened times crimes such as blasphemy, speaking out against the state, or even just gossiping too much could result in you having your ability to speak permanently cancelled in real life. In other words, we're back with another one of the worst punishments imaginable, and this time we're going to show you all about the history of tongue torture. Lick your lips real quick. Trust us, you'll be grateful for it later. Ritual tongue mutilation has been around seemingly as long as people have had tongues. In Mayan culture, the tongue was a common place to draw blood for use in rituals. Mayan tongue mutilation was usually self-inflicted and practiced by community leaders and other members of the upper class. The ritual involved piercing the tongue and pulling a barbed cord through the resulting hole. This tongue-twistingly painful act might sound like a form of torture, but amazingly this was mostly commonly practiced as a form of minor human sacrifice to commemorate the birth of a child or the completion of a construction project. Yeah, that's right. Instead of cutting the ribbon at the dedication ceremony of a new library or block of apartments, a Mayan town mayor would have sliced his own tongue open. The Code of Hammurabi, which was written in 1754 BCE, making it the earliest known set of written laws, mentions tongue removal as a punishment for a number of crimes. As we mentioned in our episode on scaphism, many ancient justice systems operated on a principle known as lex talionis, or an eye for an eye, and Hammurabi's code is the prime example of that. Among other gruesome punishments, the code stated that under Babylonian law, spies would have their eyes removed, and those who stole another man's slaves would be branded, and doctors who caused their patient undue loss of life or limb would have their hands severed. Basically, Hammurabi's law took let the punishment fit the crime to its logical extreme, and in his defense, it'd be hard to be a repeat offender for theft or surgical malpractice when you don't have any hands to steal things or do surgery with. So, naturally, instances of tongue mutilation mentioned in the code were punishment for crimes that involved speaking. The complete removal of the tongue at the base was called for in cases of perjury, as well as in cases of adopted children publicly rejecting their foster parents. You might be thinking, tongue removal isn't such a bad deal, especially when compared to removal of the hands or eyes. Sure, you wouldn't be able to communicate with anyone without carrying around a stone tablet and chisel, and you wouldn't ever be able to enjoy the taste of your favorite Babylonian-style kebab ever again, but other than that, you'd still be able to live a full life, right? Well, you have to remember that understanding of medicine back then was hardly what it is today. While the Babylonians understood the importance of sterilization to stop the risk of infection during surgery, and their surgical techniques were relatively advanced for the time period, they still hadn't quite nailed the recipe for foolproof antiseptic. Even though you'd survive the initial tongue amputation, there was still a high chance of dying later from an infection. Tough break. The story of tongue mutilation doesn't stop there, because as time went on, it remained a popular form of torture, and torturers only got more creative with the ways they chose to go about it. Torturers throughout history kept the theme of lex talionis going, more often than not preferring to go for the tongue in cases of blasphemy or heresy. Cutting out a prisoner's tongue was the preferred form of lingual mutilation in the Middle Ages, and torturers used a variety of grisly tools to get the job done. The mouth would be held open and the tongue would be clamped in the rough iron grip of a device simply known as the tongue terror, which would then be tightened with a screw to ensure a vice-like hold on the victim's tongue. Sometimes the tongue was merely held in place and stretched out so that it could be severed using a sharp knife. Other times it was used on its own to roughly yank the tongue out of the prisoner's head. Another version of the tongue terror had interlocking zigzag teeth on the clamp, like pinking shears, which would shred the tongue to ribbons as it was being pulled out. Other methods of tongue torture included boring a hole through the organ with a red-hot iron. This method was used on a Quaker man named James Naylor, who, after reenacting parts of Jesus' arrival in Jerusalem on Palm Sunday, was arrested for blasphemy in 1656. Part of Naylor's punishment was not to only have a hole bored through his tongue, but also to be branded with the letter B for, as you can probably guess, blasphemer. Nailing a prisoner's tongue to a table was another practice from around that same time. Now, if you think that sounds a lot worse than the way it was done in the days of Hammurabi and his code, you'd be right. For as little as the Babylonians knew about preventing infection, the people of medieval Europe knew even less, not even bothering to clean their tongue clamps between uses. The risk of infection was extremely high, but if you were lucky, your torturers might kill you themselves, saving you from a long and painful death from infection. While removal of the tongue was the go-to punishment for blasphemy, there were other less fatal forms of tongue torture for crimes that were considered less serious in nature. The scold's bridle, also known as the gossip's bridle or the branks, was a supposedly more softcore form of punishment saved for British women who had committed the unforgivable crimes of cursing, nagging, or gossiping to a degree that members of the community considered riotous or troublesome. It was also sometimes used on suspected witches to stop them from being able to recite spells or curses. The scold's bridle was first recorded as being used for legal punishment in Scotland in 1567. And while it may or may not have ever been legal in England, its use was also recorded there around the same time period. The device was a large metal cage placed around the head with an iron plate attached to the inside that would be forced into the wearer's mouth, sort of like a low-tech version of Saw's infamous reverse bear trap device. The iron plate, known as a curb plate, was spiked and studded on the bottom in a way that would cause minimum pain if the wearer kept their mouth completely still, but it would shred the tongue if the wearer attempted to speak. Once the device was applied, the scold would be paraded around and often beaten in public as both a form of humiliation and an example to other women. To add insult to injury, the outside of the mask was sometimes decorated with features like donkey's ears or pig noses, personalized to fit the exact kind of troublesome woman who was forced to wear it. An eavesdropping busybody might get a scold's bridle made to resemble a rabbit, while a lazy woman might get one that looked like a cow. Who would have guessed that the 16th century was a little backwards in its views on women's free speech? In the English town of Walton-on-Thames, there's still a scold's bridle on display in the vestry of the church. It's dated to 1633 and accompanied by the following inscription: Chester presents Walton with a bridle to curb women's tongues that talk too idle. According to the local story, a man named Chester lost his fortune due to a local woman's gossip, and out of spite, he donated a scold's bridle to the town jail, specifically so it could be used on her. The scold's bridle remained used as a form of official punishment in England until as late as 1856. While it wasn't nearly as common in the New World, African-American scholar and abolitionist Olaudah Equiano described seeing a similar device used in a way to control slaves in 18th century Virginia. Elsewhere, outside of Europe, tongue removal was also used as punishment in parts of Asia, and the practice features in a story about Kana, a medieval astronomer, poet, and folk hero from Bengal. When she presented her research to the king, he was so impressed that he requested her presence in the royal court the following day. Kana's father-in-law, a fellow astronomer by the name of Varahamihira, was so jealous that he ordered his son to sever Kana's tongue. In many versions of the story, Kana's husband refuses to go through with it, and the tongue removal is done by either Varahamihira himself or a hired hand. In others, Kana cuts off her own tongue to save her husband from having to hurt her. Regardless, all versions end with Kana being rendered tongueless. Her story is still told today and has been frequently discussed by feminist thinkers in modern Bengal. In fact, many examples of historical tongue trouble have a gendered element to them. Backtracking a little bit to ancient Greece, stories of women suffering acts of tongue terrorism are a common theme. Philomela, an Athenian priest, was sexually assaulted by her brother-in-law Tereus, who later butchered her tongue when she threatened to name him for his crime. According to legend, however, Philomela still got her revenge, as she was able to embroider Tereus' name into a tapestry that she then gave as a gift to her sister Procne. Procne, realizing her husband was the one responsible for attacking her sister, got revenge by killing her son and serving him to Tereus for dinner. If this story sounds familiar, it might be because it served as inspiration for a plot point in Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus. Another Greek story of tongue mutilation is that of Timika, a Greek soldier's wife in the 6th century BCE who, when captured and faced with interrogation by enemy forces, chewed off her own tongue to ensure she would be unable to give up any information. According to the version of events recounted in Iamblichus's Life of Pythagoras, once Timika had sufficiently mangled her own tongue, she spat it out at her would-be interrogator. While this wasn't an example of tongue mutilation being used as punishment, we still felt we had to give Timika a shout-out, since she sounds like she was tough enough in the face of danger to make Die Hard's John McClane look like Paul Blart Mall Cop in comparison. Fast forward to modern times, and you might think that the days of tongue mutilation as a form of punishment are long gone. Unfortunately, due to tongue mutilation's unparalleled effectiveness at stopping people from talking, the practice has survived in some isolated pockets well into the 20th and 21st centuries. Survivors of Canada's infamously barbaric residential school system, an initiative designed to forcibly assimilate Aboriginal children into Western culture, recount that a common punishment for being caught speaking in their native tongues was to have their tongues pierced with needles and, in extreme cases, shocked with electricity. These punishments happened as late as the 1950s, when the residential school system was finally disbanded. Possibly the most notorious example of modern-day tongue violence is the Colombian necktie, an execution method that was invented by political terrorists during the Colombian Civil War of the 1950s, but made famous worldwide by drug kingpin Pablo Escobar in the 70s and 80s. The name refers to the practice of cutting a large, deep horizontal slit in the victim's throat, then pulling their tongue through the resulting gap, like a flesh blood-stained necktie. It's a horrifying way to go with a gruesome aftermath, making it a highly effective intimidation tactic. Even more recently, in 2007, Iraqi insurgent Mohammed Sulaiman was taken from his house and had his tongue cut off when his superiors caught wind of his plans to defect. Sulaiman was taken to the nearest hospital by his attackers, who told doctors he'd been in an accident. 3 days after returning home, Sulaiman found a package on his doorstep which contained both his severed tongue and a note warning him against ever trying to speak up about insurgent activity again. So next time you're doing anything from voicing your opinions to licking stamps to enjoying your favorite flavor of ice cream, be grateful you weren't around in any of these times and places, because if you were, well, you probably wouldn't have much to say about it. You would have preferred that they just went ahead and broke your bones, or perhaps ran your head under freezing cold water until you thought you were drowning. It would have been much better than the whiteness, that deafening, unrelenting whiteness. For months on end, you saw no colors at all. The cell was white, the walls, the door, and the floor. Your clothes were white, and all day and night they kept a bright white light shining. When they put food through the door, it was always the same dish, white rice on a white plate. Never did you hear any voices except those inside your head. If you wanted to use the bathroom, you had to slip a piece of white paper under the door, then guards wearing padded shoes would shuffle along silently to open the door, and then you could use the white bathroom. After months of this, you started to forget who you were. The voices in your head became real. You couldn't even remember what your parents looked like. Welcome to the world of white torture. What we just described to you is what sometimes is called an enhanced interrogation technique, and in this case what is referred to as extreme sensory deprivation. The person who suffered it is one Amir Fakhravar, a former prisoner in Iran. His crime was being critical of the Iranian regime. As an activist in the late 90s and early 2000s, he said he was imprisoned and interrogated on a number of occasions. He said that he's been beaten to the extent that his bones were broken, but nothing was as brutal as white torture. The good news for him is when he got out after spending 8 months in that white room, he managed to flee Iran and move to the USA. He was lucky. Other former regime critics who have had to stay at the notorious Evin prison in Iran have described how some inmates were tortured to death there. Some prisoners have been executed at Evin, others had parts of them amputated, some have been blinded, and most were kept in what has been called horrific conditions. Let's stick with Iran for a minute and hear what an Iranian journalist named Ebrahim Nabavi had to say about white torture. In 2004, he got on the phone to Human Rights Watch. This is part of the conversation. "Since I left Evin, I've not been able to sleep without sleeping pills. It is terrible. The loneliness never leaves you long after you're free. Every door that's closed on you. This is why we call it white torture. They get what they want without having to hit you. You begin to break, and once you break, they have control, and then you begin to confess." Another former prisoner in one of Iranian's white cells described it like this: "After 3 days, it becomes so difficult. Different people break at different times. We used to talk about when people would break. Some people broke after a few days, some could last much longer. It is absolute silence. After 3 days, I just wanted any words, even if it was swearing, even if it was a harsh interrogation." In a nutshell, that's what white torture is all about: breaking a person. It's when a government, and as you'll see, not only the Iranian government, wants a person to experience hell, and so they tell them what they want to know. It leaves no bruises, no scars, except for the ones of the psychological kind. Has this ever happened to prisoners housed in the USA? According to human rights organizations, the answer is yes. The New York Times in 2019 talked about the CIA's torture program, the enhanced interrogation techniques that have been used at Guantanamo Bay and other black sites, such as a secret prison the CIA had in Thailand. The techniques used included things such as keeping men in stress positions so they couldn't sleep for days, or waterboarding prisoners, or keeping men confined in a small box where they couldn't properly sit. The organization, called European Democratic Lawyers, wrote that interrogatory technicians working at the Guantanamo facility would sometimes take men and cover their eyes and ears. They'd then put thick gloves on the prisoners' hands and tie their feet. This kind of sensory deprivation was called a kind of white torture, but it sounds more like dark torture. Still, the outcome is the same. The prisoner begins to lose his mind. A similar thing went down at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, and the world got to know about this after a series of photos were released. The US Army would at times dress men in boiler suits, tie them, put masks over their mouths, and cover their eyes and ears. The result of the torture would always be a numbing of the prisoner's senses, so much so that they began to mentally unravel. But the British were doing a similar thing a long time before it happened in Iraq. In the 70s, people suspected of being involved with the Irish Republican Army were taken from their homes or off the streets without standing trial. They were then taken to a secret interrogation center and were put through something called the 5 techniques. Those were hooding, wall standing, deprivation of sleep, subjection to noise, and deprivation of food and drink. When the men were in their cells, they were handcuffed and hooded, so they were literally in the dark all the time. To make things worse, the British continuously played a recording of a hissing noise, or what's being called a kind of white noise. The prisoners might at times get kicked in the groin, having not even knowing someone had entered their cell. This created constant stress and the inability to sleep. What was the object of this sensory deprivation? It was to cause the worst kind of depression, crippling anxiety, and after a while hallucinations and even a loss of consciousness. The Brits used it in the Iraq War too, and imported it to the US, Israel, and Brazil. How did countries get away with this? Well, they say it's not strictly torture and more enhanced interrogation, something human rights groups have been criticizing for years. In Venezuela, the authorities have their own unique take on white torture. Underneath a building in the city of Caracas, there's a place called La Tumba, or the tomb in English. There, prisoners are kept in tiny cells that are painted white. They're not allowed any interaction with guards or other prisoners, and they can hear no sounds. All day and night, a bright light shines in their cell, and so after a while, the prisoners have no idea what time it is. Not surprisingly, there are reports of some of them trying to kill themselves. Others might suffer from vomiting, diarrhea, or hallucinations. One mother of an inmate told the media he's buried alive, practically waiting to die. Could you survive white torture? We doubt it. We doubt anyone could get through white torture without succumbing to madness. Human Rights Watch spoke to a former inmate of a place called Prison 59 in Iran. That prisoner had seen the isolation cells and had this to say about them: "I cannot imagine spending one night in those solitary cells without losing my mind." And it's not just about what happens in the white rooms, but what happens once you get out. As one former detainee in Iran said, "I went in as one person and came out another person." It's the Middle Ages and you feel like venting some of your frustrations. In those days, there were no such things as social media pages or YouTube comments boxes. So what a person might have done is take a knife and etched their anger into the side of a wooden building. They might have written something like "Down with the King" or "Satan is my savior," and for that bit of serious vandalism, they would have been in big trouble if it was discovered they were the author of those shocking words. A suitable punishment might have well been coffin torture, and you'll soon see why this was one of the worst punishments ever. Okay, so firstly, we are not talking about premature burial, aka being buried alive. That nasty practice has also been used as a method of execution throughout the ages, but it's not the topic of today's show. We're also not talking about immurement, or what is sometimes called being walled up or walled in. We've been there and done that. Coffin torture at first sight might not look anywhere near as bad as being walled in, but as you shall see, that all depends on how it was done. So let's say you lived in that period called the Middle Ages. That's a pretty long stretch of time, since the period spans from the 5th century to the 15th century. Maybe in, 1456, a man did indeed vandalize a public building with the words that could be said to be a threat to national security or construed as blasphemy. Maybe a public crime should result in a public punishment. This is where coffin torture comes in. In some cases, this might consist of a person being confined to a very small metal or wooden cage, and that cage was then strung up to a structure we sometimes called a gibbet. He also could have just been strung up to a tree. So a person might have been put in something that looked like a bird cage and then strung up in the air. That cage might have also been something much more uncomfortable. Something that looked like a cage fitted around the human body, like a cage suit. That suit was what you might call tight-fitting, and being hugged by metal is rather more painful than being hugged by expensive soft fabric. So let's say you were the person who wrote those terrible messages left for the public to see. In those days, saying that kind of thing would have offended a lot of people. They wouldn't have just said some bad things about you or blocked you from their yard, and there was no doxing back then, so the masses of the town might have turned up to see you hanging in your cage. This is where it can get really bad. You see, the angry mob might have come armed with rocks or even wooden spears, and you would have been target practice. After a few hours of being pelted by rocks and sharp objects, the person in the coffin would either have been seriously injured or even dead. This might not have happened though, and let's say that an order had been issued to the public that they should not throw things at the person. That's because there's another kind of torture called exposure. We can tell you that if you were merely dressed in rags or even left naked, a couple of days hanging in a cage in a European winter would have been brutal, if not deadly. A hot summer wouldn't have been very nice either. Some sources tell us that the person would just be left there to die, notwithstanding the weather. It only takes about 3 days without water to kill a person. The dead man or woman might have been left up there while ravenous birds and insects make a meal out of their corpse. Rats are also pretty good at climbing trees, and there were always plenty of them around in the old days. And by God, we can tell you that blasphemy back in the past was one serious crime, as was stating that you weren't that keen on the king. People's freedom of speech, you might say, was somewhat limited. We can imagine at some point in your life you've written something online that could have gotten you killed a few hundred years ago. As for real-life cases, there is the story of the highwayman named John Whitfield, who it said kept part of the English countryside in a state of terror. His death sentence was being chained up and hung from a gibbet. The St. James Chronicle states that this happened on August 12, 1768, and he was just left there to die. One of the most famous pictures of someone strapped inside of a coffin is that of a Scottish man named William Kidd. He was a pirate hunter, but he was said to be something of a savage himself. The authorities, after a while, said this man was not just a pirate hunter, but a pirate himself. The Parliament of England sentenced him to death in 1701. We should say, though, that he was hanged first and then strung up in a cage just so people could see what happened to wrongdoers. 1701 wasn't the Middle Ages, so we guess the English improved their stance on human rights somewhat. Actually, at the time, gibbeting dead men was a bit of a tourist attraction for people who were visiting London. But the locals complained that it was rather gruesome and the stench of a rotting body was horrible. Imagine today walking over one of those wonderful bridges in London and seeing a putrefying corpse in a cage. Oh, how times have changed. In fact, putting dead bodies on display wrapped up in iron was common all over the world, including in what we now call the USA. The practice happened a few times when the country was still under British rule, although we found one case where this happened to Cuban pirates who were put in cages to rot in New York in 1815. It seems this public display of the dead happened mostly in the 19th and 18th centuries, and the live coffin torture and exposure happened in the centuries before that. Back during the ancient world and the Middle Ages, the ship represented the pinnacle of the military. The ship was a sacred thing, and as time went by, it was those who ruled the waves that became the most powerful nations. But during the Age of Discovery, when ships were discovering new worlds and crossing vast oceans, life was tough for sailors. The Age of Discovery was also an era of mutiny. When an aggrieved crew turned against their captain, all hell could break loose, and there was nowhere to hide. That's why some particularly horrifying punishments were reserved for out-of-control sailors. Welcome to keelhauling. Our viewers have likely seen the movies that depict mutinies on ships or sailors that no longer follow commands. For their transgression, the punishment had to be quite severe, because when you're in the middle of the ocean, you just can't afford to let things slide. On the other hand, if a captain is too stern, this might create a conspiracy to take him out, and that's what we call mutiny. Maybe the most well-known of those was the mutiny on the Bounty. A captain had to be hard but fair, lest he lose the respect of his crew. The most common types of punishment then were not keelhauling, which could be said to be the most severe form. It was most likely that the offending sailor would receive some strokes of the cane, or worse, the whip. He might simply be tied to the mast and left to think about what he'd done. But let's say a sailor had been part of a mutiny, and that mutiny had failed. Or what if the villains of the seas, the pirates, had wanted to come down hard on someone? What was the worst thing they could do? Well, they might be hanged, but it was a particularly painful type of hanging because rather than being dropped, the person would be pulled up while his head was on the noose. He would be run up something called the yardam, which was part of the timber cross-section of the mast from where the sails are set. There was a case of hanging by the yardam in 1860 that happened to the Royal Marine John Dallinger on the HMS Levin. There was also cases where men were thrown overboard, but in one infamous instance of this happening, the men hadn't committed a crime. The crime was against them. It's now known as the Zong Massacre, and 130 slaves were thrown overboard a British ship. And then there's the punishment you might have all heard of from reading books or watching movies about pirates, and that's the ghastly treatment that involved having a man to walk the plank and into the ocean. Despite this being the most recognizable punishment in the era of pirates, it's mostly a thing of fiction. There have been some recorded instances, such as a mutineer in the 18th century confessing that he had made his officers walk the plank while blindfolded, but the details are sketchy on this, and many believe that it never happened. There are some instances that sound true and were reported in the newspapers of the day, but walking the plank was certainly a rare thing to happen. So now we come to keelhauling, which definitely did happen and you might argue was a worse punishment than any of the above. The keel of the ship is like the backbone of the ship. It's the bottom part. When someone is hauled under the keel, this is called keel hauling. That person might have been hauled with ropes from one side of the ship to the other, or even worse, dragged the entire length of the ship from what are called the bow and the stern. As you can imagine, this would be rather unpleasant, to say the least. You might think, well, if the operation was short enough, at least you could hold your breath and make it to the other side. You might then dry yourself off, issue some apologies, and be back to work. That wasn't really the case though, because being bashed up against the ship was a painful affair. There was a good chance bones would be broken or a head injury could mean the person was pulled up dead. It was actually quite an extreme form of punishment because the ships are generally not smooth on the surface of the hull, the part of the ship that floats in the water. These wooden ships' hulls were covered in barnacles, which are those ultra-sharp crustaceans that stick to things. We are sure some of you have experienced slipping on a rock and being cut by these razor-sharp things. Now imagine your body being hauled against them with pressure. The keel-hauled man would be shredded all over his body and he might come out looking like a victim of Freddy Krueger. It was a fate worse than marooning, which is when pirates just left people to die on a deserted island. Jokingly, some pirates called this making someone the governor of an island. Back to keel hauling. Sometimes weight was placed on the man so the people pulling him had more control of the movement of his body. There was an upside and a downside to this. He might have actually missed all those sharp barnacles if he went low enough, but he might also have drowned. This punishment was rare, to say the least, but there have been depictions of it in paintings going back to ancient times and the Middle Ages. There is this picture that was sketched sometime in the 15th or 16th century England. It was discussed in 1880 in British Parliament when one politician asked the Secretary to Admiralty about an instance of keelhauling that had been reported in Italian newspapers. It allegedly happened on the HMS Alexandra, but the Navy denied it had ever happened. There is also a well-known painting that's called The Keelhauling of the Ship's Surgeon of Admiral Jan van Ness. The event happened on a stationary ship in front of many spectators, but it seems the punishment was never supposed to kill the offender, but only act as a warning to others who thought about not towing the line. Pun intended. That expression is a reference from the Navy. Historians have written that keelhauling did happen in the Dutch Navy. They described as we have, saying that the man was lowered on pulleys and ropes into the water and weights were attached to him. He was then pulled back up the other side of the ship. Although it's also written that he might have been given some time to get his breath back, and then it started again. This was apparently much more severe in the winter when the water was freezing cold, and severe injury could happen due to the man hitting his head. It wasn't supposed to be a death sentence, though. In the case of this keelhauling, it was under the command of a 17th century Dutch admiral named Jan Janse van Ness. We just can't find any resource that tells us what the guilty surgeon had done to deserve this wicked treatment. Keelhauling is described in a book called A Relation of Two Several Voyages Made into the East Indies that was published in 1700. Again, it's the Dutch that did it. Here's an excerpt from that book. He that strikes an officer or master of the ship is without hopes of pardon to be thrown into the sea, fastened by a rope, with which he is thrown in on one side of the ship, and drawn up again on the other, and so 3 times together he is drawn round the keel of the ship. In the doing of which, if they should chance not to allow rope enough to let him sink below the keel, the malefactor might have his brains knocked out. It sounds like the lower the man sank, the better his chances were of keeping his head intact and not being sliced by barnacles. There are other cases of keelhauling that were described in the Journal of Dutch Admiral named Maarten Harpenschroen Tromp. In 1639, he described something similar to the above. In the 18th century, a piece of writing by an Englishman said the English don't do it, but the French do. One instance is described when a French sailor went around the ship 5 times. It was published in November of 1869 in a publication called Onward magazine. The person who witnessed this and wrote about it said the sailor had injuries of the most serious nature, or death itself. Try and imagine being arrested for a crime perhaps you either did or didn't commit. You're taken to a room to be interrogated. The experience is overwhelming as good cops and bad cops take their turn in trying to question you. But you keep your cool and just keep uttering the magic words, no comment. But let's go back in time now and imagine when you enter the interrogation room, what you see before you is the most horrendous looking contraption you've seen in your short life. It's a torture chair, or what we might call a cradle of pain, a device used to extract information from you, and perhaps before you take your turn in this ghastly chair, you'll get to see your friend torn apart first. We have called this the Chinese torture chair, but seeing as similar devices were used all over the world, each country had their different take on the chair. Sometimes it was simply called the torture chair, while in Europe during the Middle Ages it was usually referred to as the iron chair. In today's show, we'll try to find examples of various iterations of the chair where it was used and how it was used. But first, let's give you the basics. First of all, this chair, unlike many other torture devices in our punishment shows, wasn't always supposed to torture and then kill a person. Someone could indeed make it out of the chair, although they were likely to be severely injured after their extremely uncomfortable sit-down. The device was often used to scare the hell out of people, so in some ways it was used as a psychological torture as much as a physical torture. An example being, if a group of people were, say, accused of heresy or witchcraft, one person would be tortured in the chair first and the rest of the group were made to watch. After that, the other members would usually admit to anything they were accused of. If the crime was a big one, the result would sometimes be execution. This was hardly a great result, but at least they didn't have to face the cradle of pain. So what did these things look like? Well, it was of course a chair, and it looked like a chair, with legs and arms and a seat and a backrest. It might have been made out of wood, but it could have been made out of iron. This chair wasn't your typical lazy boy recliner though, and would be adorned with spikes, a design straight from the sadist's handbook. There might be as many as 1,500 spikes all over the thing, on the arms, on the seat, on the backrest. Some of the spikes might not immediately puncture the skin, but if the person was tied tighter to the chair during the interrogation, the spikes would pierce flesh and soon the person would be oozing blood all over their body. To make things even worse, sometimes fire or hot coals would be put underneath the chair, and slowly the accused would feel unbearable pain as they were essentially cooked. It seems to have been used until the late 1800s in Europe, and the crimes allegedly committed that might warrant the torture chair might be as bad as murder, but could have been witchcraft or even adultery. Yep, imagine cheating on your spouse and finding yourself strapped to a torture chair. That would surely cut down on adultery in this day and age, although we would think human rights organizations might have something to say about it. The Chinese had a slightly different version of the torture chair with far fewer spikes. Their chair was used from the 1700s to around 1900, and it consisted of mainly 12 large spikes or blades around the device. If they did not comply, their bodies would be fastened tighter to the chair and pain would ensue. Such torture might not kill a person immediately, but let's remember that in those days, infections could not be easily treated. The wounds might eventually lead to death, or if not, at least disablement or some pretty nasty scars. We've seen a picture of one of these chairs because some of them are now in museums, so we'll try to describe one. There are 3 blades on the back, which look like upright swords. The arms are covered with spikes, which are like jagged saw teeth. The seat is also lined with blades and the footrest is lined with blades. Because these are not nails or thin spikes, the accused would have to be pressed down for the blades to penetrate the skin. You can only imagine what this would look like if the person didn't play along and the pressing down was taken to its final conclusion. The guy would be partly chopped, like a decorative piece of fruit. Considering back then you could be flayed alive for defacing a book, you needn't have committed the worst offense to find yourself in the chair. Just so you know, in China today there are still things that are called interrogation chairs, with something called the tiger chair still in use. This is more like a normal chair that the prisoner is tied to, although China has said these things are not used specifically for torture, but rather to keep people fastened down. In 2015, following global criticism, China said it now even pads the chairs. Back to the Middle Ages in Europe, and the spikes on the chair, numbering many, were more like large thorns. If pushed down on them, the injury wouldn't make a person look like a partially chopped potato, but with hundreds of those spikes, much of the body would have been badly damaged. No vital organs would be hit, but there would have been a lot of blood loss once the person was taken out of the chair. At the same time, if the confession didn't come fast enough, a fire would be lit under the iron chair and the roasting would commence. We might ask how many people were actually tortured or killed this way, and one researcher said that the chairs were more likely used to scare people rather than outright execute them. He said although it would bring about a very slow and painful death, it was probably used more symbolically. With this thing in front of you, the chances are that you'd comply with your captor pretty quickly. Unlike the torture device known as the Iron Maiden, it's believed that these chairs were definitely used and not just there to frighten people. One historian and expert in medieval times said this is why such devices existed. There was an idea in the Middle Ages that you were really honest when you were under a lot of punishment, under a lot of strain, that the truth comes out when it starts to hurt. We did manage to find an account of one person who was fully roasted in the iron chair, which was detailed in the book Europe's Inner Demons, the demonization of Christians in the medieval Christendom. This was a Christian who was roasted to death in a chair after he was accused of being a cannibal. He cried out while he was cooking, "What you are doing is indeed to eat men, but we do not eat men, nor do we do anything wicked." That's according to one book anyway. The Latin has been translated differently in other books, but his sentiments were the same. Other examples tell us that in the 17th century the device was sometimes called the witch's chair, because that's where women accused of being witches would no doubt admit they were, even though they were not. The witch hunts were very real, and the horrors inflicted on those women is stomach-churning. Skin being ripped off, rats gnawing at raw flesh, a parade of elephants crushing human bones. These are just some of the brutal methods the Romans used to torture their enemies. And these are some of the less extreme ones we'll be looking at in today's episode of the Infographic Show, the most brutal torture methods of the Roman Empire. Number 13. Flaying. The point of torture, according to the Romans, was to make the process last as long as possible. To them, death wasn't a punishment, but a release from life. And for some accused of a crime, that release could only come after enough suffering had been inflicted. That's why being skinned alive or flaying wasn't just painful, it was slow. A victim would have their hands and feet bound and sometimes doused in boiling water to soften them up. Then an executioner would use a sharp blade to cleave away huge strips of their skin. They'd usually start with the top of the head to inflict the most pain while the victim was still conscious, then working down. Flaying victims often died either from shock, blood loss, hypothermia, or infection, anywhere from a few hours into the process to after a few long, agonizing days. Yikes. We don't know about you guys, but that really made our skin crawl. Poor choice of words. Number 12. Killed by wild animals. As much as the Romans loved their capital punishment, they also loved spectacle, and damnatio ad bestias, or condemnation to beasts, saw the condemned being killed by wild animals and often with an audience. The Romans even had their very own professional animal trainers who made sure that their beasts had a taste for human flesh. They'd encourage aggression in the animals and ready them for hunts and fights in arenas. While lions and other big cats were often used, they weren't the only four-legged torturers in the Roman Empire. Some poor young women in Heliopolis, while under Roman rule, would have their stomachs sliced open so their innards would spill out. They would then have handfuls of barley stuffed into them before being sewn back up. They would be thrown to wild hogs who would tear them apart to get to the barley. Talk about pigging out. Let's keep with the animal theme. Number 11. Crushed by elephants. As the Roman Empire spread, they became inspired by some nations in the Mediterranean to incorporate elephants into their military. And we don't mean just as mounts, we mean for the sheer powers of crush force, TM. In the 1st century CE, following Rome's defeat of the Macedonian king in 168 BCE, 3 military deserters were put to death by elephants stomping on their bodies like grapes in a wine barrel. If the victim was really lucky, the elephant went straight for the head. From the tallest beasts to the smallest critters, even rats were used in torture. Number 10. Cauldron torture. Referred to as either cauldron torture or simply just rat torture, this admittedly ingenious method involved fastening a metal pot or a cauldron with starved rats. The cauldron would then be strapped to the victim's body so that their abdomen was covering the opening. The Romans would then heat the metal container from the outside, either with a candle, hot coals, or pretty much anything they could find. Things would start to get toasty, like a sadistic sauna for the rodents. Panicked, the rats would try to dig their way out through the only soft surface available. And the thing about rats is they can eat through nearly anything, including a human stomach. If you think that's a cruel and unusual form of punishment, well, it is, but it's not as unusual as this one. Number 9. Sewn into a donkey. As it turns out, it wasn't just live animals used in Roman torture. The ancient Romans would occasionally use the carcass of slaughtered donkeys as a punishment method. They would slice the donkey open and remove their entrails. Then a person would be stuffed inside, and the carcass would be sewn back up again. The Romans weren't totally barbaric. They would leave their victim's head outside so they didn't suffocate. Gross as this sounds, it wouldn't kill them, of course, but it would bring a whole other kind of suffering. The donkey corpse would be left out in the sun, with the victim being cooked alive inside it. Vultures would swoop in to peck at the decaying flesh, and as the body decomposed, maggots would start crawling all over the accused while they wished for their death. Funny enough, a lot of Roman tortures revolved around placing their victims in receptacles of some description. Number 8. Nailed inside barrels. Under Emperor Domitian, Christians often got the real short end of the stick, and some were tortured by being nailed inside of barrels. Their bodies would be smeared with milk and honey, while they were forced to eat food riddled with maggots and other parasites. If that wasn't bad enough, they would be sealed inside a wooden barrel. The parasites they'd ingested would then feed on their insides, causing the victim's body to rot inside the confined space, where they would be left for about 2 weeks. Fermented Christian anyone? Number 7. Bee basket. If you thought dead donkeys and barrels were bad, the Romans had another torture method that was akin to placing someone in a jar. Except this bizarre practice saw the accused person put in a large, loose-woven wicker basket. Okay, with you so far. Well, then the ropes were used to hoist that basket into a tree. Okay, I got it. They dropped it sharply, right? Let gravity take care of the rest? Oh no, believe it or not, that basket was held up in the branches wherever an active beehive could be found. The angered bees would naturally feel threatened enough by a basket full of human that they would attack with their stingers until the victim in the basket was stung to death. Ironically, while torture in ancient Rome was meant to last as long as possible, This could have been one of the faster methods, since victims of this torture who happened to be allergic to bee stings would die relatively quickly, albeit not exactly painlessly. Number 6. Sewn inside a leather bag. But what's a Roman to do when there aren't any decaying donkeys or beehives to be found, and all the barrels are already filled with Christians? Well, enter the poena culei, which hilariously translates to penalty of the sack. But no, before you ask, this didn't involve repeated kicks to their nether regions. We'll get to something along those lines in a minute. Poena culei involved the victim being sewn into a basic leather sack, except they wouldn't quite be alone in there. They could have dogs, birds, vipers, even an ape in there with them. And if you thought your roommates were animals, it gets worse. While the startled animals started attacking anything that moved, the whole bundle was then thrown into a nearby river or the sea. The ultimate goal of poena culei wasn't just to let the animals tear an accused person to pieces, but to drown them. Luckily, there was a really easy way to avoid the penalty of the sack, and that was just to make sure you don't kill your parents. This rarer torture method was usually reserved as a punishment for patricide. Number 5. Castration. In the hierarchy of ancient Rome, the higher your status, the more mingling you were allowed to do. Those at the top were allowed to dance with anyone considered to be of a lower social status than them. But if someone else tried to get together with someone who was above them in the social pecking order, the consequences were not pretty. If someone ever broke those boundaries with someone above them on the social ladder, then they would be castrated. That is to say, the gents would lose their gladius, and usually under the watching eyes of a public audience, talk about insult to injury. Although this was a punishment reserved for anyone who mingled with the person who was unwilling, interestingly, Romans were pretty on it when it came to consent. If, for example, a soldier was willing and allowed a citizen to take him to the Colosseum, then the soldier would be the one to receive the punishment in the form of a public disembowelment. Number 4. The pile. In Roman times, even something seemingly as simple as being stabbed could be made into a ludicrous display of excessive violence. Roman executioners would use a specific punishment tool called a pile, which was a wooden pole sharpened at one end. Convicts would have their legs tied to horses or oxen and then be dragged along the ground with this long stake laid between their legs. As the cattle dragged the accused along the ground, the pile would dig into their, well, below the waist. The executioners would stop the convict being dragged long enough to prevent them from being impaled completely. This wasn't quite the mercy it seems. The convict would be untied, still with the pile digging into them, and the pole would be placed upright. Gravity would do the rest, dragging the accused's body downward, slowly pushing the pile deeper into them. It took a long time to die from this. It was days of suffering as the sharpened end of the pile caused excruciating damage to internal organs. And to add even more insult to injury, sometimes the pile would be coated with flammable substances and lit on fire, while the victim slowly died with the sharp stake being skewered right through them. Anyone got a weird craving for kebabs right now? Number 3. Sawing. As if any of these ancient torture methods couldn't get any more like Jigsaw's infamous traps from the Saw franchise, it turns out Roman Emperor Caligula wanted to play a game, too. He sentenced members of his own family to a fate that would make what happened to Dr. Lawrence Gordon seem almost quaint by comparison. While sawing wasn't as much of a commonplace torture method through the Roman Empire, Caligula's family were sawn open across their torsos while the emperor himself watched, with snacks. Apparently, torture stimulated his appetite, so while his family were being chopped up, Caligula was chowing down. Talk about an awkward family dinner. Of course, no video about Roman torture methods would be complete without a penultimate nail in the coffin, or through the hand more accurately. Number 2. Crucifixion. Crucifixion was one of the primary methods the Romans used to kill countless slaves, as well as the Christians they persecuted. You might be forgiven for thinking that every crucifixion was carried out like the supposed killing of Christ. But as with all of the ancient Romans' tortures, they liked to add in a little of the spice of life, variety. Some crucifixions saw the accused tied or nailed to a forked frame instead of a cross. Others involved flogging them continuously until they died. In fact, they only nailed someone to a crossbeam if they hadn't been sentenced to death by flogging. There was no one set method of crucifixion. It tended to vary executioner to executioner. Some liked to hang their accused victims upside down on a post. Others would drive that same post through the convicts' legions. while others just let their victims die a slow death. But if you think being nailed to a cross was as sadistic and bizarre as it gets, well, don't you worry, we saved a terrifying treat just for you. Number 1. The Roman Candle. One of history's most infamously violent, practically psychopathic figures was Emperor Nero, who hated ancient Christians so much that he devised a whole new method of torture just for them: the Roman candle. And these aren't the scented kind your grandparents love having in their living room. Nero made Christian martyrs into torches for his garden parties. Victims would be tied to stakes and covered in flammable liquid, and in a barbaric punishment were set ablaze. Sometimes it didn't matter whether they rebelled against the Roman emperor or not. Nero wanted a light show. In an 1876 painting by artist Heinrich Szymanowski titled Nero's Torches, you can even see a depiction of the practice, showing the moments before some Christian martyrs get torched, literally. The CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, is one of the most secretive groups in the United States federal government. Some call them the company or the agency. They call themselves the nation's first line of defense. However, as much as the CIA is known for counterterrorism or intelligence gathering, it's also been responsible for its fair share of scandals and horrors since the agency's establishment in 1947. From staging coups in foreign countries and targeting political dissidents on American soil, to collaborating with the Nazis and backing war criminals. These are some of the evilest things the CIA has gotten away with it. The CIA has drawn scrutiny since its founding for its repeated meddling in the governments of nations in the global south. One of the most shameful examples is the CIA's involvement in the 1954 Guatemalan coup d'etat that deposed Jacobo Arbenz, the democratically elected president of Guatemala, and installed the military dictatorship of Carlos Castillo. This marked the beginning of a trend that saw a series of authoritarian rulers in Guatemala who gained power with backing from the United States and the CIA. The CIA operation involved a combination of Cold War-era fears of communism and banana-based corporate interests. Arbenz was elected in 1950 in a series of elections across Guatemala. His ties to the communist movement alarmed the American authorities, but Arbenz's actions as president were largely focused on workers' rights and agricultural reform, rather than an attempt to establish a communist state. Still, his agricultural reforms, which transferred the ownership of uncultivated land from larger landowners to poor farmers, drew negative attention from the United Fruit Company, which had a vested interest in maintaining a monopoly on Guatemalan land. The company lost uncultivated land to the agrarian reform laws passed under this new administration and turned to the U.S. government for help. They lobbied the U.S. government and began a public relations campaign to discredit the new Guatemalan government. Between the pressure from the United Fruit Company and the steadily increasing fears of communism due to the tensions of the Cold War, the U.S. government became more and more suspicious of Guatemala. In April 1952, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, the dictator of Nicaragua, told President Truman and his senior staff that if the USA provided him with weapons, he would, quote, clean up Guatemala. Shortly after this meeting, the CIA reached out to an exiled Guatemalan military officer, Carlos Castillo Armas, and provided him with weapons and $225,000 of additional aid so he could plan and carry out a coup. Over the next few weeks, the CIA, the UFC, and Garcia worked together to plan the coup. The CIA also contacted and collaborated with the US-backed dictators Marco Pérez Jiménez of Venezuela and Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic. The CIA's plan included the assassination of 58 Guatemalans and the arrest of many more. In late 1952, the plan was set into motion. A UFC-loaned freighter was refitted and filled with weapons, then sent to Nicaragua. However, this portion of the plan was unsuccessful, and the Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, called it off. But the Guatemalan coup was not yet dead in the water. The CIA continued to pay Castillo Armas on a monthly basis and provide him with the resources needed to maintain a small army. In August 1953, President Eisenhower announced a CIA operation to overthrow President Arbenz, codenamed Operation PB Success. The plan for this operation included recruiting Guatemalan exiles and men from nearby countries, as well as a guide to those who would be assassinated in the event of the coup's success. On June 18, 1954, Armas's forces invaded Guatemala, accompanied by air bombings of Guatemala City and a naval blockade. After an unsuccessful attempt to fight back, Arbenz resigned on June 27th. 10 days later, Armas was president. Castillo Armas proceeded to round up thousands of opposition leaders and arrest them, repeal the Constitution of 1945, and give himself nearly unlimited power. When the jails became too full, he built concentration camps to hold his excess prisoners. When citizens attempted to flee the country, Armas took advice of the CIA head Allen Dulles and detained them. Most of those arrested never had a chance to stand trial, and others were executed, tortured, or simply disappeared. He also outlawed labor unions and all political parties other than his own. The CIA-backed coup in Guatemala set off decades of civil war and unrest in the region that cost countless people their lives. U.S. President Bill Clinton apologized to Guatemala for the atrocities committed by the dictators that the CIA and the U.S. government helped install, but the damage was already done. In 1954, the Guatemalan coup was not the first time that the CIA helped overthrow a democratically elected leader in another country, and it would not be the last. But it was one of the most disastrous. The CIA did not just deliberately interfere in foreign politics, they targeted domestic groups as well. In 1965, President Lyndon Johnson requested that the CIA begin an operation to investigate and target political dissidents in the United States through a collection of projects, including Project Merrimack, which infiltrated domestic anti-war organizations, and Project Resistance, which worked with college administrators, campus security, and local police to identify and target anti-war activists. In 1969, when Nixon came into office, these various projects were consolidated into Operation Chaos. Using a combination of information, electronic eavesdropping, and physical surveillance, the CIA infiltrated and spied on groups that were opposed to the Vietnam War. They also targeted social justice and leftist groups with no connection to the war, including Women's Strike for Peace, Students for a Democratic Society, the Black Panther Party, and the Young Lords. In 1972, the Watergate scandal and the involvement of two former CIA operatives in the break-in drew a great deal of negative attention to the CIA. Nixon fired CIA Director Helms amidst the scandal, and Operation Chaos was no more. In 1974, investigative journalist Seymour Hersh exposed the operation in a New York Times article. The program's revelation resulted in the formation of the Commission on CIA Activities within the United States. One of the most infamous and mysterious CIA projects of all time involves a concerning cocktail of human experimentation, mind control, and psychedelic drugs. That's right, we can't discuss CIA scandals without talking about MKUltra. In the 1940s, the Office of Strategic Services became increasingly interested in the potential use of drugs for interrogation purposes. In 1947, Project Chatter was initiated, and the first tests of LSD on human subjects were conducted. Next came Project Artichoke, which was intended to determine whether drugs could be used to make a person involuntarily attempt an assassination. Some of the drugs given to unknowing CIA agents include morphine, mescaline, and LSD. Then, in the early 1950s, American POWs began to return from the Korean War in a state of apparent brainwashing. Allen Dulles, who should be a familiar name by now, gave a speech on April 10, 1953, in which he expressed grave concern over the battle for men's minds, or as he called it, brain warfare. One of the reasons for this, he said, was because doing non-consensual experiments on men's minds was against core American and human values. But 3 days later, Dulles approved the start of MKUltra. MKUltra encompassed a wide variety of experiments on mind control and behavior modification, and included the use of shock therapy, hypnosis, radiation, and a wide variety of drugs and other chemical compounds. There were, according to the U.S. Supreme Court, 162 different projects indirectly financed by the CIA that fell under the umbrella of MKUltra. Some of the test subjects volunteered, others were coerced into participation, and others were given little to no information on the nature of the experiments that they were participating in. For example, a group of mentally disabled students at a state school were given radioactive oatmeal without their knowledge. Other groups subjected to non-consensual testing included prisoners, sex workers, and cancer patients. In the words of Sidney Gottlieb, the chemist who introduced LSD to the CIA, these were people who could not fight back. In one experiment in Lexington, Kentucky, 7 prisoners were given multiple doses of LSD for 77 days straight. In another experiment, North Korean prisoners were dosed with the depressant drugs, then stimulants, and then exposed to heat and electric shocks. In 1957, former organized crime boss Whitey Bulger was one of the inmates subject to MKUltra testing. He described his experience being allegedly injected with LSD at the behest of the CIA. 8 convicts in a panic and paranoid state, total loss of appetite, hallucinating. The room would change shape, hours of paranoia and feeling violent. We experienced horrible periods of living nightmares and even blood coming out of the walls, guys turning into skeletons in front of me. I saw a camera change into the head of a dog. I felt like I was going insane. The CIA did not just test LSD on inmates and other marginalized people. They often dosed their fellow CIA employees without their knowledge. One of these men was Frank Olson. On Thursday, the 19th of November, 1953, Olson was drugged with what he was told was a potential truth serum, later revealed to be LSD. When he returned home to his wife in Maryland, he told her that he had made a terrible mistake. He expressed misgivings about the work that the agency was doing and about his role in that work. Olson was disoriented and agitated over the next several days and was sent home from work with an escort, claiming that they worried he was a threat to himself and others. At that point, he agreed to submit to psychiatric treatment. Then, at around 2 a.m. on Saturday, November 28, 1953, Olson fell to his death on the sidewalk in front of the Statler Hilton Hotel. He died before medical help could reach the scene. In 2012, Olson's son sued the federal government for the wrongful death of their father. Eric Olson stated, "The evidence shows that our father was killed in their custody. They have lied to us ever since, withholding documents and information and changing their story when convenient." Though the exact nature of Olson's death has been described as an accident and murder by various parties, his death is inextricably linked to MKUltra. The Olsons are not the only family members who can sue over MKUltra. The relatives of other test subjects attempted to file a class action lawsuit against the U.S. government for its role in brainwashing experiments conducted at Montreal's Allen Memorial Institute. Unfortunately for them, the court ruled that the United States government could not be tried in Canada. Another infamous MKUltra project was Operation Midnight Climax. At 225 Chestnut Street, San Francisco, California, Agent George White had a bedroom renovated, decorated with red curtains and framed French artwork, bugging equipment, and a two-way mirror. There, sex workers would lure men into the room who would then be dosed with LSD so that White could observe their behavior. White later described his motives for these experiments in a less than savory way. "I toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, cheat, steal, abuse, and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest?" The MKUltra experiments continued until the spring of 1963, when John Vance, a member of the CIA Inspector General staff, learned about the use of non-voluntary human subjects in the project. The Inspector General insisted on new ethics guidelines for the agency's research and an end to the use of non-consenting subjects. A 1975-76 Senate hearing concluded that the project was a violation of human rights, stating, "The research and development program, and particularly the covert testing programs, resulted in massive abridgments of the rights of American citizens, sometimes with tragic consequences. The deaths of 2 Americans can be attributed to these programs. Other participants in the testing programs may still suffer from the residual effects." The committee continued, saying, "The nature of the tests, their scale, and the fact that they continued for years after the danger of surreptitious administration of LSD to unwitting individuals was known to demonstrate a fundamental disregard for the value of human life. However, a limited number of inquiries could be conducted into MKUltra. See, in 1973, as more attention began to focus on the programs, the director of MKUltra told workers to destroy the MKUltra files. They claimed it was out of concern for participants' privacy and potential embarrassment. But whatever the real motive was, the paper records were largely purged. Though large swaths of it have been uncovered, many of MKUltra's secrets will stay forever buried. In the aftermath of the 9/11 terror attacks, the CIA conducted interrogations at a variety of detention sites known as black sites. In 2014, a report by the Senate Intelligence Committee revealed that the so-called interrogations conducted at these sites consisted of torture so brutal and inhumane that many agency employees suffered emotional breakdowns just from witnessing them. The undertaking was not just inhumane, but poorly planned and cloaked in deceit, often involving blatant lies to Congress, the State Department, and even the White House itself. The executive summary of the report included descriptions of one detention facility, referred to as Cobalt in the report. Conditions at CIA detention sites were poor and were especially bleak early in the program. CIA detainees at the Cobalt detention facility were kept in complete darkness and constantly shackled in isolated cells with loud noise or music, and only a bucket to use for human waste. Lack of heat at the facility likely contributed to the death of a detainee. The chief of interrogations described Cobalt as a dungeon. Another senior CIA officer stated that Cobalt was itself an enhanced interrogation technique. At times, the detainees at Cobalt walked around naked or were shackled with their hands above their heads for extended periods of time. Other times, the detainees at Cobalt were subjected to what was described as a rough takedown, in which approximately 5 CIA officers would scream at the detainee, drag him outside of his cell, cut his clothes off, and secure him with mylar tape. The detainee would then be hooded and dragged up and down a long corridor while being slapped and punched. A U.S. military legal advisor who visited the site in November 2002 observed the treatment of Rida al-Najjar, a former bodyguard of Osama bin Laden and the first detainee at Cobalt. His experience was described in the report. The U.S. military officer also noted that the junior CIA officer designated as warden of the facility has little to no experience with interrogating or handling prisoners. Concerning al-Najjar specifically, the legal advisor indicated that the CIA's interrogation plan included isolation in total darkness, lowering the quality of his food, keeping him at an uncomfortable temperature, cold, playing music 24 hours a day, and keeping him shackled and hooded. In addition, al-Najjar was described as having been left hanging, which involved handcuffing one or both wrists to an overhead bar that would not allow him to lower his arms for 22 hours each day for 2 consecutive days in order to, quote, break his resistance. It was also noted that al-Najjar was wearing a diaper and had no access to toilet facilities. According to the CIA Inspector General, the detention and interrogation of Rida al-Najjar became the model for handling other detainees at detention site Cobalt. The report also detailed the treatment of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, referred to by the abbreviation KSM. According to CIA records, interrogators began using the CIA's enhanced interrogation techniques at detention site Cobalt a few minutes after the questioning of KSM began. It stated KSM was subjected to facial and abdominal slaps, the facial grab, stress positions, standing sleep deprivation with his hands at or above head level, nudity, and water dousing. In addition, the chief of interrogations at Cobalt also ordered the rectal rehydration of KSM without determination of medical need, a procedure that the chief of interrogations would later characterize as illustrative of the interrogator's total control over the detainee. The conditions at these detention sites seemed uniquely horrible, even by federal prison standards. According to an anonymous CIA officer quoted in the report, Federal Bureau of Prison staff who visited detention site Cobalt were wowed because they have never been in a facility where individuals are so sensory deprived, i.e. constant white noise, no talking, everyone in the dark, with the guards wearing a light on their head when they collected and escorted a detainee to an interrogation cell, detainees constantly being shackled to the wall or the floor, and the starkness of each cell, concrete and bars. There's nothing like this in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Some agency employees were horrified by what they witnessed, and one agency employee wrote at the time that several on the team were profoundly affected, some to the point of tears and choking up. Others were less impacted, such as an interrogator whose email was obtained by the Senate committee. The email described the enhanced interrogation of KSM, saying, "He did vomit a couple of times during the waterboard with some beans and rice. It's been 10 hours since he ate, so this is surprising and disturbing. We plan to only feed Ensure for a while now. I'm heading back for another waterboard session." Speaking of waterboarding, the committee study included a CIA photograph of a waterboard at detention site Cobalt, including the device itself, buckets, a bottle of unknown pink solution, and a watering can. This contrasts with the fact that there was no confirmed waterboarding at the site. In a meeting between the committee staff and CIA officials in the summer of 2013, the officials were unable to explain the photograph or what the waterboard was doing at a facility that supposedly had no waterboarding on site. This was the only case where the facts in the official agency report did not appear to line up. In 2007, in a closed-door session with the Senate panel, then CIA Director Hayden testified, "In the history of the program, we've had 97 detainees." This was incorrect. According to the report, the number was actually 119. 2 years after the session, a subordinate reported that Hayden instructed them to keep the detainee number at 98. In a briefing for senior aides to President Obama, he wrote to himself in an email describing his orders to pick whatever date I needed to make that happen, but the number is 98. The report includes additional cases in which the CIA officials allegedly hid facts about the program. In 2003, Vice President Dick Cheney's lawyer, David Addington, asked whether the CIA had videotaped interrogations of Abu Zubaydah. CIA General Counsel Scott Mueller told agency colleagues that he had said that tapes were not being made. However, the CIA had, in fact, recorded dozens of their interrogation sessions. These tapes were destroyed in 2005, prompting an investigation by the Justice Department. A 21-hour section of the recordings, which did include the waterboarding of Abu Zubaydah, had gone missing years prior when John Helgerson, the then CIA Inspector General, and his office attempted to review them. The Senate report also scrutinized and called into question the notion that the interrogation program produced any intelligence helping to thwart or capture al-Qaeda operatives that could not have been attained through other means. For example, the CIA credited the interrogation program for aiding in the capture of Hambaldi, a senior member of the militant group Jama'a Islamiyah. They claimed the information that had led to his capture was acquired during the interrogation of KSM. However, according to findings by the Senate committee, no information from KSM played a role in this capture. His capture was achieved via signals intelligence, Thai authorities' investigations, and a CIA source. The CIA objected to the claims made in the Senate report, but the over 500 pages of evidence compiled within are pretty hard to dispute. Whether it could be justified or not for its role in the war on terror, torture of prisoners, and the deliberate obfuscation of the truth about that torture did take place. Going back to September 11, 1973, a coup overthrew the Marxist president of Chile, Salvador Allende. In his place, the dictator Augusto Pinochet assumed power and began an era of horrific human rights violations in the country. The CIA may not have directly funded this coup, but it did support the overthrow of Allende, and the agency has since tried to cover up its knowledge of the coup before it occurred. Though the precise extent of the agency's involvement is somewhat obscured, thanks to the censorship of official documents, the agency has acknowledged ties to members of the Chilean military who plotted the coup. In September 2000, a special report on its operations in Chile to the House Intelligence Committee, the CIA stated that at the time of the coup, it was aware of coup plotting by the military and had ongoing intelligence collection relationships with some plotters. And because the CIA did not discourage the takeover and had sought to instigate a coup in 1970, probably appeared to condone it. Once Pinochet assumed power, he behaved similarly to previous South American dictators installed with CIA backing. He outlawed opposing political parties, shut down universities, and began to detain and disappear political opponents by the thousands. Joe Eldridge, an American human rights advocate who was in Chile at the time with the United Methodist Church, described the aftermath of the coup. People were disappearing right and left from my neighborhood. Friends of mine were disappearing, and I was afraid I was going to disappear. The morgue was filled. Bodies were floating down the Mapocho River. In 1974, Seymour Hersh of the New York Times exposed the CIA ties to the coup, writing about the $8 million campaign against Allende that the agency funded from 1970 to 1973. One particularly notable CIA project was the funding of El Mercurio, a Santiago area newspaper strongly opposed to Allende. The CIA gave the paper at least $1.5 million in funding, endorsing its anti-Allende bent. Although this was not the first time the CIA and the US government had interfered in another nation's government or backed a coup directly or indirectly. The 1973 coup attracted a unique amount of attention. Pinochet's government was so blatant, so violent, and was enacting that violence at such a socially volatile time that it attracted unprecedented attention. The US was, in the words of Peter Kornblue of the Chile Documentation Project at the National Security Archive, caught red-handed. As World War II was drawing to an end, the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency and the Office of Strategic Services, the organization that would eventually become the CIA, began Operation Paperclip. The operation's goals were to find and take German weaponry and other technological advancements for United States use. The weaponry alone was not enough, and the operation soon expanded to include the German scientists themselves, whom the authorities would recruit and bring to the US. They wanted to keep the German research out of Soviet hands by any means necessary. President Harry Truman signed off on the operation, but was concerned about the agency recruiting scientists with Nazi ties. The JIOA and OSS got around this by destroying or hiding evidence of war crimes from the records of these scientists, even those with explicit ties to the Nazi regime. In her book, Operation Paperclip, the secret intelligence program that brought Nazi scientists to America, writer Annie Jacobsen detailed the more insidious side of this operation and the cover-ups involved. One prominent example from Jacobsen's book is Werner von Braun, who was brought to the United States as a part of Operation Paperclip and became an instrumental figure in the United States space program and the early days of NASA. Contrary to what the OSS, JIOA, and the Pentagon would obfuscate, von Braun was a Nazi and a member of the SS as well. He even handpicked slave labor for the facility where his rockets were built in Germany, collecting workers from the Buchenwald concentration camp. Another scientist brought over as part of Operation Paperclip was Dr. Theodor Benzinger, who invented the ear thermometer and worked with the US military. He also worked closely with Heinrich Himmler during the war, worked in concentration camps, and was on the original list of Nuremberg war crimes trials. He died in 1999, and his New York Times obituary remembered him only as an ally of the US military, whitewashing any of his war crimes. Another example was Otto Ambros, a German chemist who was convicted of war crimes but still granted admission into the US via Operation Paperclip-affiliated projects. In the 1950s, Allen Dulles, head of the CIA, recruited former Nazis as intelligence assets in the Cold War fight against the Soviet Union. He believed in the potential use of, his words, moderate Nazis for this purpose. He recruited many of these men himself and even shielded them from accusations of involvement with Nazi war crimes. Some historians, such as Erich Lichtblau, author of The Nazis Next Door: How America Became a Safe Haven for Hitler's Men, have blamed Dulles for protecting General Karl Wolff from facing war crimes charges at Nuremberg. Wolff was Himmler's ex-chief of staff and had met extensively with Dulles for negotiations before his tenure as the first director of the CIA. In the 1970s, several hearings on Operation Paperclip in the U.S. House of Representatives reached the conclusion that the American military leaders had made morally bankrupt decisions for the sake of national security. In 1979, the Justice Department founded the Office of Special Investigations, intended to find and prosecute Nazi war criminals in the U.S. However, the OSI never brought any of the scientists involved in Operation Paperclip to trial. There are few eras in modern American history with as much controversy attached as the Vietnam War. The first televised American war, Vietnam saw horrors and atrocities that many Americans could scarcely comprehend. One of these horrors was the CIA's Phoenix program, a program designed as a collaboration between the American, Australian, and South Vietnamese militaries that was, in the CIA's own words, a set of programs that sought to attack and destroy the political infrastructure of the Viet Cong. The program involved the collection of intelligence and the capture, interrogation, and killing of VC members. Rather than focusing on military operatives, the program focused on local police and local government militia. As journalist Douglas Valentine put it, central to Phoenix is the fact that it targeted civilians, not soldiers. The program conducted random searches and arrests of civilians. Those arrested were detained at interrogation centers, where officers practiced cruel methods of interrogation. Peter De Silva, the CIA station chief in Saigon, aimed to emulate the Viet Cong's brutality, and the methods employed in the program were undeniably severe. According to Valentine, interrogation techniques included physical assault, involving various forms of violence such as beatings with objects, electric shock, and simulated drowning, suspension, where a prisoner's arms were restrained behind them and they were hung from a ceiling hook before being subjected to further abuse, and the deployment of police dogs to intimidate and harm prisoners. The Phoenix program also carried out targeted assassinations of suspected Viet Cong members. Lieutenant Vincent Okamoto, an intelligence liaison officer for the Phoenix program in 1968, recounted the experience of seeking out targets. The problem was, how do you find the people on the blacklist? It's not like you had their address and telephone number. The normal procedure would be to go into a village and just grab someone and say, "Where's Nguyen so-and-so?" Half the time the people were afraid and they would not say anything. Then a Phoenix team would take the informant, put a sandbag over his head, poke out 2 holes so he could see, put common wire around his neck like a long leash, and walk him through the village and say, "When we go by Nguyen's house, scratch your head." Then that night Phoenix would come back, knock on the door and say, "April Fool's, mother effer." Whoever answered the door would get wasted. As far as they were concerned, whoever answered was a communist, including family members. Sometimes they'd come back to camp with ears to prove that they had killed people. Between 1968 and 1972, The Phoenix program neutralized, imprisoned, converted, or killed 81,740 suspected VC members. At least 26,000 of these were killed, though Seymour Hersh wrote that South Vietnamese official statistics indicated a death count closer to 41,000. According to investigative journalist Nick Turse, it was common for people to abuse the Phoenix program. For example, Vietnamese citizens would report their enemies as VC in order to have them killed. The program was officially shut down in 1972 following negative publicity, public outcry, and congressional hearings. From torture and cover-ups to meddling in international politics, collaborating with war criminals, and spying on U.S. citizens who committed no crime, the CIA has crossed the line dozens of times over the years. The worst part is that many of their operations are still classified, meaning that the CIA could have done much worse things, and we'd never know. From tearing out people's eyes to making fathers eat their dear sons, from being stretched on the rack to having your arms pulled from their sockets, here is how torture has evolved over the years. Buckle in, this is gonna be brutal. In the 1980s, a group of archaeologists came across something in the ground that excited them but also gave them a bit of a shock. What they saw pointed to something they'd long suspected. That was, some of the first people to switch from hunting and gathering to farming were indubitably sometimes very nasty to each other. These folks were into torture. For a very long time, various intellectuals had talked about the so-called noble savage. These early societies, they said, were mostly peaceful. They said people only got violent later on when they became corrupted by civilization, by early capitalism. These people didn't believe what the British philosopher Thomas Hobbes once said about the state of human nature. That was that people were always at war with each other. That the natural state of things was pretty damn ruthless. Hobbes was famous for saying life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. This was not the kind of thing many people wanted to hear. They preferred the noble savage point of view, that humans are essentially nice and it's the systems they live in that make them cruel and warlike. But what the archaeologists found seemed to suggest that some people in those early days of civilization were not kind in the least. In fact, they were rotten to the core. These people had traveled from what is modern-day Turkey to Central Europe. We now call them Neolithic people, folks who started farming and appreciating modern things such as decorating their pots. They also liked a bit of extreme violence every now and again. We know that because archaeologists found mass graves in both Germany and Austria. The bodies numbered at around 100. But what was strange was that families hadn't been buried together, which was usually the way things happened back then. These folks had just been dumped, it seems, without any kind of ceremony. There had been a massacre. But it was the torture they'd gone through before they died that really shocked the scientists. Adults, male and female, and quite a few kids had their skulls bashed in. But before that final blow, it seems someone had broken their shins. We don't know why, but the archaeologists believe that whoever had killed them had wanted them to suffer as much as possible. We're talking about literally breaking people, whole families. Sure, there's a chance that this is not how things had gone down. Perhaps, said some of the scientists, the families had been smashed up after death. Maybe so, their ghosts couldn't go after their killers. But it remains certain that they had been killed in a very brutal fashion. This is about as far back as torture goes, at least what we know about anyway. After this time of shin breaking, torture really took off, and as you'll see today, it was often very extreme. If you're wondering what actually defines torture, we can look at what the United Nations says about it. It says that torture is any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person for such purposes as obtaining from him or a third person information or a confession, punishing him for an act he or a third person has committed or is suspected of having committed. That is pretty vague. You could say being forced to watch a Justin Bieber concert over and over and over and over again is a kind of torture. Ancient folks didn't have that kind of power at their fingertips though, so they had to make do with old school types of torture. We know that torture during interrogations was a thing in the Achaemenid Empire, sometimes called the First Persian Empire. This was founded by Cyrus the Great in 550 BC. From Persia, they spread out to the Balkans and Eastern Europe. They were an advanced civilization for the time, but they also had a taste for blood. Alexander the Great discovered this when he pretty much overran their entire empire. King Cyrus was admired by those ancient Greeks, and he was even known for his endorsement of human rights. But that didn't mean he was against torturing people. He would likely have embraced the saying, if you want to make an omelet, you have to break a few eggs. Or should we say, heads. One of the stories says about him that his wife was peeved one day with one of the palace eunuchs. These were the castrated guards in the palace. She told Cyrus that this man needed to be punished. In fact, she said he had to be killed 3 times. We don't know what got her so riled up, but we do know what happened to that poor eunuch. According to the tale, she ordered that he have his eyes pulled out. This happened, but he was then left for a while to get better. Once he was feeling better, although blind as a bat, she had his skin flayed. She then allowed him once more to be nursed back to some semblance of health. Only then did she allow him his 3rd and final death, a death by crucifixion, which is torture in itself. This kind of torture actually had a name. It was called the triple death. It didn't always go the same way as what happened to the ill-starred eunuch, but the goal was always the same: make someone feel as much pain as was possible before they died. Then there was the story told by the great Greek philosopher and historian Plutarch. In his book, Life of Artaxerxes, he wrote that Cyrus the Younger had fought with his brother Artaxerxes II so he could become the one sitting on the throne. This kind of thing was not uncommon back then. There was a battle and Cyrus the Younger was killed. A young Persian soldier named Mithridates ran back to the palace and told everyone that he had dealt the killer blow. But it turned out he hadn't. He had just thought that he had. Cyrus's mom, Parysatis, heard about this Mithridates character, and let's just say she came down pretty hard on the guy. There are a few stories about what happened to him, but they all involve extreme torture. One story says he was first strung up on a wheel and left in the sun for 10 days. Then they pulled his eyes out, and the pièce de résistance was someone pouring molten gold into his ears. The other story says she ordered that he die by way of scaphism. This consisted of the victim being tied up between boats and then being force-fed milk and honey for quite a while. And in the end, the guy would be eaten inside out by all the bugs that went to feast on his poop and his vomit. This is why scaphism has made our top 10 list of worst ways to die. So when it comes to torture, the Persians were quite a remarkable bunch of people. So far we talked about their physical torture, but some of them were renowned for mental torture. One story involved King Astyages. This guy was the top dog in the Median Empire until his grandson Cyrus the Great took his throne. Before that happened, King Astyages was perhaps a bit paranoid. He had good reason to be that way though, so we'll not criticize him too much for that. One night he had a dream that his baby grandson would one day defeat him and take the throne. As you know, that actually happened. After he had the dream, he told a general named Harpagus to kill the infant child. Harpagus just couldn't do it, so he gave the kid to a shepherd and lied about killing him. It wasn't until a decade later that Astyages found out he'd been cheated by his usually trustworthy general. He was less than pleased, and he wanted to punish Harpagus in the worst way possible, so as anyone would do, he slit the throat of Harpagus' son. He then chopped him up and cooked his flesh on a spit roast at a banquet. Not known for his tolerance, Astyages then invited Harpagus to join the banquet and taste some of the delicious meat he'd gotten from the local butcher. As Harpagus was filling his stomach and enjoying a few glasses of wine, Astyages whispered in the ear of one of his servants and told him to bring out the head of the boy and place it on the table in front of Harpagus. You can only imagine the shock this caused, especially when Astyages said to Harpagus, "Do you know what beast's meat you have eaten?" Inside, Harpagus wanted to stick his knife down his boss's throat, but of course, if he showed even the slightest bit of anger, he'd soon be dead himself. He collected his thoughts and told the king, "I know, and all that the king does is pleasing." He said the dish was so good that he liked to take a doggy bag home with him. When he got home, he buried what was left of his son behind the house. So these Persian folks might have been good at building roads and inventing postal systems, but when it came to torture, they weren't very progressive. And at the end of the day, the underlings usually took the blame for everything. The leaders didn't have any scruples about fully embracing inequality. One time, King Artaxerxes II's mom killed his own wife. You'd think that he would have taken his anger out on his mom, but that kind of thing didn't usually happen. Instead, he had all of her servants executed. It was a slow and horrible death for each of them, consisting of someone slowly crushing their heads with large stones. Despite the threat of violence, people still broke the law from time to time. Often that would consist of laying in wait on a road and jumping out when someone with valuables was passing by. Understandably, the rich folks hated this, so they invented some very brutal punishments for thieves. One punishment consisted of finding 2 trees that were quite close together. Once they had the right trees, the soldiers would pull them toward each other with all their might. They then tied ropes to each tree and tied the hands of the prisoner to each rope. Once the prisoner was in place, they let the trees spring back to their natural positions, and the prisoner was torn in two, or at least his limbs would have been separated from his body. They'd be left like that so anyone thinking about stealing could see what would happen to them if they were caught. There were also more insane tortures. One time a Persian judge was flayed alive for accepting a bribe, and his skin was made into the fabric of a chair. His son was then made the judge, and he had to sit on that chair every day. This was mental torture. Other times, Persian bosses threw people into hot ashes. In one documented case, a queen was upset, and she ordered 12 noble women to be buried alive. No reason was given as to why she did this. According to the ancient Greek historian Herodotus, Amistris, the wife of King Xerxes the Great, ordered 14 children of noble women to be buried alive. But guess what the reason was? Herodotus said it was just because she wanted to show gratitude to her god for giving her a long life. It's hard to imagine what the parents of the kids thought about that, but you can be sure they didn't air their grievances. So torture wasn't always performed to get a confession from someone. It was also used to make an example of someone by administering a slow death, be it either a physical or mental one. It was all about someone flexing their muscle, letting people know who was in charge. Now let's move on from the Persians. The ancient Greeks did it too, but usually only against foreigners and slaves. In fact, in Athenian law, it was stated that if someone should confess, then it had to be a confession wrought through torture. The Greek legislators actually said that doing it this way was the most democratic. Yep, that is indeed insane. And those ancient Greeks weren't exactly stupid either. In one text it states, "You jurors consider torture the most accurate of all proofs in both private and public cases. And when slaves and free persons are both available, and you need to discover some fact under investigation, you do not use the testimony of the free persons, but you subject the slaves to torture." The writer said that this is the best and most democratic way to do things, since some free people sometimes lie in court. He added, "No one subjected to torture has ever been proven to speak untruthfully." Well, we think that this guy was way off target with that remark. It's hard to imagine such a wonderful and groundbreaking civilization not understanding that torture might not be the best way to get someone to tell you the truth. People will generally say anything when facing extreme torture, which makes a confession highly unreliable. Just like the Persians, the free Greeks with all the power thought that they were better than slaves or foreigners. They would laugh you out of court if you could go back in time and tell them they were not superior to those people. The Romans were the same in this regard. Foreigners and outsiders were deemed much less civilized. They were called savages, so when Nero used to tie people to poles and cover them in a flammable substance so he could light them all up and have a big Roman candle show, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. If you tortured someone else's slave for what you considered a transgression, you might have had to pay the owner of the slave some money if you accidentally killed or disabled him. The injured party got nothing, of course. The issue was between the free people only. The slaves had absolutely no power in such situations. In the year AD 61, a slave killed his Roman master. Guess what happened as a punishment? 400 slaves were killed. This was because the Romans wanted to make a statement. It was overkill, but slaves were really deemed inferior people. Whipping, branding, and beating slaves was not just legal, but expected if the slave did not perform his duty. The Romans sometimes made slaves fight wild beasts in the arena, or sometimes tied them in a bag with a dog, a rooster, or a monkey, and then threw that bag into a body of water. These were death sentences, but were also supposed to be a kind of torture, as was crucifixion. In ancient China, they sawed people in half. They flayed their flesh. They sometimes just chopped off their feet or flayed their faces. These things too were supposed to be torture, not just a death penalty. Being executed fast was seen as merciful back then. And if the authorities or the ruler wanted to get some information from the condemned, then a slow, painful death could always prove to be useful, or so they thought. Such was the case with the Chinese Ling Chi, or slow slicing in English. The condemned person had a choice: give a full confession and receive a death blow, or don't talk and receive many, many painful cuts. The Chinese introduced this around the year 900, but they were still doing it in the 20th century. Let's now focus on something that was a renowned form of torture in parts of Europe during the Middle Ages. This one we are sure you all know: the rack. This was a torture machine which used rollers, ropes, and pulleys to basically stretch someone. When used during an interrogation, the person might have been stretched to the point of breaking, when their limbs were pulled from their joints. As you can imagine, it was a very, very painful way to go. The rack was actually around in ancient Greece and Rome, but we've already talked about those guys. So let's choose another destination. We'll pick Great Britain, where on every November 5th people celebrate by building bonfires and throwing an effigy on the fire. That effigy represents the body of a man named Guy Fawkes. It seems pretty sick that the Brits would stand around a raging fire, kids and adults eating toffee apples, pies, and mushy peas, having a jolly old time while celebrating the execution of a guy that had his stomach pulled out and his limbs removed. They even watched fireworks called Catherine wheels, based on the breaking wheel where people were bludgeoned to death. This might be why the Brits sometimes have quite the dark sense of humor. Kids in elementary schools even used to sing songs about dying of the plague. A ring of roses, pocket full of posies, a tissue, we all fall down. That's pretty sick for a kid's song. Anyway, Guy Fawkes, he was part of a conspiracy to blow up Parliament, the place now known for its politicians' cocaine use and Brexit. But back when Fawkes was around in the 16th century, politicians weren't quite so dodgy. They did, however, not take it lightly when they discovered the plot to blow them to smithereens. They tortured Fawkes and told him to give them the names of his co-conspirators. At first, Fawkes was so tough that even King James remarked about his impressive resolution. The king then ordered that Fawkes be taken to the dreaded Tower of London, where legally he was to be tortured. The king said that they should go easy on him at the start, but if he didn't speak, then they should get bloody serious. Fawkes held out through the first day of torture, but on the second day it proved too much for him. Little by little he spilled the beans. We don't know for sure if the rack was used in this case, but most historians believe it was, because his handwriting for his confession looked as though it had been written by a man who'd been through the ringer. Things weren't about to get any better either. The men were given a pretty rough sentence. Firstly, they were to be hanged, but in a way where they could still live for a few minutes. Then their genitals were to be removed with a sharp knife and burned in front of them. Then came the removal of their bowels and hearts. Lastly, their heads would be removed and their bodies cut into quarters. So, this too was a kind of torture. It was supposed to be harrowing, not just for the victim but also for the people watching. These spectacles of utter brutality were supposed to send a message. The rack itself had been around in Britain since the 15th century. It was seen as a very useful device when it was used to get traitors, conspirators, or even heretics to give up other people or at least admit they'd done something wrong. It wasn't used in the extreme sense very often, and it's believed that the very sight of the thing would get people talking. Before they heard their limbs pop, they usually spilled every last bean. This wasn't the case with a brave woman named Anne Askew. She was a preacher and she supported Martin Luther. He's known for kicking off the Protestant Reformation. Cut a long story short, Askew did a lot of preaching. She went around talking to folks about Protestantism, and this got her arrested a bunch of times. In 1546, just a year before King Henry VIII's death, she ended up in the Tower of London. Her interrogators asked her who had also been preaching the word of Protestantism, but she refused to give them any names. Women weren't often tortured in those days, but she got the full Monty, the restraints, and the rack. We know what went down because she took some notes. She wrote, "Then Master Rich and one of the council charged me, upon my obedience, to show them unto if I knew any man or woman of my sect. My answer was that I knew none. They said they unto me that the king was informed that I could name, if I would, a great number of my sect. I answered that the king was as well deceived in that behalf, as dissembled within other matters." She was subsequently taken down to the dungeon. There, Sir Anthony Kingston told the jailer to put her on the rack. He believed that as soon as her body touched it, she would start talking. But that's not what happened, so he ordered the jailer to stretch her. The Lord Chancellor was also there. The jailer didn't want to do it. The sight of her grimacing and the quiet howls that issued from her lips was just too much for him. He was then reminded that if he didn't turn the wheel, the king would find out, and he'd probably end up facing a serious sentence himself. Just before they really started to stretch her, they asked her if she was with child. She replied, "Ye shall not need despair for that, but do your wills upon me." Translated into modern language, that means, don't worry about that, get on with it, do your worst. She later wrote, "They then put me on the rack, because I confess no ladies or gentlewomen to be of my opinion. And thereon they kept me a long time, and because I lay still and did not cry, my Lord Chancellor and Master Rich took pains to rack me with their own hands, till I was nigh dead." One guy who saw what happened next later wrote about it, saying, "Her bones were almost plucked asunder. Her screams could be heard in the next building, where a woman was sitting with her child. It was an awful thing to hear. They then asked her again who she was working with. She said nothing. She later wrote, "My Lord God gave me the grace to persevere, and will do, I hope, to the very end." The king later found out about what had gone down and was apparently not too pleased that this woman had been tortured like that. She was so beat up after her stretching that she had to be carried away on a chair. Still, As you probably know, King Henry VIII wasn't exactly anti-execution. On the day when she was to be burned at the stake, she still couldn't walk and had to be taken to the scaffold on a chair. It was later written, when she was brought onto the stake, she was tied by the middle with a chain that held up her body. When all things were prepared, the king's letters of pardon were brought, whereby to offer her safeguard of her life if she would recant, which she would neither receive, neither yet vouchsafe once to look upon. As was often the case in these matters, the executioner tried to make death fast by putting gunpowder around her neck. He then lit the fire, and soon there was an unholy conflagration about her body. Witnesses remarked that she didn't scream until the flames started searing the flesh from her chest. You might now be wondering, did anyone actually die on the rack in Britain? The answer is yes. It happened to one guy named Nicholas Owen. Testament to how unhinged and insane humanity can be at times, he wasn't put on the rack because of his devotion to Protestantism, but because he was a devout Catholic. He was actually a really good stonemason and carpenter, and he used his skills to make hiding places for priests. These were called priest holes. We're sure you might have seen one in a movie or on TV, when a person of a various religion was to hide in a box or a little secret room for whenever the king's men came looking. As someone who was good at making these secret rooms, Owen became a wanted man, especially when rumors got around that he helped a guy escape from prison. Owens was eventually caught and charged with the crime of building those priest holes. At the time, Secretary of State Robert Cecil said, "It is incredible how great was the joy caused by his arrest, knowing the great skill of Owen in constructing hiding places and the innumerable quantity of dark holes which he had schemed for hiding priests all through England." They thought Owen had been hiding folks for years, so with a little help from the rack, they believed they could get him to tell them where all the priests were. They took him to the Tower of London and introduced him to a rack that had been created by a famous priest hunter named Richard Topcliffe. Thing was, Owen was in really bad shape. He was partially disabled after falling from a horse, and he also had a great big hernia, so no sooner than the rackmaster started turning the wheel, Owen's intestines looked as though they were about to explode out of his stomach. Not one to show much sympathy, the rackmaster just grabbed a heavy chunk of iron plating and put that on Owen's stomach. When he was stretched a little more, the hernia bulged out and was sliced by the plate, which didn't end things very well. Owen was soon dead. He was later made into a martyr because if he had squealed about the location of his priests, scores of people would likely have been executed. Around that same time, there was another kind of device that worked in a similar way. This was the strappado. This machine had been called a kind of reverse hanging. That's because men had their hands tied behind their back and then they were pulled up by a rope attached to their wrists. The pain must have been excruciating, especially because the torture almost always dislocated the shoulder joints. It's said that a person could have lifelong injuries from being pulled up like that. So this was just as bad as the rack, if not worse. As you probably know though, being pulled up by your hands when they're tied behind your back doesn't always have to involve a large device. Sometimes people were just hung up by hooks. The Nazis sometimes did this at their concentration camps. During the Vietnam War, some American soldiers were treated to this punishment while they were spending time in a North Vietnamese prison. Something similar might have happened to Senator John McCain when he was captured and tortured during the war. Decades later, CIA operatives did almost the exact same thing when they were torturing suspected terrorists at Abu Ghraib prison. In fact, one prisoner there, named Manadel al-Jamadi, died after being strung up by his wrists. This brings us to the most modern forms of torture, which are not supposed to leave any visible injuries. The psychological aspect now plays a leading role over the physical aspect. Maybe this is progress, but using progress and torture in the same sentence doesn't quite feel right. Now you need to hear about one of the worst kinds of modern torture in White Room torture, worst punishments in the history of mankind. Or let yourself be disturbed with Inside the CIA's Terrifying Sleep Room.